obviously playing tonight. He played magnificent in regular time. Disappeared a little bit in overtime.
It's a big moment for Markelov and for Lopez and I, who have.
You still old, Shane.
Yeah, never give up on Markelov ever.
But
never.
Okay, so we were talking about it briefly before we came on air. Where do we rate Bondic in terms of his team? Because you never put him as that superstar status on the team, but he is a consistent regular. Probably would say top fragger for that team.
Yeah, I think consistency is the thing that really excites me about Bondic. I mean, it sounds so weird, but having someone reliable on your team who could always pull out pretty much any task I think you give him is obviously super important. There wasn't it him? There were some lands where he was quite angry and shouting at some of his teammates. That's the only worry that I have. Right. That's obviously a very bad sign.
Yeah.
And who knows if that's part of the reason why he's not resigning with the team. It could be that actually, sort of looking back at it, he didn't feel like the chemistry was there after a while, maybe. But
Right, well, let's move on. Obviously, that's the debacle, or see what's going on with Flipside versus Na'Vi. The second match of the night is a biggie. Obviously, Na'Vi are going to be playing 4 games tonight. They have to beat Flipside effectively 2-0 to bring them into this G2 game. Now, G2 is the team that is basically sitting in the league in 4th place right now. Na'Vi are sitting in 5th place. They are on 12-6 and 11-5. So this is the game, basically, that decides who is the 4th European team that is going to represent Europe over there? Who is going to make it through to the finals, which will be happening in 2 weeks' time now? It's coming around pretty quick.
It's the French version of mouse sports. And the sort of the French version of Astralis, if you want to put it that way.
Yeah.
The team that eternally gets really, really close to having really great results, and then it's how shocking is it that they're even this far up in the league? If you think about it, if you think about everything else, it's actually quite amazing that they've
they had a very good start.
G2 also makes me think they won't be able to complete it. Just based on the history of this team.
They'd just been picked up by G2, hadn't they? They obviously formerly Titan. Moved on to G2 just at the start of the Pro League, which is what's put them in this stage. So obviously they had that little honeymoon period, things are going brilliantly. Now they've gone over the major, they've had that hurdle, they've had the disappointment of not making it to Malmo, because this is a team that didn't qualify for Malmo, which in itself is a pretty big deal, because they are like outside of the teams that were there, outside of Dignitas. You would think that G2 would probably be the favourites to qualify there in the online matches, and just fell short twice. It wasn't just once, twice, two qualifiers.
Yeah, there's something weird about G2. I tweeted at one point that G2 disappointing what is new, because it's just like you have these high expectations you build up from seeing them play these games against better teams here and there, but they are actually building some chemistry. They seem like they have their thing going on, and then they go into a match where they're expected to win and they just get stopped.
Well, it doesn't get more disappointment than losing 16-1, was it, to Virtus Pro on Train, which is Train and Overpass tonight.
Yep.
So yeah. Two maps, actually, I believe the same maps they played against Virtus Pro. If memory serves, I think Overpass may well have been the second. I'm not sure, but I'll tell you, I know it was the best of one. The first wasn't it? And then out.
That's too long ago.
It was in the round robin group stage. But Train and Overpass for them tonight. Now, Overpass, I would say, clearly suits Na'Vi. It's probably one of their better maps.
Probably both maps, right?
Yeah, both maps,
And you got to look towards Train and think,
Yeah, and I mean, is there anyone on G2 that can stop Guardian? When he's feeling on point.
Well,
probably not.
Let's also talk about the change that they went with. I'll tell you, I'm thinking of Existence for a moment there. I was thinking, hang on a minute.
Oh yeah, he's building a new team, isn't he, with LDLC?
Yeah, he's built a new team with LDLC. Yeah. Minus Maniac, apparently.
Yeah, very interesting.
So I mean, there's been so many different changes lately.
Yeah, Body.
It's what we always. Yeah, it's Body coming in there. So I mean, how do we rate him coming in?
He is actually. I saw him quite a bit in the Assembly Winter in February, where LDLC White won the tournament. Him and Devil were the two key players because of White they won. And now a couple months later, Devil plays for Envy and Body plays for G2. Now he is a very, very solid rifler. I think it was him that had this crazy 1-on-4, like a sneaky play through connector in Cobblestone to CT spawn and knife 2 people and then kill 2 with an M4 kind of a play. So he's definitely a capable player.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, all the changes are looking towards what we're in 20th of April today, July, the next major. There's not that far away, actually.
Nope.
It rolls around very, very quickly. So obviously that's what these changes are looking towards. Final match of the day. I want to briefly talk about that before we jump into the game. Fnatic versus FaZe. We're just waiting for the players to sort themselves out, guys. Fnatic versus FaZe. Obviously FaZe desperate for wins. They're 3-11 alongside Flipside, who will be playing briefly 4 games tonight. Jump into the game. So this is actually relegation battle. But the problem is they're up against Fnatic, who are essentially trying new things, because they took Jesse, Flusher mentioned, Vugo, the in-game leader for them now.
Yep. Yeah,
or experimentally.
Yeah, Fnatic looked pretty solid yesterday. They didn't try to do anything too complicated. Actually, they kept it very, very simple. Not on any executes really that we saw from them. They would just man up and just use the brute force to get sites, and it really worked great for them. At the same time, FaZe, like we've been talking about them, still in a very, very early stages with their reconstruction.
Yeah, and I mean, one of those matches yesterday for Fnatic Crims was essentially not even
disappeared. Yeah. That was Overpass game, wasn't it?
Yeah, he just decided to pull a KGB and just not even show up for the game. So and still they were looking very competitive. So I would say this is going to be 2 really, really tough games for FaZe.
How weird is that? Both Crims and KGB, both considered probably the most consistent players on both teams. Like KGB the cleaner, Crims the man that's Mr. Consistent. And one night, neither of them turn up. Maybe that's just what happens when you have these offline events, and the transition back to online period of, I'm in relax mode. Oh, what? I've got to play a game tonight? Oh, okay. Yeah. So how do we see this then? Okay, I'm gonna put your money where your mouth is. Navi G2. I'm guessing you're both gonna side with the Ukrainian, Slovakian,
Russian. A little bit too.
There's 2 Russians, 2 Ukrainians, and 1 Slovakian.
Yeah, we called whenever they're playing in America, we call them a European team. So I don't know how that works out, but we'll call them CIS.
They're not even European. Like one of those European CIS region.
Yeah. I mean, they have been playing well in these online games, but I'm gonna have to. I think I'm gonna have to stick with. I'm gonna have to stick with the sort of the consistent disappointment of G2 and just say that Navi are going to win both the maps.
Yeah, I feel that too. Navi is just a better team out of the 2. G2, obviously, like Anders just said, they had a pretty good run here in Pro League. I think even above their average for sure. I'm not sure if I'm used to them disappointing me, so I'm pretty sure Navi's going to win this show.
And a very quick one: Navi versus Flipside. I assume we're 2-0 for Navi both.
Yeah, just again, if I think it will be more interesting if Flipside played just a completely sort of
fun
pub style. That could make the game more fun, I think. But we'll see.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it seems that they are about ready to go in the server. So let's get over to our casters. It's going to be Pansy and Semla.
Thank you very much. We are doing some DIY bottle opening. It's not gone very well. We need a bottle opener. Water is required.
There we go.
But we can get back to topic. How are you doing today?
Not too shabby. Yeah. I'm getting assaulted by allergies. The medicine that I'm taking right now is like completely ineffective. So sorry, guys, if I'm a little snuffly tonight.
Aww.
But
bring like the nasal tones of Tosspot back to CS.
Exactly, right. And I'll pause like 10 seconds between every word, and it'll sound perfect.
That's how you get suspense, isn't it?
That's perfect.
That's what I've heard. But yeah,
I hear that's the formula. That's the way to cast.
But Navi Flipside, so kind of the big brothers against the little brothers in a way. You know what I mean? There's similarities between these 2, but what sort of chance is there?
It's like the 30-year-old brother versus the just out of the womb brother, that's kind of like toddling around. I mean, no, that may be a bit harsh to describe Flipside that way. It's just they never really. There's so many times. It's like G2, right? Every time you go to the major, you're like, this is the time that Flipside actually make it, right? This is the time that they do
chances at it, Flipside.
And just like with G2, your heart gets shattered into 1,000 pieces every single time. Yeah. And Flipside never really seem to deliver, right? They never seem to live up to what they're capable of on paper, what you think they should be capable of on paper. He's got this mastermind approach. Nothing really seems
at
to...
the same time, right?
Yeah.
It's always like one maybe doing it, you start having hope, and then it goes away. But now we have Bondik as well, kind of removing himself away from the lineup. This is going to be a very awkward game, I'd feel. Personally, I don't know. Like, I assume they're pretty calm with each other, but Bondik wasn't exactly a quiet person before. He was known to be quite, outgoing, let's say, if you ever watch him at LANs. It's one of those things? Do you think that this could cause issues, or do you think he's just going to do the kind of respectful thing, go through the game, close out as he should, just
he'll
leave
close
on a
it
high
out.
note?
I think he'll just close it out. I mean, for him now, he's just going through the motions. It comes back to, it's almost like this question that I think about every time I see mouse sports play and fail to make it further right than they should. And it's just like, how much pain can you take with the roster? And maybe, Bondic hit his threshold. Maybe he's like, okay, finally, I'm actually just going to go free agent and see what's possible with North America, reaching out to everybody in the world right now, trying to find new players to bring them over to North America so that the North American teams can have an impact. Maybe that's what he's got on his table right now. Maybe he finally got like some kind of juicy offer from a North American team. And, either you travel the world a little bit, you go and live somewhere else, you live life and have some fun, or you stay and you keep getting beat up with Flipside. Maybe Bondic is finally thinking, okay, it's time for change.
Well, let's hope he makes a nice little kind of impact or, impression here again, because I can imagine people will be keeping his eye on him because just, once you're in the headlines, I guess people do start to pay more attention. He's not exactly a quiet player anyway. He has been the consistent factor for Flipside to, quite some degree, and then everyone puts their faith in Markloff every now and then, but that seems to, always go to the wayside. But Train is not going to be an easy place to play this on. Don't get me wrong, Flipside are great on this in their own way, and they've had a close-ish game previously against Na'Vi. I think it was like 16-10, not that close, but, for Flipside against Na'Vi, that's not bad, and it's on Train. So Na'Vi's pretty much godly at this map, at least to my eyes. I think they're one of the most solid. Their T-side, I'm thoroughly impressed with every single time I see it. So what real chance do you think Flipside has here?
Nil, 0. But this is a good opportunity for everybody tuning into the match, to get some hot cocoa, maybe, curl up on the couch, get a nice blanket, and get comfy. Because both of these teams literally have like the slowest style in the history of CS.
True. We've got a lot of time, don't we?
Flipside are known for waiting down the clock. Na'Vi are known for waiting down the clock. Both of these teams are very methodical in their approach, and so that leads to slower pace CS. Na'Vi have been showing that they're willing to change things up and get aggressive now, and we're seeing that now. Very quick split onto the A side here in the pistol. But yeah, we'll see what they actually decide to go with here. Flipside are going to be a little bit more YOLO.
Yeah, and Flipside only having 2 players with armor, one of those already being chunked down, that being Markloff, means that Bondic really has to be, again, that consistent factor, and he's doing exactly that. Lovely little pickup towards Flamey and Zeus, cutting off the players from Ivy, but it's still a 3v3. The bomb's gonna be planted pretty soon, and Flipside are keeping themselves in this, and Bondic isn't done just yet.
Yeah, Bondic, it's like the adrenaline factor. You're out, you're on the way out, you don't care anymore. There's no pressure on you to perform. You're just going to be able to do some work. And Shara, he's actually been delivering for Flipside, keeping them competitive. He will get snuffed by Guardian. So one-on-one, but Bondic has the advantage of HP. He can just charge forward, be brutal with it, and he will get the kill. A quad kill in the pistol as well. And that's such a difficult position to play on the map. That Ivy sort of area, you're always at risk of just getting rushed down. Like we saw at the beginning of this match. Who was actually standing over there? Was it Markloff? Didn't notice, but regardless.
I think it was Markloff.
You're always going to die over there pretty much. But Bondic, he actually went for the late rotate and got some nice free, easy frags and made it look easy.
And I think you're perfectly spot on with the adrenaline topic as well. It's once you kind of remove the shackles, you get these players just kind of being a little bit more relaxed, a little bit carefree in a way, but they want to obviously make a good impression. You get probably some of the better CS they're going to bring, because they have no pressure really now in the grand scheme of things. So a really good start for them. Na'Vi really taking it pretty relaxed. They did get the bomb plant down, so not going to be going above and beyond on this purchase. Just a couple of flashes, a Tech 9, P250, and they get another plant. That's not too bad, but you've got Weldedet and Shara to lock down the B site here.
Yeah, and they're going to be holding close as well, because this can be a standard follow-up. You get the bomb plant on A site, whereas the other site that's usually pretty easy to get a plant. You go to B, couple flashes, run out, hope that you can overrun the guy quickly. And he's got a Tech 9. Great positioning for Shara, though. They just line up, but he is going to get traded 1-for-1. And Weldedet trying to dance around and do the best that he can, but he will get run down as well. This is what we're talking about. Bomb has made it onto the train, and they just need to stick it at this point. Edward, don't care about getting frags. Get that bomb down, get that bonus money. And it's a successful round for Na'Vi.
Yep, that's all they could have asked for. Minimal investment, plant coming out of it. Shame that Weldedet and Shara got so overrun, then the UMPs can do a little bit more than that, I feel. Normally, of course, they do kind of do a little bit better. I guess armor as well. They're one of the guns that can do pretty decently against out of the SMGs. But still, it was, again, Bondic, 3k coming in. This guy's having a great time. He's like, well, this has been a real nice start for me. I can just coast now for the rest of this. It's just good. Doing better than Cajun B did, so that's perfect. But no, 2-0 already for Flipside. Na'Vi with the 2 plants coming in the early rounds. Of course, they can go for the buy now. Guardian, however, going to have to be a little bit cautious, but he actually has the drop coming into the AWP, so actually a really nice buy coming in for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, double bomb plant, it's a bonus $1,600 on top of the loss bonus. I mean, yeah, they made some decent money, Na'Vi, in the first couple of rounds. And now, look at this. World Edit decides to go aggressive at Ali. He's going to pick off Seized, and a great flash to slow down Flamey. No possibility here for a refrag to start things off for Na'Vi.
Yeah, lovely combination with Markle up there, just holding the angle as well in case they got past the flash. So kind of writing around everything, but Na'Vi kind of maybe looking for that counter flex. They're looking maybe towards B, getting the pressure down. Shara's had to back away pretty early. They've pulled players off of A now, but the bomb's yet to commit. It's not really gone anywhere. But again, Na'Vi... oh, this is beautiful. Look at it. Well, you're a monster. I love that. Just predicting the boost coming out. That's just sick.
That just sucks for Guardian because they went for it. They were about to set up for it. I thought that when they got up there, they were going to set up for it immediately, but he decided to actually like nade up first, and it took him a couple seconds. That allowed for World Edit to get in there. Had they gone straight for the boost, Guardian would have been in position, and he would have had the angle on World Edit. So just a couple seconds off. That's all the difference. That's all the difference for Flipside. Two entry kills now going on to whichever site that they really want to hold on to here, Flipside.
Yeah, putting 3 players towards B for Flipside so far. I guess trying to support maybe Shara. He's so low, he can't really be left to solo out on B or be supported by World Edit. So the one thing here though is Flamey's gone pretty far, completely unspotted. Markov's playing pretty deep towards Ivy, and Edwards found Bondic. So now this is looking pretty good. There's Flamey coming into it. Now where's the final player on this side? They gotta know he's gonna be Markov. I don't know he's been here before. They picked him up in that first pistol round very comfortably. He comes out though, and World Edit's found Zeus. So we're back to a 3v2.
Still tricky. When you go for the retake on A, there are so many points you have to worry about. But World Edit with that AWP, he can hold that long line. And what the hell? Edward turns away. He didn't see his feet. It looked like he would have spotted his feet there. So questionable. But Flamey's going to be able to hold the line. Not going to get the second one. However, World Edit will shut him down. Still managing to get 3 kills in this round, Na'Vi. So they succeeded in making it a little bit more expensive for Flipside, and they continue to get bomb plants. So Na'Vi still have options. They can actually go for straight up. They could go for a buy if they want. Actually, they're right on the edge of it. Or they can just go for Tech 9s. Since they're so good at getting bomb plants right now, go for Tech 9s. But I guess not. No.
Kind of
Whatever.
like a middle ground of both, I guess. Like you got, they got Lil with Flamey. They want to get the buyout, I guess. They're not too keen, I guess, on the Tech 9s. They've never been a team to completely go to that idea, even though maybe it'd be a safer option to a degree, but we'll see. Na'Vi are getting close, that's the thing. But now I've got double up with Flipside as well. Markolov running with that one, so that'd be curious to see where he's taking it. So he's just going to be locking down Ivy again. Shara's soloing out on B for now, as well as it is playing by Connector. So a bit of a slow start here for Na'Vi, but definitely tending towards that B side to start with.
Yeah. They are definitely, I mean, they see the aggressive smoke go down, so that's why they're all just kind of camping out here to wait and see if anybody was going to try and push up onto the railing there on the CT side, if they were going to get a free kill out of that. But no aggression out of flip side, just a smoke to buy some time. But Na'Vi, yeah, again, they're not showing any subtlety here. They're just going to go charging onto this site because they've had success in getting the bomb plant down. They do not wait for the smoke to go down to block off World Edit, and then he's just going to be punishing them. Nearly gets a second kill as well through that smoke, and Shara, he's just dancing, waiting on the edge, and Guardian just gets lucky through it.
Timing is everything, I guess, in these. Na'Vi have successfully taken over the site. They've got the bomb plant down. They have 4 players alive. They could easily recover that rifle towards Zeus towards the end. Maybe they don't want to run through that smoke just yet, but Blade fancies a go at trying to retake this. As World Edit Blade and Markolov still standing. Both of the orbs still in place. Are kind of awkward to play on the retake here, but I'm just going to start running out. Guardian's still playing close. Everyone else backing away. Blade's going to try his hand at it, but dangerous game to be running into, and now slowly working down Na'Vi, actually. They've got the 3v2. Zeus has to come down, find Blade, and now back into the 2v2. It's World Edit to find Zeus, and Flamey just trying to hold on by the time, and I think he might be able to do this. World Edit is so low, and the spray from the Galil comes out, and Flamey locks down the round. Na'Vi, even though I got fairly close, do end up coming out with the goods, and I guess going in on that buy in the end did work out.
Yeah, they had a plan. They were actually able to execute, even though I thought it was a little shaky, not waiting for the smoke to go up. They basically donated Seized. Na'Vi still managed to make it work, and that's just because they were able to push aggressively and actually get out there. Guardian was on his, all by his lonesome, but at the initial push, basically, when Flipside were trying to rotate in, the whole plan is Na'Vi get the bomb plant and then try and take the fight at Connector, try and catch them as they went through. That backfired when Blade just hit that instant headshot, but you could see what Na'Vi were thinking of. They were going through the kind of textbook play on that B site. Now Na'Vi, yeah, they're the ones in control. It's a forced buy out of Flipside because of how close a couple of the rounds have been. They don't quite have the money for a full buy across the board, so it's just a couple of rifles to work with here.
Yes, you might as well. Your economy's going to be screwed into the next round as well, so you might as well get what you can. Bit of a trade out to start with. Although Na'Vi do have control of like Train 1, a bit of Ivy. Flipside being fairly respectful of that until World Edit did take the peek towards Guardian, but still a couple of players here trailing trailing around and actually it's doing work. How are they getting these kills at the moment? Na'Vi had the advantage, they had the map control. Finally Flamey's come into this, finding what edit, but it's down to a 2v2 now.
This isn't very neat. This is definitely very, very messy stuff. They do end up fighting together in the end, Na'Vi. But again, it's just a series of duels. We've literally witnessed like 5-6 duels here. It's just like, I'm going to peek you, and then I'm going to peek you back. And it's all over the place. They don't even save the op. So does C's take the hit and drop the op for Guardian? Or no, it seems like they're just going to commit to rifles. They know that it's going to be an eco round here for Flipside.
Yeah, so it's just farming time. UMP's coming out, Zeus and Edward should be leading the way. Should be just trying to get as many kills as they can, trying to get that economy nice and robust going forward. Try and keep as many AWPs in the hand of Guardian as possible, but for Flipside, it's going to be a double eco pretty much no matter what they did, unless they pulled off a bit of a miracle and saved all of the weapons. So P250s just going to try and do the damage, stacking towards A with 4 players, only Shara pushing up by B. They know what's now coming their way, but you can't really do too much, or in theory you shouldn't be able to do too much, and so far Na'Vi are keeping true to that. Including Blade, who's found 2 actually.
Yeah, he's actually, Blade is hitting shots. World Edit and Blade really doing a lot of work here. Flipside making it interesting for Na'Vi. But Na'Vi stabilize in the end. They save all 3 rifles, and that's the important bit. No, not too worried about donating UMPs. Those only cost $1,200, so it's not a huge investment for them. Definitely want to keep those AKs alive. And now Guardian, he's able to go for the just hard buy on that AWP. World Edit, he just barely has enough for the glass cannon op on his own, but they are light on nades Flipside tactics. So now it's a question of whether they're going to just be able to continue forcing these duels out of Na'Vi, because if you don't have the nades to really slow up the execute, you just want to start getting those picks.
It's a little bit of a different style for Na'Vi here. Normally, Flamey's been joining down by Ivy to try and support out Seized and maybe Guardian if they're going for it. But a bit of a default, really, I guess, more than anything. Just seeing if anyone's going to push up. Guardian taking his time by Ivy. Bear in mind, Wild Edit did go pretty aggressive last time with the AWP. He actually pushed Ivy with the first time he had it, so that was quite impressive. But again, Na'Vi keeping that all into mind and just seeing what opportunities they can get so far. And flip side, just waiting it out, having to bide their time as well. These two teams do like to run the clock down, and Na'Vi can go back to that default A, get those smokes over, play into it, and you can assume that Guardian will probably hit a shot going in. So, fairly safe bet until actually Edward gets caught out there.
He gets caught, but how? Where the hell did that come from?
Was he in pop?
I thought so, but then nobody was in pop with him. How the hell did Edward die? Well, that's bizarre. Okay, then. Well, they're down a man, Na'Vi. No idea how Edward died. They were all looking like they were holding very passively Na'Vi, and it didn't look like anybody was put. Okay, there we go. That's how it did it. Wow. Well, okay then, because I'm just like, nobody is like seeing each other like anybody right now. So how the hell are they doing this? You know, another question is how the hell does Blade get that follow-up kill on Flamey?
That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Now it's just sees there like, what the hell happened this round? We had, you know, a slow default building going in towards A possibly, and then suddenly Edward just gets trashed going towards B. He was holding at the top of pop. It was just so weird that he just disappeared.
Awkward.
That's gotta suck.
Yeah, that's really like, you can tell, I guess that kind of tilted Na'Vi, because after that, like, okay, go, whatever, right, go. But, yeah, Edward getting wall banged at the windows above Pop Dog, that sucks. Nice job from Bondic.
Yeah, incredibly impressive.
Especially because Na'Vi played it right as well. Like, they just sat back. They were waiting to see if Flipside were going to feel the pressure and feel like they had to make a play. And so Na'Vi, yeah, they're setting up for their execute, but they're also sitting way back because Flipside have already shown aggression at Ivy. So they're sitting there with, like, you know, a firing squad. Like, oh, yeah, if you want to push World Edit, you know, feel free, come at us, bro. We're gonna pick you off, and then we'll go into our execute, and everything will go according to plan. Only problem is they weren't expecting Edward to get his head banged off through the window.
Hard to predict that sort of thing, I guess, but there we go. So now down to a bit of a hit and miss by Guardian. Still has the AWP everyone else on the Deagles. A little bit of armor with Zeus and Edward, but Edward again getting tagged up here. Probably not having the best of times right now, but at least this time it's not completely through a wall, so relatively warranted. And they're basically playing bodyguard for Guardian, so he can have a little peek towards that outer sight. See if he can find Blade or Bondic, who are playing on top of the trains, and actually does manage to catch Bondic, making his move up from the site. Flamey finds Blade, and piece by piece they're unraveling the site.
Oh, what a shot from C's. That's the difference maker right there. Markelov could have held the line, could have stopped Na'Vi from getting out onto that site. Instead, he gets picked off by Seized, long range with a Tech 9, and now there's not a whole lot that World Edit and Shara can hope to do. They have a single flash, no kit, and all 5 members still alive here for Na'Vi. So this is a nightmare situation for Flipside. They will get the one pick onto Seized, but again, Seized had the Tech 9, so they don't really care about that. Now Na'Vi know where one of their players is coming from, and it's a free kill for Flamey, who's prepared for him. So now it's, you know, World Edit just playing keep away. Keep the op away from Na'Vi.
Yeah, They don't need any more help to get these AWPs going. They're doing pretty well, and considering what they only had a couple of pistols here and there, the only real player who was invested in that was Guardian. But it was Flamey coming in, and you saw that Tech-9 coming out. These are crazy rounds. These are rounds you shouldn't see happening, but this is the difference, isn't it, really, when you break these two teams down. Flip side, you rarely see them pulling this sort of stuff off, but at least catches Zeus, so making it a little more costly. Bearing in mind, Na'Vi's money wasn't phenomenal. They've got more than enough to buy now, but they could have really started to secure their economy if they kept some of those weapons up as well. But still, looking at the other side of things, Flipside are absolutely skint at this point.
Yeah, they're in a bit of a tight spot right now. They're just going to have to hope that World Edit can give them the space to work with the way the Guardian did in the last round for Na'Vi.
It's a big ask as well. I think they're going to go for that peek towards, through Brown Halls, have a little look up. Zeus is heading this way.
They haven't really gone aggressive in Brown Halls yet, so it's a good time to try it. Unfortunately, the man backing him has only got a USP, that's Shara, so not really the best firepower, and Zeus is playing it very carefully, very safe as well, so instead it's going to be Seized working his way up on Ali. He's got that bomb, so this is going to be a dead giveaway here to Flipside, and Markelov is waiting around that corner with the CZ, so perfect position for Markelov. He gets a kill for free, but instantly traded on. Well done there by Na'Vi.
And the timing of Edward working his way out of T-Con pretty much secures that outer sight as well. A's pretty much under wraps now. Shara and Bondic have a chance to do some damage. They're in a little bit of an interesting spot, but World Edit being so low, I don't think he wants to go for this. Again, keep the AWP away, but they haven't even got the bomb down yet. And Bondic...
Zeus had no idea. He was like, where am I getting shot from? Where is he? Freaking out. A little bit of a heart attack moment there for Zeus.
And I love the way they're taking the time to plant so they can ensure they do try and get these guns away, especially what World Edit is holding on to. Not going to be so easy this time, but imagine Zeus actually is going to try and give a little go at it. Just playing with him. Flamey's on route
where
as
it
well.
is. Yeah, exactly. If Zeus is just trying to draw attention to himself and then he steps out, okay then, that's a little silly. Just because, with Flamey there soon enough, Guardian will get the drop on him, but Flamey, Guardian, everybody closing in. All you had to do is be patient and just make sure that he was distracted. And Zeus trying to be the hero there ends up costing Na'Vi, because at that point, Na'Vi don't necessarily... it's like he saves the op, okay then, right? Your economy isn't, not everybody's sitting on 10,000, so if you keep all 3 rifles alive, you're pretty happy about that. Now Na'Vi, they have to spend a little bit more than they would have liked. This might come back to help Flipside further down the line, although Flipside are in a bit of a tight spot themselves.
Has Zeus only got a Glock? Yeah.
The hell is he doing?
He could have put up maybe a Tech-9 or...
Watch him. He's going to actually bait somebody now, or shank him or something. I don't know. He's going to get a gun somehow.
Just going to follow
Too
Guardian
late, bro.
around.
Too
it's
late.
like, no. What are you No. Did someone drop for him and you didn't notice?
Maybe that's what's up, yeah. Wow.
What is he doing? Can we just watch Zeus for a second? He's still looking for the gun, but I guess the trades have come in, but there is no gun here. Zeus can't find it for the life of him. He's baffled.
The gun is a cake.
And look at it. It's now
a lie.
3v3, and Bondic... Actually, Zeus could do some damage here towards Bondic, but I think Bondic just heard the steps. He does, and Zeus, what a round.
Well, Edward comes back into it with the AWP, and we're into a 2-on-2 with plenty of time to play with here for Na'Vi, so not the end of the world, far from it. Now it's all about outsmarting the 2 remaining players here for Flipside. World Ed, it's actually got a very nice spot, though. He's on upper, so Edward might never expect this, but it does look like they want to try and head over towards A site. And, well, Flamey's working his way through A main, so if he gets the peek on a blade, could get nasty here for Flipside.
Again, though, Edward could pull off some cheeky timing on this as well, and they are going to trade out in the end, and World Edit gets caught a little with his pants down there, but the USPS still lands so perfectly. Edward on 3 HP, World Edit on 17. Still not great, and Blade has to be the big factor here as the site. You can see
12 now. We'll see what kind of setup the CTs bring to the table this time. It's a fast play though. Going up next, makes his way out of the main entrance.
Smiths, oh, this is bad because they've actually wrapped around behind him. They've gotten toward hell. RPK has to win this duel. He doesn't. That's a huge opening for them now because Smiths has switched to the season at 75. He knows the situation, but smart play, very smart play as he wraps back around and is able to take them down before they can act. Not only that, Shocks came over to support, and this is brilliant from G2. This timing on this CT side has been spot on because coldzera is now left alone, and he has to find 3 kills. A desperate round for Luminosity now. Desperate round for Cold.
He's going to do some work to contribute so far. Takes down Body now, a 2-on-1, but they do know his position. Shoxy and Screamer main. AWP and M4, they're sticking together though, making sure they refrag here and dime any sort of possibility for a 1-on-1 situation.
And they know they have that bomb as well, as it's far over toward them, well inside the vision of the bomb site. As you say though, playing this buddy system, the refrag potential is massive, and Cold's going to have to read it. We've seen him pull off incredible clutches on this map before.
Yeah, but the problem is this time, so much work to do. Train is such a difficult map to get the bomb back and find an opening pick. The one thing he has in his favour, there was time available, but that's dwindling as well. We hit the 30-second mark and he's still yet to make his mark here as we go towards Pop Dog. He presumably has to go down here, and it's one of the tightest choke points on the map to get out of. Let's see what he can do with it.
And he's still got another 4 seconds before he's really going to contact you. Quicker than that, obviously does find the first, but Scream sprays it down. He might have had a slow game to start, but a very important kill now as it goes to 2 rounds away from being Optic versus G2 and guaranteeing one of those teams to move on to the playoffs, and Luminosity playing off against Astralis in what would be a knockout game. This is not the Group A anyone predicted.
11-4 in the first half, and now it's 14-12 in favour of G2. Crazy performance on their CT side. Very efficient, looking very good right now. Winning all the clutches, having good crossfires, good adjustments as well. And the fast pushes coming out from Luminosity. It's the first time we've actually seen a very fast-paced play from them. And this time Smith opens things up. He takes down Fallen. He seems to be coming to life here.
Oh, RPK, Taco down. Good catch as the nade was drawn, but FNX is there to trade it. Still, though, they're down 2 man. Scream's going to rotate back around, and that leaves very little room for FNX as Smiths is also creeping up beside him. He needs to be so careful with this smoke out to make sure he finds the angle spot. Smiths, but goes for the repeak, and crosshair placement not perfect. Smiths already drawn with the AWP scoped in. Easy shot. And Cold again, this time even less of a chance. 1 versus 4, missing the shot. It's going to be map point for G2.
What is
8-0 to 12-15.
And the thing is, right now, Luminosity only get $3,400 going into this round. That was a pretty devastating one for them to lose. So they're going to have an AKs, Gilils with some Tech 9s here. But they're struggling. 1 round for GT will do it. This is not what I was expecting.
This means as well that if it goes to Luminosity Astralis, that game is tonight. The decider match for that group is tonight, which means one of these 2 teams is going to play 1 day of Counter-Strike in this very large-scale tournament. That's huge.
Well, it looks like Luminosity, last-ditch attempt here. Smokes towards outside, flashes as well, but Shoxy aggressive towards main, getting tons of info here. Calling there's nothing happening. Body gets the first kill and survives as well. Falls back through the smoke. He gets a drop on towards Taco. 5-4, and they've readjusted as well. So this is a nightmare for Luminosity.
coldzera. Watching the inner bomb site, but it's fallen already down the ladder. A man down again. When was the last time they had the first pick? Riddle me that.
Well, you put out a miracle here. Gilils.
Playoff.
Storyline. The underdogs prevailing in both of our opening games here. Luminosity, we thought this was a foregone conclusion. There was no logical reason to say G2 were going to win this, and it seemed like that was going to be true. 8-0 in the first half. Looked like Luminosity reading it perfectly. G2 were very quiet to wake up, but when they started adjusting and actually making sure their game was actually a little bit more on points compared to what Luminosity were presenting to them. Got the 4 rounds, and that's all they needed. They come back in the second and win 12-1. They just shut down Luminosity. Shoxy and Smith, very influential there, and RPK, a fantastic game towards the Ivy area. That's another position. We talk about him on long A, in the pit, for example. He seems so good now. He's kind of finding that form we were familiar from with Source and stuff like that, but holding positions by himself, finding 1 or 2 frags every single time. Just so effective in those kind of anchor positions, and he does it once again. And what a performance from G2.
Incredible performance and a lackluster T side from.
They didn't have that mojo. They found like they never really got rolling. They weren't finding. They only did one aggressive round there, like one of those fast outside pushes.
And we also talk about just their huge execution potential, and it was getting shut down by losing the first pick every time. Passive G2 as well. But that said, I mean, there's so much to be said about this game, and there is a very trusty panel standing by, ready to do exactly that.
And the surprises keep on coming. G2 have just taken Luminosity down in a best of 1. It happened first with Optic. We doubted them, and understandably so. And this one was a similar story. We came into this one anticipating Luminosity after a hot performance in Austin, Texas not too long ago, DreamHack. Expecting to see them just hit the ground running once again against a weak G2. Gents, you need to help me. We've got 3 minutes to try and put into perspective how this result came about. We'll start with you, Jason.
One of the keys that we brought up that Luminosity was going to be really strong was that double op setup on their CT side especially, and G2 actually managed to overcome that. I mean, it went out to that 8-0, but eventually they rattled off 2 to 3 rounds in a row, and then Luminosity could no longer afford that. That got them that window of opportunity for the second half, and then it was Luminosity, I think, that kind of dropped the ball. They touched on it on the desk. that force buy in the third round, all Tech 9 armors after they get 4 kills, what that essentially did was make sure that their economy wasn't strong until later on. They couldn't really go deep into the playbook because they didn't have all the nades and have the AK-47s. They couldn't really test so much the defense at those early stages of that second half. That allowed G2 to get the ball rolling, allowed them to build up some of their own money, and then by the time Luminosity could have a strong buy, they just didn't have enough rounds to play with to kind of probe that defense and figure things out.
Basically, they pulled an Envious.
Yeah,
forcing
Envy.
Forcing 2 times in a row. I mean, in the first half, I have to give praise to G2 on their T side because they lost 8 rounds in a row. It's really easy to fall apart at that point, but they kept trying. They realized, as Henry mentioned, they didn't have holes control at times, and the easiest thing to do is just go B because they've been going A all the time out of defaults and everything. But they didn't fall for it. You could see that Luminosity had 3 players towards the B bomb side. They kept going for A, altered a bit the way they executed, and managed to string a couple of really important rounds for them. And on the other hand, it's really important to mention that even after losing all those rounds, so Luminosity is 4-0 down in the second half, they finally have a good buy, they win a round, they lose the following round.
Yeah.
And at that point, G2 has a lot of money on their side. They have all the Molotovs, all the grenades to hold off LG, and at times, I have to say, LG looked a bit reckless in their play, right? They looked like they were out to prove something, and just losing a couple of players when they weren't supposed to, or going for some plays that were too aggressive, in the end cost them economy, if not the round itself.
I was going to say a lot of the rounds early on in that second half seemed much more like slow paced and less aggressive than we're used to from Luminosity in terms of aggressiveness, in terms of like trying to chase down that first kill, because that's always been their strength. They've talked about is that their T sides are meant to get that first kill and then just kind of exploit the defense from there, and just kind of wheel it or wing it and see what you can find. But they seemed very, very passive to start rounds out. A lot of those defaults lasted like 40, 50 seconds into the round.
You could see they almost ran out of time, and that round was forced to save the AWP. And just one quick point I want to make is with that force, but it's not a problem. It was pretty, they wanted to surprise them. You could see that they had a 5-7 and 4 MP9s on the side of G2. They were expecting a full eco. The problem is you're not under pressure. You had 11 rounds in the first half. You have a strong T side in general. Why do it? Why put yourself in this spot where something like this could exactly happen? This will not happen often. It will happen maybe 1 out of 5 times, maybe something like that. But still, why risk it? You could just play the safe game and go for the outplay in the end.
Yeah, it seems like whenever Luminosity do have a trip and a stumble, it's because of a risk taken. We've seen this in previous tournaments as well, talking Malmo. But I mean, we have to talk about what that means now, right, guys? Astralis and Luminosity are now both knocked down into that lower bracket, which means one of these two...
So happy, so excited for
One
that.
of these teams we expected both of these to be in the playoffs, and now already one of them is going to have to go down.
I mean, Sadicus mentioned it is like a flashback to Season 1 when Astralis and Fnatic played. So, I mean, that was one of like the most hype matches that I've ever seen. Because that was a best of 1. This is going to be a best of 3, I believe.
Yes.
Just to reiterate that before we went on air, I asked him about 5 times. But yeah, that's going to be, I mean, what a sick series to have. One that, like, you could see that being like a semifinal or a grand final. Well, maybe not a grand final, it's Astralis, but semifinal or a quarterfinal or something like that.
I like it. And
like that?
on that
bombshell,
yeah, Astralis versus Luminosity is going to be played in the best of 3, of course, later on. Mind-boggling stuff, and we'll see if the trend can continue now, as we've got Cloud9 coming up next versus Fnatic. We already mentioned it's a weak Fnatic. In fact, this was one of the games we outlined as potentially being a North American team getting through in the upper bracket. We are going to go ahead and take a break, but when we come back, we will be seeing just what Cloud9 can do versus Fnatic.
learned to, start guarding your expectations.
Hello and welcome back to the Des. We're going to be talking a little bit about our coming matchup between Cloud9 and Fnatic. Already we have witnessed a little bit of upset mayhem. Was not quite ready for it, and now hopefully Fnatic are ready for Cloud9. I've got a new face on the desk and he's looking equally as fresh as Yanko. Gents, Semler, Yanko, I need to step up my suit game. I think we're all aware of that. I'm sorry about this.
Don't be sorry about that. It looks fantastic, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Look at you two. God, you look like. Looks like you open up like a Hugo Boss esports catalog, and it's just going to be you two.
Freelance someday, full time.
Anyway,
oh, you went there.
What we are going to do is we're going to talk about Cloud9 Fnatic. Let's try and be nice and quick about this one.
Okay.
Start with you, August. Let's address the Fnatic situation, because this is not the Fnatic that we know and love and would always come into saying their playstyle's mad and they always keep winning, because we've lost what I would describe as a key ingredient. Would you follow that?
Absolutely. And I'm going to guard myself a little bit on what I say, because Karn is sitting like right there looking at me. Not actually looking at me, but he's close enough to hear what I get to say. But no, it is a little bit of an issue, and I wonder how Wolfmeister feels watching his team right now, because the poor guy, he can't come back into it, and he can't rush things either. He has to take the time and really be careful with his wrist, because that's not something you mess with. It'll stick with him for life if he rushes to come back into the game. But in the meantime, he's sitting on his couch at home watching these games, going, God, what is going on? Was I this important to the roster? What happened? Because it seems like since he's left, since they've lost that pillar to stand on, this man who's capable of anything, pistol, rifle, whatever, you put him in any situation, he'll have an impact. All of a sudden, he's looking at some of the weaknesses that have shown up in his team without him around to be there. Flusha not really stepping up individually as much as we thought he would. They started with Pleasant, now it's Wenton. They're having to change people around to try and make Crims work better. I mean, it's just this weird kind of like situation for Fnatic.
And what's so crazy as well is that they've been through a change like this before. With the loss of Pronax, everyone had this nervous feeling in their stomach, like, are we going to lose Fnatic? And it didn't happen. This time, however, it has. The absence of Olaf, of course, due to injury. We have to highlight this was not a conscious choice of theirs. It's just due to his health.
It's not like Pronax. They didn't shank.
Exactly.
And also, it's kind of hard to compare Dennis with either Wenton or Pleasant. Dennis is an established player in the scene, an experienced player as well. Played with Crimson Olaf before in the LGB lineup, so it was much easier for him to get into the team than these two players.
It's a shame that Twist is on Godsend, honestly, because that would have been like ridiculously sick if he came back into it, right? Dennis, Crims, Olaf eventually. And then you got Flusha. Sorry, J-Dub. Go run your store. Go run your store, bro.
If you do talk to Twist, though, I think he's very happy with what's working for Godsend. He's very comfortable in that current roster. But of course, they're not competing here. Instead, we have Cloud9 up against them, and that's where we're going to take this, because we at the desk in the pre-show, I don't know if you caught it, August, we said this is probably the best chance North America has, because it's a weak and humble Fnatic. What do you think about that statement?
Certainly. I mean, Cloud9 have also stepped up their individual game recently. Sure. So with a weakened Fnatic, Fnatic minus Olaf, with the Crims who's kind of struggling to find his form, versus a Cloud9 that seemed to be actually hitting a little bit of a stride themselves. Nothing seems to be a little bit more confident on the server. I mean, maybe we actually have obviously we've already had a massive upset that nobody would have predicted, Optic coming out on top of Astralis. So already there's one North American team through into a winner match. I mean, I think it's possible that Cloud9 could take Fnatic.
The thing is, why we said it is because we don't know, which Fnatic is going to show up. But Fnatic right now is like a bear or a sleeping beast. If you poke it, it might wake up. It might tear you apart. Because this Fnatic lineup, have no mistake about it, is perfectly capable of dismantling both Cloud9 and Liquid without much trouble, right? It's just the matter of, how is Benton gonna adjust to this sort of an environment, and even if he doesn't adjust, how will the other four, the core of Fnatic, will they be able to carry the weight by themselves?
That's the main thing, and really, I think that we're going to need some explosive plays right now from Fnatic to get things going for themselves. JW, if it's like JW of old, that guy's capable of taking over a server on his own, right? So if these players that have this history of being able to come into a server and just completely dominate it, if they show up right out the gates here in their first match of the tournament, then we're going to be able to sit back and say, okay, hold on, now let's see what this Fnatic can do. Maybe finals in line. But unfortunately, that's not what we're seeing so far.
Now, with Vito up on the screen, it does look like we're going to be going into Inferno. Now, regarded as Fnatic's home map, Cloud9 coming into this, it feels a little odd to see that slip the net. What do you have to say about that?
I mean, how in the world did we end up on this?
Yeah.
If you go way back with Cloud9, it's been the map they always thought they could play, and they would just always lose on it big time, right? And it is Fnatic's best map, so, I mean, it really is. When you look at the vetoes, the only problem I have is like Cloud9 vetoes Mirage, which is something that Fnatic used to veto as well, but maybe they, after having, they beat Tempo Storm on it I think, Cloud9 at the Austin tournament. So that's maybe why they're feeling more comfortable.
Cloud9 lost 28 T rounds on Mirage in a row.
Yeah, exactly.
That was why they decided.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Alex.
It's a fantastic stat.
It's just that when you look at it, the only thing I see here with Inferno is what we mentioned in the pre-show, is right that Krims has problems, maybe not problems, but it's he's feeling a bit uncomfortable because he was always playing with Olaf. Now he has to adjust to the new players and find some chemistry with them as well. So maybe that's something. But I honestly, with this map, it's Fnatic's. The map they like the most, and it was their best map with the old lineup. So.
I still think that's a massive weapon, taken away from Fnatic. It was such a difficult thing for teams on the T side to have to deal with. Actually, we kind of lose this half of the map because Olaf and Krims are so good. It's so hard to go onto that B site, and the rotator always coming in for Fnatic. They were so good about just locking down that part of the map that you almost had to go A, and then you've got
I mean, just look at the Optic Astralis game. Optic was constantly pressuring the B bomb site.
That's fantastic.
The Astralis couldn't cope with it, and maybe it's something that Cloud9 can look out for as well.
And with that said, I'm intrigued to know your answers here. Sometimes it's less of a question and more of just a habit. But let's do predictions then. Start with you, Auguste. Where are you taking this one? Do you actually have some faith in North America?
I should, because I sound like one, right? So, but no, I'm sorry, I have to stay with Fnatic right now. I mean, I can say that they have a chance, Cloud9, a much better chance than they've had in the past. But I still think that Fnatic, the caliber of player that's on Fnatic right now, they should be able to lock this down on a map like Inferno that they have so much experience on.
We saw good signs from Cloud9 in Austin. Are you going to...
No, I have to stick with Fnatic. I'm too stubborn. Even with all these upsets, I can't say that Cloud9 is going to beat Fnatic on Inferno. So, Fnatic.
Yeah, you touched on it already. 2 upsets out of 2 games. Can we have a third? Can Cloud9 take Fnatic into the lower bracket? Of course, major champions more often than anyone else. Let's go ahead and jump into it.
C3V0.com, the best video game store ever! Fast as lightning, solid as a rock, cheap as duck! What's more, you can sell on it because it's also a marketplace. Remember G2A.com, the best video game store ever!
Cloud9 might have just walked into the lion's den here. Now, I'm joined by Blue, so...
Hey.
There's we've got some NA spirit coming through here, but you've got to give us your thoughts on this one because you've had the pleasure of being able to cast Cloud9 a lot recently. You've had the online season coming through here, and Inferno coming up obviously raised a couple of eyebrows even on the desk down there. What do you make of this? What are their chances coming into this one?
If there's any reason why they actually let Inferno go all the way through to the end, it has to be because of the way that they played against, I believe it was Tempo Storm in Austin last weekend. They actually, after a fairly bad T-side performance overall across the weekend, for some reason in that semifinal, they actually did amazingly on the T-side on Inferno there, and a lot of people were thinking on that desk there that, okay, this T-side is not going to go well, they're going to get destroyed, and because of that, it's going to be an easy one for Tempo Storm, but it wasn't actually. It was very close, and they looked much better on this map than they had in the past. Now, the other problem, though, is they're still going against Fnatic, so ultimately, I don't think that the small amount of progress they made against Tempo Storm, again, another team that's actually on the rise right now, they haven't necessarily asserted dominance as of yet. I don't think it's going to compare as well, so ultimately, I'd still think this is actually going to be an easy one for Fnatic when you consider this in more like sort of the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, overall in 2016, Cloud9 have only officially won this map once, so it's a bit of a big disparity between these guys. Cloud9 during the online season have barely played it in that sort of aspect. A couple of lands have shown up, but we are into the game. Fnatic will be on the T side, Cloud9 on the CT side. And what do we make of this so far?
We'll have to take a look at things here now. It's Krims. He'll lead the charge for things back up Banana, but Fnatic actually playing it pretty slowly for the time being, and they walk right into that first shot from Stewie. Krims not able to spot any of that. A good lineup from Cloud9. And they're going to spot the first kill, and that'll push Fnatic back to the crossroads.
Yeah, Fnatic gonna have to work for this one, but this is what we want to see. How are Fnatic coming into this? The first real viewing of it is right about now. So, looks like Fnatic have turned their attention over towards A. There are still 3 players though for Cloud9 waiting ever so patiently. No real rush on this. I think Slemmy's got all the information he needs, but it's Dennis to find him, so now the alarm bells are starting to ring. You can see the rotate coming in from nothing, and Stewie, so they're en route. Skadoodle just needs to stay alive here.
And now he's going to fall back behind the arches area for now. Fnatic chasing him a little bit, but not being so persistent about it. In the meantime, they do have to worry about the flank coming back, and there's Stewie picking up some kills, up to 3 now, as he shuts down Dennis and Flusha, leaving it all onto Wenton. As he jumps inside a pit, he too is going to be easily dispatched by Shroud, so Cloud9 get the edge on the CT side.
The combination between, Slemmy staying alive then for just enough time for that rotate to become effective, Stewie hitting those shots, this is a good start for Cloud9. And it seems like a brick-by-brick affair for them almost. It has to be very much like one step at a time, because you're still against Fnatic here, and they're still extraordinarily dangerous. So coming in with the CZs, Deagles, still got to be relatively careful at this point.
Yeah, that flank is what ultimately sort of just wrecked them at the end of the round. If they'd been a little bit more persistent and they just pushed directly onto the A site after they had wrapped around and pushed Skadoodle back behind arches, might have ended up being a complete site take for them, and that's where Cloud9 would probably freeze up a little bit more, but didn't really have any reason to as of yet, and Stewie kind of went off. Again, echoing off of that recent performance we saw back at Austin where he did extremely well there too. So coming into this one, already pretty good for his team by picking up the 3K.
So, for Fnatic, just a very, very slow start here. Just see if they can find anything. And I wouldn't put it past them, let's be honest. These guys are ridiculous on pistols, so you just give them a chance in this. They still have, a smoke, a couple of flashes. They could easily work with it. They've been given a lot of room to work with as well. Skadoodle, Shroud, nothing, all sitting pretty far back in the site. So just letting, I guess, the pistols do as much as they want to allow them to do, which is not a lot, hopefully.
I think now they got the edge here. Cloud9 are going to be playing passive. I mean, this is obviously the default as to what you expect going into that second round. Cloud9, there's no reason for them to get aggressive, so they're going to play it back. Nice shot with the Deagle that goes on to Skadoodle. Brings him down to 14, but definitely not enough to kill him, and Skadoodle strikes back with a kill.
Yeah, Fnatic not exactly uncommonly known for going for this wrap towards Arch. They do it a hell of a lot. As you can see, nothing there. Just kind of toying with it. The flash comes out, pushes them back, and they're retaining control, and they're not losing out on players just yet. Skadoodle playing safe. Shroud as well, keeping mind of maybe Apps went and did go there last time. And now nothing going hunting. A little dangerous considering Flush is still at the top of mid, but it looks like Fnatic will be turning their attention towards B. But with only 20 seconds left, if they want to make something happen, it has to be pretty soon.
And now that nothing's just taking down Flusher, they confirm that nobody's sticking around in this site. Rotation should be moving themselves over from the A site pretty quickly, and you've already got Skadoodle who's moved through the highway, but 10 seconds left. This is going to be a rough take regardless. Good shot from Dennis, and then Wenton finds a second one too, so hold on now. We're not done yet. Scott pushing through, though. He's going to get cut off by Wenton. Nicely picked up here. Nothing just spraying through. That's going to give away his position, but they've somehow managed to make this work, and now they've got a man up against C9.
Yeah, and nothing's already tagged up a little here. 50 HP, you've got a UMP going over to Wenton. You've got a little bit of firepower to work with here. Nothing's going to step forward, try and take the first shot, bait out a little bit of information. Spots one by Nubox. Shroud's got the kit, though. They've got a chance in this. Crims takes down Shroud and Fnatic. They had nothing to work with in that one. It was down to, 10 seconds to make that site really work for them? And for Cloud9 to lose that, that's got to be gutting.
Because now the problem is their economy. They're going to have to build this from ground zero, and especially with this happening after a pistol round victory, this is really going to screw it up too. And the big question here, and we already have an answer to it, is are we going to look for their aggressive response to try and bring this back under their control? And they're going to go for it, which is an even worse scenario now, because if they end up dropping this round, then they're going to have to go for a double save regardless, and that's going to give Fnatic the easy 2, maybe 3 round lead.
Let's see how Fnatic now approach this one. It was fairly hesitant to start with. Now taking the open fights. Why not? If they're feeling confident, they've got it to begin with already. Scar being taken down there removes at least one element away. Been pretty dedicated towards CT Arch, so maybe Fnatic might start focusing on that. But bearing in mind, only Shroud here towards A, this actually could be pretty difficult to hold on to or do any damage to. So yeah, Cloud9, this is a pretty tough situation to be in.
Now they're sitting back here. Fnatic again, same thing as seen in the last round. No reason to play very aggressively whatsoever here. Just take your time with it. See if you can catch any of those over-aggressive mistakes from C9 and punish them early in the round. And once you either have that advantage or the time just gets low enough, then just execute onto the site regardless. Nothing's going to be creeping up the arches to see what he can find.
Yeah, kind of turned away from the flash then. Dennis going to be leading the way through. Shroud tucked away in pit. It's going to be a tough one to dig himself out of. At this point, he does get the tag, but if he gets any more, this would be impressive. He's slowly but surely being closed in on. Nice little 5-7 work towards Dennis, but again, still staying alive, dancing around Shroud, making the most of this, bringing it back to something almost competitive, but by now, the bomb is planted, the positions are locked in. Fnatic should be able to weather this storm.
And Flush as well is going to be able to hold this more than likely, unless he gets unlucky with the timing of the peak from either direction. It looks like he's just staying stable inside there to catch the library player first. Now they've got this under lock and key. No way they're going to be able to push themselves outside here, especially with just those guns left in play. Cloud9, they're going to have to wait and go for the double save now.
I think they're well aware of that. Flusher just locking in on Slammy. Not going to get away from that. And Stewie, after what was a really good start, just going to have to sit here and accept his fate. No one looking like they're pushing towards App, so yeah, he's going to be fine. Staying alive on 15, keeping that armor into play pretty much at this point, but as you said, money's pretty much shredded here. Yeah. They're just going to have to sit and kind of take this one, I guess.
$2,000, and the losing bonus just now stacking up. If we're not going to see any buys here, so they may be able to go for a decent force-up on the next round, but even then it's going to be shaky at best, and there's going to be quite a few things missing. Probably won't see Skadoodle get the op, even though he's just sticking with the USP here. Money's just way too low at this point, and that's because they go for the force in that last round instead of just respecting Fnatic and letting them take it from there.
Yeah, straight down mid, try and get a gun away, try and do some damage, and, well, it works. Stewie with the CT comes in, it shouldn't be much more than this, but...
Bomb is dropped too, they just still don't have that out of here, but thankfully they're mopping up pretty quickly. Shroud found one more kill, but it seems to be all they're going to get. In fact, that is the case. Fnatic get back control pretty quickly and get the third round for themselves.
Yeah, and Dennis only had the MAC-10 anyway, so he was just hoping to kind of be the spearhead of that and just receive any damage coming his way. Fnatic now 3-1 up after what was a very good start for Cloud9. That second round upset is surely got to be in the back of their minds here, but as you said, they had enough money to go for a decent buy into this one, so they've gone for it.
Yeah, so we're going to see how it plays out. The big key thing to look at, though, in this buy is the fact that there isn't really a whole lot of utility. Like, they do have 4 smokes to try and hold back Fnatic, but the thing is, Fnatic, I highly doubt they're going to go for anything really aggressive as of yet anyway. The bigger problem is they don't really have a whole lot of mollies or HE grenades to try and hold them back if they go for one conjoined together site take, which we can see pretty often for Fnatic. So with them missing that, that's where things can get difficult. As well as in the retake scenario, if they need those to force players out of positions too, missing mollies are definitely going to hurt them.
Yeah, Fnatic are just going to play the time down. They have everything they need to pretty much take any of these sites late in the round if they want to go for it. It's all theirs, as you said. They've got what they need at their fingertips. But again, relatively slow from Fnatic and Cloud9. Just sitting back and waiting. Fnatic do eventually exert that banana control, starting to work their way through the map. You've got Wenton and Dennis looking towards apps as well. So no rush on Fnatic here. Just taking the time, seeing what they're up against, I guess, at this point.
And Stewie as well. He knows there's going to be something coming in his direction here at any moment, but for the time being, just hanging back. I'm waiting for that actually to roll in. Flusha is making some noise, but you can see there's a big group of Fnatic now pushing their way up through middle. 4 of them going through the choke point, and still it's going to be nothing. Jumped up on top here. That'll be looking to strike first.
Yeah, I actually like the stack towards quad, I guess. Skadoodle's playing super passive by Arch, so just saying, okay, if you want to take that, we can work from that. And look at this angle, nothing's found. That could have been so much more, but then eventually just trades out. GW will close him down, so they do start gaining that control towards A. Skadoodle and Shroud still sitting, waiting so patiently. The flash doesn't connect towards Shroud. He gets a shot at this, but Skadoodle falling means Shroud is all alone now. He does find one, finds 2. Dennis falls, and we're down to a 3v2. This is still manageable, and Shroud is not done just yet. This man is having a good performance so far. And now just Flusher in a 1v3, 15 HP. They got the bomb plant, but this one looks pretty much settled. Stewie's going to get it on the retake. And again, Shroud coming in with pretty much the important kills at this point.
He completely kills the hit. 3 separate 1v1s, and I think it was 2 rounds ago too where he pulled the Houdini and found 2 kills in the same position. So he's pretty good right here, and now this is going to be an area that Fnatic will have to look to break later on here. A lot of their focus is probably going to be on that pit area when they try to go for 8 takes throughout the rest of the half. But that's good note. They bounce back on the first gun round. A little bit worried they weren't going to be able to hold that. And another big key thing too is they get the op for free.
And Skadoodle's money was pretty short for quite some time.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is a real redeeming factor. And the one thing I would say is, well, a lot of people are looking at nothing for having the big, well, not big, but a performance increase. It's good to see Shroud having it as well, because that's always seemed to be a win condition that people wait for in Cloud9. When Shroud does start, turning up, it does become a very deadly side. So this is a really good sign. If he's starting to play well, we could see a really nice competitive game here. But again, this is so early. Fnatic are still very much in this one. 2-3 right now. Still have enough to go for the buy. So it's certainly not a worrisome time at all for Fnatic yet.
They do want to be a little bit careful, though, because if they let them get too much money, then Slummy's going to get the op, and we saw that last week at Austin, how aggressive he got, playing pushed up at the card angle and even pushing down to a certain degree. Unfortunately, though, the opper currently for C9, Skadoodle, he's going to get dropped pretty quickly here at the beginning of the round at Crims.
Kind of unnerving if Skadoodle had the angle and Crims still gets the shot. I imagine Crims got legged at some point or hit maybe through the wall.
Yeah.
So, a little unfortunate, I guess, for Skadoodle at that point, but again, it's Crims. This guy certainly can go off at any point, but still Fnatic kind of setting things up. Wenton going to drop down the smoke. It looks like we're going to be seeing again another A hit coming through. And why not? If you're taking Skadoodle down, you know you're at least one man to the good towards that site, normally.
So Fnatic still taking their time, and we can see the mollies coming out now to try and force somebody out. That smoke is going to make them think now that somebody was sitting inside of that cub, and they wanted to make sure they got them out of there safely, but it's not going to connect. Still very hesitant from Fnatic, but they are very quickly shifting themselves over to this B side to go for a direct hit, keeping Dennis here again to make some noise.
Yeah, Stewie's starting to get a bit of an inkling about this one. You can see him. He already started to kind of tend towards A, but now, heading back through, you're going to start seeing the smokes, the flashes coming to place. He does a quick little pop flash. It catches 3 of the Fnatic players, actually, and Flush is now relatively separated, allowing Stewie to get round towards the site, but absolutely no impact came from Slemmy then on the site, sadly, and it's now Stewie left in the smoke, where he likes to be just above it, finding Crims, but no more. And again, that B take is looking pretty deadly, especially late in these rounds.
Stewie tried to go for the trademark smoke push there. Only manages to find 1 kill from it, though, but he also does get some decent intel. Now it's all about how the rest of the members from C9 are going to re-execute on this site. And Fnatic have gone for the cheeky 2 players inside of Emo thing, so we're going to have to see if they're able to detect that right now. HG's going to go back. That should do some pretty serious damage, but in the meantime, JW's found the first pickup, and Wenton's going to be able to roll right out and find the second there. So not a whole lot of success for C9 there so far in the retakes. Fnatic strike right back, and now even worse so, they're just going to reset the CT economy.
Fnatic's starting to gain that little bit of control that you worry about seeing, and the way they're doing it is pretty darn impressive considering they've been not, I wouldn't say struggling to hit A, but they've been pretty respectful towards it, and then turning and hitting that B site with so little time left and being so proficient at it, it's been kind of terrifying. But again, those the CZ, P250's brought up here a flash for nothing, so they can maybe get a gun or 2 away, but at most, stacking 4 players out towards A as well. Slemmy left to kind of just deal with it on B at this point. Never where you want to be, but I guess that's how the cookie crumbles.
Interesting that, I mean, obviously Slemmy's been the default B player, so it makes sense, but I don't think Slemmy has like a single kill yet. At least 3 or 4 rounds ago, he was only sitting
0 to 5 at the moment.
on 1 or 2 kills, so definitely not the player you want to entrust a B site to on your own, but considering the odds of this round anyway, it's not going to look so hot. However, Stewie almost grabs 2 kills, picks up Dennis, and grabs the location of JW, just not able to grab the aim properly enough, but a good start at the very least, taking down one of them.
What a way to end that little bit of a spree he might have had going on, just catching the nade. Wenton waiting pretty patiently for the push through the apps, catches out Shroud. So far, clean enough. Losing out on Dennis isn't the worst thing in the world. Certainly not a recoverable gun at this point. Bomb site's completely free. Slemmy and Skadoodle just kind of left on the wrong place at very much the wrong time.
Yeah, and they'll probably just post up for exits too. It's not even really like these guns are worth saving. It's a P250, and Slemmy doesn't have anything invested, so definitely not worth saving. Probably just going to creep themselves out towards the middle to look for pickup or 2 if they can find it, but this round in itself is definitely going to be under the control of Fnatic, and they'll move it to 5-2.
Yeah, and it's Flusher who's probably going to find them first, who has the MAC-10, so he's going to be wanting to take these fights and try and chase them down. He can happily sacrifice that MAC-10 and say, if you really want it, take it, but any more would be a little bit of a loss here. Crims with the rifle going to be a little bit cautious, find a new avenue of approach, and Skadoodle might have a shot on it. Good bit of money made there for him, and especially if he's building towards the AWP, if he can get away with that AK, that's actually not bad.
Unless Wenton goes on a really serious chase right now, Skadoodle's actually getting away with this AK. So again, yeah, as we mentioned before, with the economy from C9 being in the place it's at, not bad that they escaped with this rifle. Another gun they don't have to buy. C9 has often had trouble. We'll see in a second. Nicely done. He actually takes down JW by the end of that one, and that's going to be the op going down. Nicely played. And they're going to have to rebuy that now, but they can sort of afford to do that at this point.
Yeah, so we've actually got the double AWP now coming out. So I'm looking... Stewie and Skadoodle taking it? I guess Skadoodle had the front spawn, which was fair, but...
So Stewie is going to play this closer to the B site. This is what I talked about before. We saw him play this last week at Austin, and to a certain degree, Stewie was a much better opper in some of the matchups than Skadoodle because he played this aggressive playstyle. He took way more risks than Skadoodle, so in those positions, he was able to move out and grab way more of those opening kills. And we're going to see the first one scored by Skadoodle this time as he catches Dennis out in the open back by mid.
Yeah, I think Skadoodle heard you saying that. He's like, thanks, Blue. I'm just going to make sure I get things going.
It's my turn now. Stewie had his time last week.
That's it.
I'm here to prove I can play aggressive op as well.
Well, we'll find out pretty soon. Fnatic are lining up for... It looks like an A-hit so far. Losing out on Dennis means they do lose that kind of... He'd been almost, not necessarily a linchpin player, but he'd been playing that bait player towards A, just sticking around, keeping these players dedicated towards site, even if they were heading towards B. Now, without that, they might have to go for a commitment here. We'll see what they go for. Again, Skadoodle playing pretty passively. No one really making those challenges towards mid later into these rounds, backing all the way back. Nothing, even playing on the side itself, just to really lock in with Shroud. So, it'll be a pretty tough one to crack, and So far, Fnatic just kind of probing for options. This could be pretty tough, though. Skadoodle making the most of it. That's what you want to see happening. Taking JW down and retaining pretty much dominance by CTR. He's going to get some more pressure soon, and nothing's waiting for this. He could easily get flashed in by Shroud if they do need support, and well, let's see what Skadoodle can do.
Smoke's going to come in just to block him off. They don't want to take the risk on it, but perfect timing on the peek from nothing. Does massive damage to Crims. Down to 11. Locks on the headshot there and grabs 2 kills. Wenton and Crims both go down, and now it falls to Flusha. Lurking his way in, back over here from the porch angle. Spots one, but he's going to miss the connection. Gives it away, and then Shroud rolls right on the balcony and shuts it down. C9. A nice round for them. Some good pickups from Skadoodle and some good timings there on the peak from nothing. He's able to shut it down and keep Cloud9 in the mix here.
Great combination play towards CT Arch. This is pretty rare. Normally Fnatic are so proficient at working through Arch. It's beautiful to watch, but they kind of get done on that one. Now their money's pretty up in the air. Of course, Wenton's still got a bit of cash, so can drop out a couple of pistols here and there, but certainly not what you want to be coming into these rounds. And look at the utility now at Cloud9. They've got so much to play with here. Still have that double AWP, and they're actively looking for this. Skadoodle wants to kick this one off. They did start pretty well once he got that opening pick, but has to be fairly respectful. You don't want to overly challenge these guys. But there you go, Stewie with the aggressive AWPing, paying off this time.
Pushing out there, picks up the first kill. Fnatic trying to posture up for some information, but it does not pay off well. And I like this about C9 now too, about how they're not getting overly aggressive about it. Stewie doesn't really see anything else over there towards Banana, so there's no reason to stick around and potentially risk himself getting Juan-Deeged or basically overwhelmed by 3 or 4 players from Fnatic. So instead just picks up the kill, falls back. If 3 or 4 decide to push, then it's going to be much easier to handle.
And they still have that smoke and flash, and these B hits have been pretty worrying if you're a Cloud9 fan at this point. Again though, they still have the mollies, they still have the nades, they still have a lot for Cloud9 to slow this hit down, make it pretty costly, and allow players like Skadoodle to pretty much get to the side very, very early on in this. But here we go, already Fnatic going to go for the hit. Dennis gets swept aside, we're down to 3. Wenton's the one with armor who's just burning alive at this point. And finally, it looks like Slemmy and Stewie have been starting to work this side down. Slemmy having a good time just down by Nubox. And for once, it looks like they've dealt with this B hit that was pretty deadly earlier on, but of course Fnatic working with less than ideal conditions do get shut out. So Cloud9 keeping this one pretty close here now.
And now there's that Stewie we wanted to see, getting aggressive and then falling back to shut down the final couple of players. But of course, that's Fnatic just on an upgraded pistol round, and it's essentially going to be the same thing here. A little bit more utility and some players reinvesting into armor this time, of course, so maybe a bit more of a threat, but for the most part, this should still be easily handled by Cloud9 when you consider that double op setup is in play. And Stewie, at least from last week's performance, looked to be in pretty good shape from that position. However, most of the members of Fnatic, they're going to be pushing themselves up alt mid, and it'll fall to Skadoodle to hold this off initially. This could be quite dangerous if all 3 of these players push inside and he doesn't fall back inside.
Oh, missing the first one as well is going to make it even worse. They are hot on his trail, and Shroud just gets swept aside. JW's quickly there. It is never over till it's over with Fnatic. These guys are making the most of it. Nothing. Caught with his pants down, being pressured from CT Arch. Puts away Flusha, but this got deadly real quick. Crimson recovered the rifle. We've got a couple of actual guns recoverable here, but this retake is not going to be easy for Cloud9.
And now, with 3 left alive here, they've got a choice to make too, especially with such good control. Do we go for this, or do we just let them have the round? But considering the gun's still in play, they've only found 1 upgrade. They're going to go for it, but Slemmy running out in the open while tossing that molly, getting a bit of extra distance, but that's not going to matter. Stewie, surprised when JW jumps down from the balcony, and now nothing. He's got no choice. He has to save. It's so crappy, too, when you consider you can see all the damage that was already done. This should have actually been a pretty plausible retake, but there's just no intel given. Fnatic get themselves into post plants and C9 have no clue what's happening to themselves.
You said it from the start, how risky that could have been for that AWP play coming in. You could have gotten run down, you could have gotten caught out, and then Shroud being the one picked up, and it all just fell apart so quickly. Yeah, I think we're all just scratching our heads after that one, Scar. I don't know what happened that round. That was just so far from what you'd want to see from Cloud9 being punished in those sorts of situations, but yeah.
The big key there too is the fact that not only does the hallway push come in at the perfect timing to catch Skadoodle off guard and that bait Shroud to come out, but also when they push themselves, I forget exactly what it was from Fnatic, but the player that actually wraps back around porch there too, at the same time that they're pushing down long haul. If that didn't happen, Cloud9 still probably could have held the balcony rush, but because that happens and that catches them off guard too, because for some reason nobody's watching porch side.
Yeah, I think it was JW just kind of flew up there at that point.
At that point, he picks up multiple kills too, and then that just opens the gateway for them to flow into the site.
Well, that keeps Fnatic in the lead, at least on the T side so far. You've got the UMP coming out for Flusher. If you've ever seen these guys on Cobble, it's something you wouldn't be too surprised in seeing. This guy is actually ridiculous with this weapon anyway, so I wouldn't even see it as a downgrade in his hands in comparison to anyone else. But into this one we go. Fnatic so close on the jump-off point towards B here. Crims, Dennis, and Flusher lining up for that. Stewie is waiting, obviously a little more passive than previous, still with the molly to put into place if he wants to, slow him down. Actually going to have to go for the flash here in the smoke and try and back away as Fnatic are doing this 3-man hit. It's actually paying off pretty well. They've already singled out Slemmy. Where's Stewie? Where's nothing? They've got complete control of the site here.
The problem is Stewie couldn't play it aggressively in this round because of the fact that he's not going to be able to afford the rebuy. Last round he could die and then still get himself back into the op on this round, but now he can't afford to do that. So the hit comes into the B site. Look, they're all completely boxed out. And they still have Dennis in here too to keep things alive, but they've actually completely abandoned this hit. And in the meantime, they're pushing through mid choke point where there's a completely open A site. Shroud's going to have to try and spot this, but he too is being pretty passive about it. He did move back towards this. He is going to catch this out. Just has to go for that peeker on the corner, but he's also got to call the reinforcements away from the B site.
They found Dennis. They've got to know something's wrong. The smokes have faded. And Shroud just sat here like, guys, I don't see anyone. Finally catches a glimpse of JW in mid, and that's it. Goes for the peak with the molly in hand, but the reinforcements are on the way, but this is not a good situation to be coming back in on at this point. Fnatic are already very well set here, and they pretty much just played Cloud9 like a fiddle in that round, dragged him over to B, left Dennis there just as bait, and just went, okay, well, you're going to leave A open for us? Great, that sounds fantastic. We'll take that and put the little cherry on top. They get the plant, keep 4 players alive. And Cloud9, well, you just got to accept this one.
And that's actually a really good choice from Fnatic too, not to risk the retake being successful from C9 when you consider that North American teams have this very consistent problem, especially if they're newer. Cloud9 doesn't have this as much, and I'll explain this in a second, but they've had this very big issue where they aren't able to properly communicate these all-in takes, and they often just have to fall back and save. What happens there is Cloud9 have sort of just decided to themselves, okay, we're just sort of going to overreact to this way more than often. If we see a piece of intel that makes us think it's going to the site, then we should rotate early and whatnot. They do it there. Fnatic get full control of the site, and they have things smoked off, but then they take advantage of that by saying, okay, they probably all in rotated, so let's just go back around to the A site and take control of that where they have nobody presented. And that's exactly what they do, and it works out great. C9 have no choice but to save because Shroud gets that intel for them way too late.
Flusher opting to stick on the UMP. He has, I think, 5k at the moment, but he's happy to go on this and just build bank for himself and pretty much be able to drop out anyone on his side throughout this half. Over to be able to drop out, I think it was one of the 2 players who got picked up there. So they all have what they need in this one, but look at Dennis, like a pitbull unchained, just plowing straight in towards CT Arch. And he gets punished for that. Skadoodle adjusting a little bit here, supporting nothing from a different angle. They're switching up a touch, and at least they get the opening advantage now.
A little bit misguided to go for the direct push there. Didn't have any utility supporting him or anything, but I suppose that comes off of the hope that nobody's watching it. Definitely not going to be the case on that angle, however. As now, Fnatic do fall away from the A site hit. Again, same thing as last round, though. Wenton is going to try to keep this alive with the smoke. Whereas the other 4 are getting ready to push up Banana.
Slemmy and Stewie have to be the ones to be able to shut this down. It's not going to be an easy task. It's looked like, I wouldn't say a weak link, but possibly where Fnatic like to abuse at the moment, and at the forefront of this will be Flusher probably heading in if he wants to. Smokes go down, they flash up, they do manage to catch both of these guys in the flash. Stewie catches one as they do push in, that's Flusher gone. But will they be able to spot out the rest of the 3 players? They've got a good idea what's going on, but they've still not put any other players over here from those dedicated Cloud9 members, so nothing. Skadoodle and Shroud were late to this if they actually do come over. Finally, nothing joins.
Slemmy's being a little bit too cautious too because he knows how sort of iffy he's been so far with his fragging power. Taking a direct 1v1 is not going to be in the cards for him. Nothing, no. He's here. He's arrived. He's picked up 2. A little bit of trouble grabbing that 3rd, but unfortunately JW's got nowhere to run. So nothing is going to swap over to the pistol and close things out. 3k. He shuts it down on his own with Stewie holding the fort back up on the site.
And you know what? I said he was late to the party. At least he turned up, you know, keg in hand. He was ready. Don't worry, I'll never doubt you again, nothing. But once he got there, as you said though, Slemmy being very passive in that kind of, maybe very cautious at this point, because as you said, he's not having the biggest stuff half, so maybe not wanting to just feed into the Fnatic grinder at this point, but still, stayed safe enough that they were able to keep this round in check. So 5-7 at the moment, Fnatic still firmly in the lead here on the T side, but this has been a very competitive half from Cloud9, so I'm looking to see what they can bring once we go into the second, but still, a good couple of rounds to play out here, and those rather patented smoke flash up mid that we normally see coming out from Fnatic, not quite gone to just yet, but already exerting so much control here, pushing Skadoodle pretty far back. And let's see what he can do now as Fnatic do line up. Don't quite go for it yet.
That flash is going to do a good job of baiting out the molly from Skadoodle. He's going to try to counter flash this though, and the timing on it's good. It actually blinds a lot on them, but the timing shot Not going to connect exactly where he needs it to, so falls back behind Arches. Now it's Slemmy's turn, who's already rotated over here. That leaves Stewie on his lonesome there, onto the B-bomb site. T-smokes are coming back in to block Slemmy off, so hopefully he won't be able to pick anything up for these guys. And they're pushing in. Slemmy going for the blind fire, not really going to connect anything. Still only the loss of Wenton, but Skadoodle hugging himself behind the pole right now, picks up 1 kill, misses that second connection, however. JW trades it out, and Slemmy, again, failing in the 1v1. JW's going to find a second kill. Stewie, though, he's still alive on this B-bomb site, and he's going to be tested in a moment because the rap's coming in.
He knows what's coming his way. Great flash. He doesn't know it yet, but that slowed them down, buying enough time for Shroud to get down to the bottom of mid, play support if needed. And once that smoke fades, he could watch the crosshair if he needs to. Crims playing through ruins, but there we go. Stewie takes a bit of a wide peek, gets punished by JW. Now Shroud watching the cross, gets smoked out. JW might take the shot and through the smoke. JW on 4 kills so far and in quite some fashion, leaving just nothing alive. And what? It looks like he wants to go for this one. JW so desperately low, but still such a threat here.
Oh no, it doesn't even notice. He's camping himself back over on the balcony or sitting on the porch side, so JW is going to grab the ace, and so well played from him as well. Just taking those 1v1s with style. Not even a lot of them happening in sequence too. Cloud9 just seems to be taking all of those separately, unfortunately, so it's pretty easy for JW. He just has to pick them off one by one. And through that, he's going to grab the ace.
That has to be a little gunning for Slemmy again as well, who sat there going, if only I'd stopped, if I'd done something to maybe buy a bit of time, we could have had more of a chance there. But again, it's Fnatic, it's on Inferno. This is a weakened Fnatic as discussed, but there's still a lot of these Fnatic boys there kicking in this one. And again, Wenton's not exactly doing badly either, 7-6 at the moment. He's having just a fine performance so far. We might see those CT-sided issues creeping in, but we'll see. At the moment, Skadoodle, that glass cannon, looking a little shattered at the moment, down to 20 HP.
Mentioned earlier too about how we're seeing Stewie play a little bit more passively than we did in the last week. The thing about that last week's performance is it's up against like Tempo Storm and a lot of the other North American teams, a team that you could put on sort of an equal level as C9 as far as just general matchups are concerned, but Fnatic, they're a whole other tier above, and I think that he's giving them a lot more respect in regards to his positioning. He doesn't want to be taking as many of those big risks unless he knows he can afford to either give that gun over or afford the rebuy in the next round. So obviously playing things a little bit more passively. It's working out so far though, because 5-8 is still a pretty respectable scoreline.
Certainly not over yet. Crim's going to smoke out towards CT Arch. Little flash to follow. And again, Cloud9 very rarely playing close towards mid, playing pretty far back at this point. And Shroud, after having a very big opener, has been kind of left out in the cold here, not really having too much time to play into these rounds. And Fnatic again start that clinical take towards A. Stewie and Slemmy still dedicated towards B. Very little information gathered from Cloud9 so far as they're playing so passively, but I think Shroud's going to get a bit of a glimpse soon. 3 to 4 players starting to head his way. He does take down one, can't transfer towards Crims, but Skadoodle still playing close by. Going to have to deal with this under pressure, but doesn't happen. Crims and Flusher combine. And we're left with Stewie and Slemmy, those B players having to play retake again.
Good damage is done, but again in these 1v1s, C9 players cannot seem to execute them. So Stewie's going to try to creep in, grabs one of them. The second one's in the pit though, and that's going to be Wenton, who's still at full HP at this point. Stewie's up close and personal here, but also Flusha sitting back up inside of the long haul there. He's only got 1 HP, however. If they do this correctly, they can still manage to pull off this retake. Stewie is going to find Wenton first, and I think he just saw Flusha as well. He knows he's up there, but no!
What?
There's going to be a full peek coming out there from Slemmy, and they just leave the angle open for Flusha.
Oh.
And now Stewie, he's going to essentially run out of time trying to jump up there, but Flusha could just play with him now. He's going to sit inside or even throws the pistol out, and it works!
Look at this
and he
guy,
finds
1
the kill.
HP.
Nicely done by Flusha, and that is going to be Fnatic's 9th round.
That is how you do it. Just toying with your food. Flusher, what a beast play then. 1 HP and he still managed to work out those 2 players. And you thought, once you saw Wenton sitting there and he gets taken down, oh, this has to happen, but...
I guess either the X-ray threw me off or that he just didn't see him back over there inside of the hallway. I thought he was peeking at the time to try and find the trade, but it doesn't look like he saw him, so Slemmy just goes for the full defuse when he has the angle.
And you could also almost make the assumption they had to understand maybe Flusher could have been there, considering where it was planted, where Wenton was, and how the fact they'd taken through quad and CT Arch and pushed towards site. There's very few other places he could have been to be able to create any sort of hold towards a site. But again, hindsight 2020, X-ray on. We'll have to look back over it and see if he even caught a glimpse. But at this point, they still have to accept the fact that Fnatic's T-side is looking better and better. And especially with Cloud9 in such a shoddy position money-wise into this round, you've got to be understanding this is probably going to be a 10-5 half?
Yeah, more than likely here, unless that flank pays off big again with Fnatic more than likely just going for a mid hit. because you do remember a couple of rounds ago, well, it was on the pistol round actually, that Cloud9 did manage to pull off that flank by getting aggressive through B, and Fnatic just weren't ready for it for some reason. So they have decent utility still on Cloud9, so they can actually hold off a rap hit around the rotation side. But this sort of flank needs to start right now, and unfortunately it doesn't look like it's happening.
No. Stewie was chomping at the bit to get towards Banana, but never made the move down there. Slemmy's kind of hesitating. Do I stick on B? No, you need to start making the play. Good flash comes out again, though. Skadoodle waiting so patiently to land these shots, but backs out of it. There goes nothing. Now suddenly it's down to Shroud and Skadoodle to try and hold on towards A. Slemmy and Stewie are on the way, but it's a little too late for this one. Skadoodle rails down Dennis. Has a bit of a lineup here. Oh, Skadoodle! Sick damage comes out. Now it's down to a 1v2, but how much can Stewie do here? He's got the drop on one, spots him in the smoke, just making a quick play, and he can't make the jump up towards the plant. He almost had a glimpse at him, and he actually finds JW. He knows where Flusher is. He's got himself a gun. He has no kit, though. This is a 1v1. And Stewie, this takes balls of steel to try and play against Flusher like this, and Stewie gets it. Stewie and Skadoodle combine to finally bring this one back, at least with a chance for Cloud9 here, and wow, that Deagle play from Skadoodle is going to be remembered for a while.
And there you go. There's the apex of Stewie now, as it seems, finally coming into form. They brought him into this roster way long ago at the beginning of this year to reform Cloud9 from the bottom up, as it seemed, from the core 3 that we saw previously. And now he seems to be coming into shape finally. Starts at Austin, and here, currently top fragging against Fnatic as well, doing a fantastic job. Held that B site essentially solo, too. I mean, I don't mean to be too rude about it, but Slemmy, unfortunately, wasn't being much help there.
Well, it's all yet to be seen. It's how can Cloud9 coming into this T side? Will Fnatic be able to withstand? I think we're going to find out pretty darn soon. Six to 9 was the start of this game on the half. Now, Fnatic are still in the lead, but there were signs of life here for Cloud9. And as said at the start of this, Inferno being the map, it was always going to be a very tough task for Cloud9 to come into. But now we're going to see the other half of things. Now we're going to see Cloud9's T side. What do you think we have to look forward to here?
It's not really what we have to look forward to. It's more of what we have to be cautious of for Cloud9, because the T side is always their question. Do they bring their A game among their T side, especially on a map like Inferno, or do they end up slumping here big time? And especially with like the problem being is that it's almost like a 4-man team right now with Slemmy only sitting at like 2-11, almost always going down right at the beginning of the B-side fights there. So he needs to be able to step up here because you're not going to make the 4-man team sort of work there, unfortunately, as it seems like he's having some issues going against a much higher caliber squad at this point. But we'll wait and see how things go. Because like we said previously, after pretty poor T-side performances for most of last weekend, they did seem to figure things out on their last day back over at Austin. So maybe that's going to carry over into this event as well.
I'm going to find out pretty darn soon, as we are underway, of course. Cloud9 now on their T side, already taken over some apps control. No real commitment so far, but it's Slemmy being the utility player at the point. Does have the smoke to hand, does have the flashes. We'll see where they go for at the moment. There's been no real contact yet either. It's just been a very slow, methodical take from Cloud9. But there you go. Good start here. Very little connection towards Wenton. That might open up an opportunity towards B. But again, there's still Crims here. So this was actually the combo that people were looking at very specifically for Fnatic. A big loss for Crims. Maybe his performance suffering as well with the lack of Olaf Meister as his duo.
And Slemmy as well, sitting back now, waiting. He's going to lead the charge as they push themselves in through the mid choke point here, but nobody from Fnatic is going to meet them. Most of them are pretty far back, either waiting around the wrap side, inside of the pit, or closer to the bomb site itself. And that's going to be Flusha that probably takes the brunt of the damage now. Things will get smoked off, and he moves around to try and counter this out with his position by Arches.
Okay, so we've got JW playing pit, we've got Dennis playing by Graveyard. This is a deadly crossfire, and we know Dennis is a bit of a master with those pistols, but he doesn't have much of a chance here. Flush is going to join in, and my God, that is some sexy play from JW, just catching him mid-air in that point. And it's just Slemmy left standing, and I didn't think the 1v4 was going to happen, so didn't make really much impact on that pistol round, if I'm honest. Fnatic just lock it out.
Unfortunately not. So Fnatic is probably going to be able to keep their lead going. Now Cloud9, no plant, so we would expect the second round force-up to come in, and that's exactly what we're going to get here now. We'll see if they can upset the economy, the same thing that Fnatic did previously, but prospects will not be looking good considering what we had in that last round. Good attempt to get into the B-bomb site, but just failing to find the openers.
And look at the amount of SMGs coming out here for Fnatic. We've only got one rifle, quote-unquote. I guess you can almost round up the UMP sometimes because it is actually a pretty damn good SMG of class, but by definition, we have 4 SMGs coming out, so this is farm time for Fnatic. They want to build up that bank as early as they can, and why not? You know, they're feeling pretty confident after, only losing, was it 1 player, I think, in that opening pistol? So we'll see how this goes for Cloud9. They might just be walking into a bit of a meat grinder, but Flush sees exactly where that smoke came from, gets ready with that molly. Got Dennis waiting as well by Quad. Cloud9 might just have to run the gauntlet pretty darn soon.
Molly timing's great too. Flusha just cut them all off. They've got one player sitting outside a porch. Dennis can push this, kill Slemmy with basically no repercussions for it at all.
Oh, that nade as well to follow. That's just called Stewie, Shroud, and Skadoodle. And as you said, we had players cut off left, right, and centre by that molly, and Flush is just waiting for his chance.
It's good though that they are a little bit more patient about it when you consider, you know, a couple guns dropped here and there could turn the tides, and that's essentially what Fnatic used to win that second round back on the first half as well. So Fnatic are going to try something interesting. They're going to go for the pinch, and that's a good shot from nothing. Moves in, shuts down Flush initially, and Dennis, we saw before he was a little bit hesitant to peek around the porch side. However, now the B-side defenses come in. The bomb is still holding behind the smoke, but that's going to expire, and this allows Crims to peek out. Wenton moving in there, but Crims doing the brunt of the damage to take down Skadoodle. Well, it was looking good initially here. It looks like Wenton is shutting things down. Crims will steal away the last one, but that makes up for the earlier kill that Wenton stole from him. So there you have it, Fnatic 11-6. And Cloud9 are going to have to go for the full save on this round.
I love that from Crims. His position didn't even get spotted out on that first kill. He just kind of waited out. They may have seen it and like maybe the death can come in, but him holding off so long still made it so applicable with that split coming through from CT. It was just really nicely performed, and they know the money situation is going to be pretty damn dire over for Cloud9. They can pretty much get nothing going here. Maybe a smoke flash up mid and just try and get some guns away at this point. But we're still going to see those SMGs out, and well, every single kill that came through was with an SMG in that round, so even better for the money coming in for Fnatic. But Cloud9, what can you build? You pretty much discussing things here, because look at nothing. He's so far back, just kind of sitting there like, oh, is anyone going to peek? We'll discuss things, we'll talk things through, and try and find their way through this, because they're walking into, well, a very present Fnatic, let's say, on Banana.
Now just sitting here waiting to Cloud9, unfortunately, don't really have a whole lot to get into the site. A single smoke sitting on nothing and a couple flashbangs to try and force their way through. So maybe if they get lucky with those flashbangs and find the connections on people like Crims behind the sandbags, they can cause some confusion there and grab some headshots with the P250s. But for the most part here, this should be a pretty straightforward round. And now, speaking of getting lucky with flashbangs, there we go. Crims is out in the open for that one. However, given time to recover, he's going to be able to pick up the first kill against Skadoodle. They move in. Shroud gets himself inside of the CT smoke. Probably trying to work off of the noise here and shut down some of these guys. But there, all right, there's Flusha with one through the smoke. And although nothing picks up one kill with this B250, that's about it. It's a quick shutdown from Fnatic to give them a 12th.
No, this is the round you got to be looking at. The first 3 were quick enough, let's say. Maybe a kindness towards Cloud9. Yeah, I think we can say that. Now we've got to see what they can bring, because as you said, there was a little bit of presence of mind shown by Cloud9 on their T side previously. We've been starting to maybe pay a little bit more attention. But I don't know if Fnatic cares at this point. They still have those 2 SMGs, and why not? They have the money to go first and the rounds to kind of lay back on if they need it. So Dennis and Flusha both still rocking the SMGs. The P90 is still pretty damn devastating, but you know, we'll see. JW though with that boost just going to pierce straight down. Oh, Skadoodle, this could be horrific for you, but he is just...
that smoke is like perfect. So I don't think they can spot it.
Oh, we'll find out who gets it. Skadoodle actually gets the better of him.
I was curious as to where that bomb was actually positioned to. That was throwing me off because it almost looked like for a moment he threw it in mid, at which point I was like, well, that sucks, but looks like he threw it down inside of the tunnel instead.
The AWP is still recoverable. Bear in mind, Dennis did have the P90. He can now just switch that one up. P90 goes over towards Flusha, so just kind of allocating resources at this point. But it does also mean that Slemmy's best opportunity is picking up a pretty lackluster SMG here. So, again, just keeping things relatively calm. And Cloud9 not over-committing anywhere, taking their time on this, still looking for opportunities, and, well, you can't really blame them. They're only taking down JW. There's still, at least, you know, you'd assume 2 players on each side, unless they can pull one over and hopefully make that hit happen.
Crims, though, has been on point so far in this game, so going for the B hit, especially when he's the point man for it, may not be the best option for Cloud9 here, but it does... Hey there. Hey, guys. All right, back in the game now.
I think we just had a bit of a PC crash. It wouldn't be right without it, but we are still in this one, and we are seeing what Cloud9 are up to. And at the moment, it's walking into the jaws of Crims. He's just locking these guys down. And again, you know, we question Crims and how he's been performing recently, but this time it looks like he's got everything in the right place. Slemmy trying to make a bit of a mad dash to keep hold of that AWP as best he can, but it's looking pretty unlikely. The boys are giving chase, but he might just be able to get away here and hide himself back in towards T-spawn as Fnatic try and make that dash down. But no, he does mean, you know, be able to keep that in there, so might be able to do something with that in the upcoming rounds. Again, though, with the scoreline getting so drastic against them, Cloud9 kind of have to start going for some of these rounds. They can't just abstain away from them. They need to commit to it. And Fnatic's money is still so damn good here at this point.
Audio's fixed now, guys, but C9 going to be going just for the direct buy here. Skadoodle getting himself the op previously. Keep in mind that, too. We didn't really get to note that much, but he went for the glass cannon op buy. Worked out great initially, but ultimately Fnatic do swing back control at the end of the round and still close it out. So C9 here with the Tech 9s in that op. That op, unfortunately, with the current take they're looking to go for, really only going to become potent in the post-plant scenario. So they need to actually successfully get themselves into the site first. Then that op can become good. Fnatic have to rotate back over here. Not starting off so well, though, with Wenton getting that nice spray on the Stewie.
Far from ideal, and Cloud9 just waiting for those seconds to fall into place. Maybe hope that utility starts to get worked away. And Skadoodle taking a risky bit of a peeker just above that smoke. Crims might actually check for this. Almost swung out on it. And he does manage to make it away, so no harm, no foul at this point, but they know that Fnatic may be out of position. The mollies come in, but look at the flashes. Cloud9 are blinded at this point, but as a Fnatic, this is unbelievable. They're so close to each other, but Wenton and Crims holding that back line, get absolutely shredded by the Tech 9s. And Flush is quick on this, though. He's straight over there, but by this point, the bomb's planted, and then he does a great deal of damage, but it takes no one down.
Yeah, and as well, the good news about the chaos that happened with those flashbangs is it did end up buying a whole load of time for the guys on Fnatic to rotate over here, but they don't really seem to have the position. So because of that one now, they might actually end up giving this one up 5-on-3, have no information at all but the post plants. So with that said, it looks like Fnatic are just going to be falling away from this one and choosing to save the guns instead. Cloud9, they're going to pick up a 7th here.
And that was, the flashes then were fantastic. It was literally, well, you saw initially, it was like, okay, well, it's Wenton and Crims pretty flashed. And then the entirety of Cloud9 as well. So Stewie even does get Flusher on the way out. So I don't think they were able to recover that additional rifle. No, they just keep everyone alive by that point. They do get the AK. They kept the AWP towards Skadoodle. They still have all the armor there. And as said, they needed that round. There was no two ways about it. They desperately needed to get that into hand. And now they can supplement just beyond that, getting those rifles spread out. And such a great hit in the end, eventually working their way towards that B site.
So Cloud9, a little bit of a glimmer of hope here now, as they do manage to strike back, but still a bit more of still quite a few more rounds actually to pick up here. before they tie things up with Fnatic. And Fnatic still with plenty of cash after they had the good run here at the beginning of the half to go for another buy this time. And we're going to see that coming into play already. Stewie goes for the entry. It doesn't work out so well, but Shroud does catch the trade there. So 1-for-1 to start things off. Shroud though also taking quite a bit of heat, down to 20 HP. So he's going to have to be cautious. Yeah, especially with those mollies coming in. You can see the fire just pushing him all the way back. He does make it out alive, so there will be no 1Gs up in chat. And now 4v4.
Nice meme.
I know, my memes are on point today, I feel. But yeah, it's not going to go too well at the point as already JW finds nothing, leaving Shroud, who is already wounded, just be an easy pickup there. JW already just kicking things off with a bang. Look at this guy, just pretty much stopping this round as soon as it started to start looking like maybe Cloud9 could have some effect, leaving Skadoodle just left here going, well, what can I do, guys? You walk into JW like that, I can't pick up the pieces.
First bit of Stewie's got a minute left, so it's not even like he just wants to roll in and die. He can actually try and play this back a little bit. But with such limited options, as you mentioned, it's essentially a question of, well, guys, what more can I do? And Crim's just going to cut him off from on the top of the logs there. Fnatic strike right back. It'll reset the money once again. And Cloud9, we're going to take their time for a timeout here, but this is happening way too late, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's a little late in the day for this one. That's really what they've only picked up one round on their T side, so...
Well, the other problem with this, too, is, I mean, this happens a lot with teams now where they take this pause on the eco round, but, I mean, Fnatic's on 14 rounds. So if you choose not to buy here, then it's going to be on match point. You need to win, like, I think it's 8 rounds in a row?
Yep. Maths, don't do on there, Maths. Why would you do that to me? Don't do this. Don't do this, Blue. Anything but that. But yeah, it's a horrible predicament, right? Isn't it? It's also pick your poison at this point.
That's the problem too, where it's like, oh, we won't even win. We'll just take it to OT.
It's a long road, and you're against Fnatic, so going that whole way, basically creating no forced or unforced errors, is pretty impossible. It's not impossible flat out. It can, and it has happened, but it's just very unlikely when you add up the odds of it's Fnatic, they're on Inferno, they're playing pretty well. You know, Wenton's doing just fine. You've got Crims doing just fine. JW's finding some real presence with the AWP. Everything's, I wouldn't say excelling right now for Fnatic, but they're doing just enough to be able to close out these rounds very comfortably, and I haven't quite seen that yet from Cloud9. They just seem a little bit further back, but we are underway. We are back into the live game, so we can hop back into that one and see how this goes down. Of course, they've had to buy into this as much as they could, because as you said, otherwise, playing up against match point, it's a long road back. Let's see what they can do with this.
So, one of the last chances here for Cloud9, and they are actually going to make the decision to force up instead of saving for that final round. Just going to go for it here, but that only yields them a single AK on Shroud. It's just P250s and Tech 9s beyond that, and a very limited amount of utility, with the exception of Shroud. They've got enough smokes and whatnot, but again, no mollies to force CTs out of positions. Haven't really been playing sort of strats that would really benefit from that, unfortunately. They've been playing these sort of all-in sort of strats. It's very quick takes anyway, which is going to force Fnatic out of position regardless, but now this needs to come out big time, and I think they're going to hope they can overwhelm the players in apps again, but it looks like Fnatic are actually positioned pretty well to counter that out too.
Yeah, horrifically without knowing, this is actually a very, very good position for Fnatic. Whether or not actually maybe they've read into this, how Cloud9 like to play these sort of rounds, I don't know. This is something maybe we could ever find out after the game, but Fnatic have certainly heard a couple of pieces in second mid, so they probably have a very good idea what's going on, and already here comes that pretty much a Tech 9 train at this point down towards CT Arch. Flash doesn't quite catch there, and it does open up a chance. Cloud9 get those 2 kills and start looking like they want to take on the A side, but Dennis is still here and can still do damage.
The fact that they killed both the Boiler player and the Rap side player too is actually pretty amazing from Cloud9, because you think one's going to counter out the other eventually because it'll draw the attention, but nicely done by Cloud9, pretty disciplined. They still taking a lot of damage, but now they've got Stewie inside of the library, and there's a missed shot from JW, down to 6 HP. Stewie doesn't know that yet, but he jumps over the second op shot, shuts it down, and now it all falls to Dennis, alone inside of Boiler right now, smoked out as well. That's going to go away pretty quickly, but he's got a 1-on-5. What's he going to do? Absolutely nothing. This will be an 8th round from C9. They're piecing it together for now.
For now.
That is always
you be careful.
That is always the additive.
It always is. For now.
It is North America. You get used to doing that.
All right, Dennis, can he catch anyone on the way out? Pretty much. He knows them. Wow. He knows their money is shot. So any bit of damage he can deal here, pretty good. So all the Cloud9 remaining players, let's say after Dennis does that little bit of damage, do manage to make it away. Shroud can rebuy. They've still got a little bit here, so they'll be okay to suffer through this round. They'll be perfectly fine for that. And on the other side of things, Fnatic still don't have to worry too much. They've still got a little bit to play through until it does get a little bit dangerous.
Look at Stewie, 21-12 right now.
Stewie's having a sick game.
Absolutely.
T and CT.
Yeah, dominating the playing field for Cloud9. It's the rest of the team that we need to see stepping up big time here now.
Yeah, we're hoping someone can start finding that form with him, otherwise it's going to be a little bit of a one-sided affair, sadly.
It's weird with Shroud because he started off great with that pit position. There was like two or three rounds within the first 5 or 6 that he did an amazing job of holding inside, but we haven't really seen all that much of him here on the T side, and even in the later rounds back on the CT side as well.
Yeah, very middle of the pack for Shroud, which is a little unfortunate. Then again, Slemmy is on 4 kills to 15 at the moment, so not a great performance from him, but we know what he brings to the team, and you know, if he can find a little bit more than this so far, you could see maybe a very much more competitive Cloud9 here. But again, let's see what Cloud9 can bring, because it has been down to these gun rounds they've been kind of fumbling on, where they've been down to the Tech 9s and such. They seem to make it work a lot better. But now we're back to what is arguably the default here for Fnatic. You can just see them just waiting ever so patiently, flushed by CT, Dennis playing towards quad, JW just down by pit on that balcony. So just waiting to see what Cloud9 are going to do, giving them enough rope to just wrap around their neck. So 50 seconds to go. Cloud9 have the opportunity. They still have the smokes, the flashes. They can still build a play out of this.
Also, they haven't found anybody too as they moved in on the mid choke point. Fnatic learned their lesson from that very quickly and now just sit themselves on the site. Where Dennis too is in a position where he's almost guaranteed to find at least 1 kill when he catches them off guard, but he also just dropped down, so no one heard that, so he's free to peek, but he misses the mark on the first one, takes the duel. There's a quick trade that comes out from Skadoodle, but Flusha finds another one. Nothing though, up from the balcony, also going to pick up JW down inside of the pit, so brings it into a 3-on-2, and with Shroud's additional kill into Flusha, they grab the site.
And this is huge now. They should be able to lock this one in as best they can. Decent positions for this afterplant. Crimson went, and the B team now have to make their way in. Let's see if they can find a little bit of an opportunity here. Nothing's probably good at the first point of contact. He's just playing by the truck, backs away. Skadoodle still watching the push-up as well. There you go. There's a second piece of defense coming in, and now Crims has to back away. There was no chance he could make it in alone at that point. And a very well played out round from Cloud9. I guess fairly fortunate that Dennis found no one on that initial contact, but then they made it count. And actually, you can see Shroud got to be a little bit careful here. He could be possibly walking into Crim's setup very well for this, and Shroud's not checking. That's going to be a little bit of damage done. I'm not sure how bad the money is.
They can't afford that right now. Money's still pretty low for these guys. It's going to be okay for some people, but for Shroud, that's not looking so good at the moment, as he's going to go by right down to the bottom. And when you see the amounts that are left over, like 6300, you think to yourself, no, it's fine. But the problem is that Fnatic are on 14 rounds, so you always need to make sure you have at least enough for one single full buy coming up in the next round. And with you being reset, only having 1,000 or 1,500 left over is not going to give you a really good amount if you were looking for another full buy to try and challenge Fnatic's ultimate victory.
It's okay, Stewie's going to try and dig them out of their debt. He's got the Mac 10. He's ready to go farming. Let's see if he can find any willing victims over by B. At the moment, that nade could have done a great deal of damage if he actually did just put it in. He kind of looked like he wanted to put one down towards the sandbags there. Does catch Crims pretty well, actually, and out of all the players you want to get some damage on, it's probably a good choice, as Crims, of course, was the one to remain with that rifle. The others, Deagle, 2 P250s, and then JW on the clean save, just probably looking for the AWP later into the game. Again, their money on the best position. Crims does get flashed out, pushed away, went and still holds the angle. And you can see it here, very, very cautious Cloud9. They cannot afford to drop these rounds. They need Stewie to be the one at the forefront here, making these plays count. They force Wenton back, and they do take banana control. They've got 1 minute left still.
And Wenton posting up on that B-bomb site now, ready to go, and hardly calling some of the earlier rotations over as well. Flusha has moved himself in, but some of them also moving further back off of the site into construction now. That actually is going to be Wenton himself, as they're still thinking Cloud9 may be considering the A-bomb site, which is good, because they still have players at the mid-choke point.
Yeah, and Shroud had to go all the way back basically to spawn to pick up that bomb. I was getting a little worried when both of these kind of splits were starting to work their way towards the site itself. They do have enough time, of course, to go pick it back up, and now they rejoin a B, so it looks like they're going to go for the B hit here as the commitment. So it's going to be down to Crims and Wenton to hold on to this. Stewie leading the way with that Mac 10, and no one spotted these guys out yet. Crims can still do he's done a bit of damage, but gets denied. Skadoodle has enough of it. He's done with this. And now down to the players who pretty much just had the pistol. Of course, Wenton as well did only have a P250, so limited amount of what he could achieve in this. Still deadly, still able to do some work here, I can imagine, but at the moment, for Cloud9, you want to keep these rifles, you want to keep everything you started with. And even that upgrade there, coming in for Stewie, is brilliant. He can then go from the Mac 10 to the AK and hopefully just stay alive, but a big bit of a challenge coming in with 3 players staring him down.
Crim's given that false sense of security up on Spindles when no one spots him on the initial push, but then Skadoodle comes out to teach him a lesson real quick, and now Stewie just punishing these players. Obviously not dropping anything miraculous here, but just racking up his own kill total once again. 3 kills on this round, found all of them. And with the exception of Skadoodle's kill onto Crims, which was the AK, so still a very important kill, he dominates the playing field once again for this team.
Good stuff for Stewie, being the man with the Mac 10. And look at the bank now. He was able to build up so much, recover that rifle. This is pretty much not, I wouldn't say completely stabilized their economy, but enough that they can now wave through a couple of rounds. And if they lose too many, it'll be game over anyway. So they've pretty much got a good enough buffer for now until it's too late. So looking at Fnatic, they're going back in on the buy. So why not? No AWP with JW this time.
That is the ultimate thing, that they just need to keep a streak going for as long as possible here. Prevent Fnatic from getting to 15 rounds is the ultimate dream, because then he still have the potential for a 16-14, but as soon as they pick up one, it becomes infinitely harder. So the peek coming up there from Skadoodle, but again, responding under pressure. Shuts down Krim, same player that he took down in the last round there, as he tries to get aggressive to push up and punish that smoke boost.
Wenton's playing a very dangerous game, just being this close. Of course, he can buy time maybe with the rotate, but if he gets overrun, that B site is pretty much his. So Cloud9 are desperate to get through here, but I don't think Stewie wants to walk through that smoke at this point. Wenton is just waiting so patiently on the other side, and while this happens, you can see the rest of Fnatic pulling themselves together towards A. Skadoodle is desperately low, but he's still done a great start into this round. So again, Fnatic looking like, well, maybe they're in-apps, maybe they're starting to get some control here. Dennis is very close at this point. Fnatic not playing that passive game. We are seeing them up close and personal. And there you go, Slemmy punishes Dennis. And already Cloud9 starting to build. It's down to JW and it's down to Flusher to lock this one through. And it looks like they've had enough of this Cloud9 run, but where's the backup? Suddenly coming, you can see Flusher's getting himself angled pretty darn well here. Slemmy's alone on the side, gets singled out, and gets taken down. This is not looking so good now as it's down to 2 players.
Shroud picking up one up top there, and I believe they've spotted the position of Flush on site, but as soon as Sturry tunes around, it's Flusher that jumps down and picks up the first kill there. Up close and personal. Stewie's going to miss that first shot. Falling back now, he tries to run, but Flusher hot on his tail, shuts him down, and there's Fnatic's match point now. Only one more away from closing things out here.
Flusher just looking beastly in there. I think that was 4 kills coming in for him then. So damn good at picking up the rounds that matter, and considering that was pretty important, that was about to see Cloud9 starting to build a bit of momentum, confidence, looking a little bit better. Nope, Fnatic had enough of that. They're bored of that one. They want to get it back done and dusted at a nice, comfortable scoreline. And Cloud9, here you go. This is the run they've got to go on, 10-50. Now Fnatic on match point. This is best of ones, bearing in mind. And this is a risky run when you pick Inferno up against these boys. There is always a little additional. You can see that CT aggression coming out now. Wenton this time finds Stewie and have all the players to fall for Cloud9. That's probably the man you'd want to stay alive at this point.
They're just going for the aggressive punishment now. They want to shut them down, force all hope out of Cloud9. If they can get them punished right from the beginning, and they're lining up that flank too with Crimson hat position there. Caught them going through the mid choke point. Dennis just ripping them to shreds as they try to push in here. He's done great damage to one. Flush is going to finish Slemmy off. Shroud did respond by taking down Dennis, but now peek from Flush again brings it down to just Shroud at 7 HP. He's going to go down, and there you go. Fnatic are going to close things out against Cloud9, 16-10. Welcome back to Planet Earth, ladies and gentlemen. As finally we have a match that makes sense.
And a lot of people questioned whether or not this was going to be the game that provided the upset, because arguably, weakened Fnatic, maybe Cloud9 on a run. No, that is the big no run across the screen. As you said, we are back to reality. EU wins against NA for now. There's more games coming up, and we're going to have to see how that one unfolds, but there you have it. Fnatic picking up the win over Cloud9.
so the upsets will stop, if not just for a moment, as Fnatic do manage to make short work of Cloud9. There were some ups and some downs, and Stewie did deliver. Stewie 2K seems to have found his form off the back of Austin. Of course, for DreamHack, he did come here and it continues to show us that he's a competent individual, but not enough to topple Fnatic. Gentlemen, short discussion then surrounding that one. Fnatic managing to operate at relatively strong capacity with Venton, excuse me.
Yeah, and we could see that they didn't change their game that much. They were still going for aggressive pushes towards mid. They had a couple of executes towards the B bomb state. It was pretty standard stuff from Fnatic, nothing too flashy, but you know, it worked. Their players were hitting their shots. They got the trade kills, and those two crazy rounds, one from JW, the other one from Flasha, were what in the end probably won the game for them.
Yeah, it seemed like Cloud9 were losing a couple of silly ones, August.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's this is the difference going into this matchup. It's just that the caliber of player on
Is this
Fnatic.
the peak from Stewie? This tilted me. Is this the peak?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it is.
This is the round.
So he's perfectly...
Yeah, he's all the way in back, and he peeks into the mid to take a look at the CT.
Like, why are you
Yeah,
challenging?
he could have just stayed hidden and lived while his teammates rotated, and he goes for the peak and just dies. And this is exactly what we mean when we say that NA goes for undisciplined plays that sometimes makes mistakes. This is like the best decision he could have made. Just hold a really passive angle from the dark spot, emo spot, and wait for someone to get to his crosshair and maybe get the kill.
Well, I'm not too worried about it, right? You know, it's a obviously a mistake that was made, but it's also Stewie. You know, eventually he's going to come around. He's going to get that experience, and he's going to get that discipline. And so for me, I'm still more interested in him focusing on playing his own game and having that confidence, because clearly something's working. I mean, the guy was doing work for Cloud9, so he's basically the only guy really doing work and stepping out and having big plays for Cloud9. Clutch rounds, coming close to getting clutch rounds. This is the Fnatic one that we talked about, but it's just an impossible situation for Stewie because Flusha plays it perfectly.
I mean, I do want to address that Stewie has both a smoke and a flash. I don't know how useful they could have been. I mean, he had the lineup on the bomb.
It's just so little time, really.
It doesn't have much time. I mean, this is one round after another as well. So, yeah, you say I agree that Stewie should find his comfort zone, but then again, that style of play is not something that's maybe viable in the long run.
Not right now, at least. That's why I mean, like, the discipline. Eventually, he'll be able to, like, find a happy medium between the two, between going for the flashy plays where he's going to flash his way through smoke and actually go and take the fight to him, and also knowing when not to peek. I think that he's the most promising player for me on Cloud9 by far right now. He's the most interesting. I know he came under a lot of flack when he first joined the roster for good reason. I mean, we're just like, who is this pub star? But now it's like, okay, all of a sudden he's the one who's actually performing, and he's the one who's working hardest on the team, so it's going to be really interesting to follow him.
Someone who did struggle was Slemmy. We have to kind of remind everyone that it seems like a growth process for him. He does have some games, but also he's got to try and navigate Cloud9 through Inferno. I think that extra pressure may have got to him.
I mean, it's something you can work around for in-game leader to maybe not frag as much. The problem is that on the CT side, he was playing towards the B-bomb side. Fnatic went there a couple of times, so that was an issue, and also losing the force by the anti-force for Cloud9.
A couple of silly mistakes puts North America into the lower bracket in the form of Cloud9. That's not the only thing, though. Of course, Optic are going to be potentially later on today going to the semi-finals should they meet G2 in a best-of-3. But that's not the next game. Instead, we have NIP. They're going to be going up against Liquid, and that is going to be a spectacular best-of-1. Will the Ninjas be able to follow form that they found in Malmo and later? Or will we see what Liquid has to offer? They're a team that have been constantly on our radar. Let's see, though, if they can do it in a best-of-1 after this. Welcome back. Okay, NIP Team Liquid are about to meet, and this is an interesting discussion. And what we're going to spend our time talking about today, of course, I have to remind you, Lauren Pansy Scott has transformed from August. You've got
a lot shorter,
a
little
bit shorter, longer hair though. But what we want to talk about is primarily the differences actually between. Oh, he's arrived. Yeah, he is. Sorry, Henry G was supposed to be joining us, but Lauren.
It's okay. It's all
He's
good.
looking so confused right now. But
Henry
what I was trying to talk about was the disparity between coaches. Oh, he's coming.
Here you go.
Hello, Henry.
Transition being made. Look at that.
Hello.
Always a gentleman,
Hey, man.
of course.
Nice of you to join us.
I was just outside. I thought everyone knew where I was.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I didn't know.
What I wanted to talk about, Henry, actually, you might know what I want to talk about, is the
Go
differences between these two teams. I mean, in the evolution they've taken in IP and the power of a coach, and the recent kind of loss of in-game leadership and a bit of a mix-up between Liquid.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. The fall from grace for Liquid in the, 2 or 3 weeks has been absolutely tremendous. The fact they've gone from going like semi-finalists at the major to kind of the state they're in now, it's actually kind of shocking how it's kind of fallen down so much. Obviously losing Simple, lost their coach as well, GB James. It's kind of crazy to see how polar opposites these teams are now. NiP had a horrible 2015, but they're in a full resurgence right now. They kind of sorted themselves out, kind of got a very solid foundation going forward, looking like the strongest team here in terms of coming into this tournament, in terms of like the Pro League results. Liquid, apparently Adren's calling for them now, and that was a problem from them before. That's kind of what we established at the major. It seemed like, okay, so when Adren's not calling and he's on the secondary role, he actually plays really well. We saw in Austin, once he's back to calling, he had a very disappointing tournament. So I'm not sure how this one's going to go down. I didn't really see a realm where Liquid can pull back and win this one against such a strong NIP right now. I think that's the main storyline here. The fact that Liquid, amazing in the major, and has completely fallen since they lost Simple. Obviously, Simple in the team, he's the one carrying. He's the one getting the opening frags. It's not so much down to the strategies or what they're calling. It's just like, you've got a player like that who's so ruthless and so confident in his play. That's the difference maker for me, and that's what they won't have going into this one.
You made 2 counterpoints there. You kind of countered yourself by saying the performance of the major, which was without Simple, and then the loss of Simple. So they kind of surely they kind of don't interact so well.
Alex.
Well, he played at the major for them, Alex.
Come on, Alex. He's done it again.
What did I just do?
You said that Simple didn't play for Liquid at the major, but he did.
Okay,
it's all right. It's the one. It's the one fumble you have per day.
Yeah.
So
what did I do last time? I can't even remember.
It was you bought Smiths as an envious.
That's right.
Time.
Yeah. There we go. Oh,
you made me question myself then. I was like, I knew what I was talking about. I was like, what is this? Okay.
Okay.
Anyway.
Okay. Back to.
Let's just put the train back on the tracks and talk about the
problem with that Liquid lineup. It's Simple because of Simple himself is a really volatile player, so that made the team really volatile. They had high highs, but also could have really low lows where he couldn't perform, where he didn't show up for his team. That's when they struggled in particular. We saw that they, barely made it there with the close game against Hellraisers. We all remember him being emotional after that game. We were really glad that his team carried him. That's what he said, that his team carried him to that win. And I think that now Liquid will have more stability. Obviously, they will be lacking firepower because of Simple leaving the team, but that's why they brought Kusta in the first place. So maybe now, in the long run, Kusta can become that star player for them. And they have talent in the lineup. Elige has been playing really well recently too.
Yeah, I feel like Kusta is just going to take time. Like, he's a young player, hasn't played at this level before, and he's getting better each tournament, it seems like. Obviously, coming out of the major, it was a lot of disparity in terms of the team and his role and where it actually lied. It seems like whatever Simple wanted to do, they were letting him have full reins of what he actually was doing each round, and that meant Kusta was sometimes on the rifle. A lot of questions about why he brought in Kusta, obviously, who's renowned as one of the upcoming AWPers in the NA scene, and then you're kind of stifling him almost by making him go onto the rifle. But it seems like now he'll have a chance to develop himself and get more confidence, and we'll see how it develops as a team, but I just don't think right now is the perfect time for it. They need to get that new coach. Obviously, there was talks about bringing Tripp in, and that didn't seem to help. I think they gave him one day before they actually announced he wasn't actually going to be part of the team, so they've turned up to this event without a coach. I feel like they talk about GB James not really being like one of those coaches, like, is it impactful as someone like Threat, but I feel like he was more like a father figure. You can kind of hold these guys together, make sure the arguments in the spiral out of control, and right now it seems like they haven't really got the foundations. But here we go then, the vetoes, Alex.
Yeah, and this is what we need to address, Yanko, is that we over in Austin, you were alongside me, we talked a lot about Liquid and their Dust 2. And I mean, Launder's making the outlandish claim that they were one of the best in the world at it. Didn't quite see that happen, though.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of their strongest maps for sure, because they can also go for the double AWP setup now with Kusta and Adren. It's a pretty simple map. You can utilize Nitro and Elige to run in and create space for the other players. Also a lot of room for Hiko if he's left alone to play around that. But it's a really good map for NIP as well. When you look at it, you can see that Liquid vetoed Cash straight away, which is NIP's best map at the moment. NIP does have a really wide map pool. They can play pretty much any of the maps. I feel that Liquid will be pretty satisfied with this one, because why we hail NIP recently is because of Threat, the new tactics, how he revolutionized their game basically. So Dust 2 is a map where you can execute pretty simple stuff, right? It's just the way the map works, the way it's structured in a sense. So this is probably what Liquid will be comfortable with.
Yeah, absolutely. Dust 2 is one of those more basic maps. Most teams have the same approach at the beginning of every terrorist round. You have a default working into a catwalk setup, and you have players like Nitro and Elite that can open the map up. It's all down to mid-round calls at the end of the day. It's we're working off those picks and working out how you can distract the enemy team. We see a lot of teams like dropping down to CT Spawn, mid-splits coming in there, and it's kind of like the bait and switch most of the time, kind of work out how you're going to get to the bomb site here. So I feel like Dust 2 definitely is the best way for Liquid going into this one. They famously took out Fnatic at the major in the group stages, so they obviously can play it, but like we said, they do miss the firepower going into this one. I do favour NIP still just purely on that basis.
Okay, it's hard to look past NIP, but I will ask you for predictions. You're going to just throw NIP?
You'd be mad not to, really. I feel like Liquid have put up a competitive fight. Might get to double figures, but I'm thinking like a 16-9 in NIP's favour.
Yeah. Same kind of consideration for you?
Yeah, I'm going to stick with NIP, but I feel it's going to be a real close game. I'm a bit surprised that NIP actually let it slip through, not go for maybe overpass or cobble, and I think that Liquid is going to make it competitive here.
Yeah, a competitive game. See if North America can get another upset. Of course, riding the hype wave that Optic have already started to stir up by taking down Astralis earlier on today. Before we go, a reminder about this application. Now, I know you guys, it's become a little bit silly, but I do need to tell you again about the Score Esports application. What it enables you to do, it's actually got news articles as well. Not only do you get your stats, your figures, and your results, but also you can go ahead and check it out. It's like basically an esports newspaper in the palm of your hand. So you go check that out, and we're going to jump into another big game. It is time to see what Liquid can do on a very good map for them versus the Ninjas in Pajamas.
C2A.com, the best video game store ever! Fast as lightning, solid as a rock, cheap as duck! What's more, you can sell on it because it's also a marketplace. Remember G2A.com, the best video game store ever!
Alright, welcome ladies and gentlemen, it's NIP and Team Liquid playing in a best of one on Dust 2 here for the ESL Pro League, and I'm joined by Moses. Moses, how are you doing? Are you ready for this game?
I am pumped for this game. See, this is going to be a pretty good barometer for Team Liquid after Austin. See where they're at, because they showed some cool stuff. I think that leadership discussion was actually really interesting. They had about how Dred's going back towards the in-game leading role, so that'll be curious. They went back to being a little bit more passive, which is a little worrying for me.
Yeah,
but could be cool.
I'm excited as well. I mean, at the major, I asked Dren where this great form was coming from. I think it was the pressure of not really sort of expecting anything from myself, but we'll see if it's going to change. Here's Kusta's going to take down Get Right with a second shot, third one, headshot. Kusta, what are you doing? Hiko shutting down Forest, and it's all going to be up to Exist. We've been talking a lot about this kid, but that's one hell of a way to make a start against a team like NIP, with Hiko following up with a second headshot. Moses, thoughts about that kind of a beginning?
That was dirty. That was really, really cool from Kusa right off catwalk as well. So a little bit of a split from NIP, but obviously just gets absolutely shut down. I mean, there's not really too much tactically to it. Just some peaks, some very, very nice shots at the USP, and that eliminates essentially half the attack. Hiko and Nitro have a very easy job over at that B-bomb site.
So a bit of a mental stop for NIP early on. They didn't get the bomb down. They've bought Tech9 and Armor. I always feel like that's a bit less effective on a map like Dust. I almost prefer they just buy some Deagles here. I don't think the Armor is going to make a massive difference, but fairly aggressive push from Elige here with not much to lose anyway with that submachine gun. And NIP they're being very defensive.
Yeah, and it's actually designed, this kind of passive defensive approach on the T side. It's supposed to stop that kind of a push from Elige, but a very nice angle. Freiburg just couldn't react in time, and now Elige staying aggressive. Here's a guy who, in some of their wins they've had against, especially against Fnatic at the major, I mean, he was a big part of this success, and he's going to stay aggressive, but I mean, that's too much. Not even clearing that angle whatsoever, gets caught off guard.
Yeah, I think because he was just there, he didn't realize that that Python made his jump up onto the headshot box and up on Catwalk, so a little bit interesting. It does give them the MP9, and looks like they could be heading back to the B-bomb side. I think Liquid should still be fine in this situation, though.
Yeah, the one thing it does kind of, it gives a little bit worry with your team Liquid is, since you have no real eyes on mid. I mean, you got a spot from so far back. The timing for Nitro's got to be really, really fortunate, and he's going to be forced to make a decision, him and Hiko, of where they want to group up and which part of this attack they want to actually defend.
And they are going to be a bit of a split here, but the Molotov might just help him up. Nitro there in the middle. He's hesitating a lot. You could tell he was a bit confused about where to throw that. Hiko taking a long fight. Nitro gets down, and Hiko's down to 50 health as well, but he does get the one shot in. Good range there from Get Right. We'll pick up the bomb, and at least they'll get a bomb plant and 3 kills on the Liquid team. Get Right should not be able to win the 1-on-2, though. I think he's still in a pretty bad position. He doesn't have head armor either. A bit of a fight going in. Kusta will be going down, in fact, and Get Right now running for it. That was a bit scary. Very, very expensive round coming out of NIP here, just making it tough for Liquid.
Yeah, that's that got way too close for comfort. And a part of it, I mean, Hiko from that halls could have just stayed alive and just kept the pressure on Get Right, but that plant goes down, and then Get Right's so good at finding that one-on-one with Kusta. So the M4 is brought into the next round, but yeah, from a 4-on-5 position and a 4 spy in the second round, NIP, that's very effective stuff. And now they're going to go for it again. I mean, we did see Luminosity do this very same kind of play where they got it down into a 1-on-1 4 spy into the next round, and it didn't work out for them, and it kind of messed with their economy for the rest of the half, but this is still very early on for NIP.
Well, they had the smokes going into the corner of Long there, all the way from T-spawn, just to force Kusta back a little bit. He's getting some backup from Adren coming in as the rest of NIP are making their way up Catwalk, and this is going to be a quick round here for the Swedish team, it seems. They've got the bomb, and they're just going to be able to run it in and get the bomb down without losing anybody. Taking a bit of damage, but I mean, this is going to be such a tough retake now for Liquid. They don't have a lot of grenades. They don't have Molotovs to clear out really anything, so a really, really tough follow-up here for Liquid, but they're being quick about it. Elige already on the charge here with the MP9 in hand. This bomb is down. Kusta to get the first kill, gets the follow-up as well. He's playing very well at the moment. Nitro being put into play as well. Get Right going down. And Exist can't really do anything here on Long. Kusta with the 3rd kill of the round. And it's going to be 3-0.
It's actually a very efficient retake for not having anyone at Long, having no stance over towards that A bomb site. In NIP, I don't think they realized it early enough. If they were able to get 1 or 2 people back towards Catwalk to actually fight at those stairs, fight it at a more narrow choke point with the Tech 9s, they might have been able to do something, at least thin out Team Liquid as they came into the bomb site. But either way, that's really, really good stuff for Liquid.
Yeah, don't seem to be playing with very many nerves either. They sort of, I think, they even realized that they had to give up the bomb site, right?
Yeah.
It didn't look like it was some accident. They just said, okay, let's fall back and just retake it.
And also more willing to do it as well because they got aggressive in B tunnel. So they had a player in lower B who they could group up with, who could help them clear out some of the weird angles when you have to retake mid as CTs. So they had someone there to help them out, and that gives them that avenue up Catwalk.
Well, NIP not finding many openings here, and I mean, the way that the terror side has sort of been favored in almost all maps, it seems, you'd think that NIP could get a pretty good scoreline here on the first half of Dust 2. So I think Liquid are already, they must be feeling pretty good about this 3-0 lead right now. Scout on Get Right, just a little bit of a sort of evening out the money, I'm guessing, on the NIP side, but those early buys here might come back to haunt them a bit.
Yeah, or just hoping that if he can get a lucky shot with the Scout, maybe thin things out, maybe force an awkward rotation, and it'll allow those P250s to kind of get into the action. He's going to get his first chance here, peeking on Catwalk, but he swings very wide. Kusta misses the initial shot. There's Elige, though, still doing work, and eventually Get Right does fall to Kusta. Nade comes out. That does not as much damage as they probably would have liked, but still, with 2 kills, they've kind of isolated this attack, and they don't really have... there's not too many areas on the map where they can feel like they're in danger.
Forrest going to be taking a fight, but Elige will drop him, and Exist and fight the left, and... well, that's a good long-range shot. Don't think Nitro should have necessarily lost that, but it is not going to have a big impact on the outcome of the round. I'm wondering what NIP are going to throw at us in the next round.
Yeah, it could be interesting, and also with Nitro going down, this is a perfect opportunity for Kusta to be able to upgrade into the AWP into the next round. They don't have to just sacrifice a gun, or they don't have to have a round where they don't have that AWP. That's going to be a key weapon on Kusta. How effective is he going to be with the AWP, or are they going to give it to Adren? I mean, they could have this situation where Dren has been the main operator in the past. And it's been very, very interesting seeing him play with a rifle, the kind of the struggle through it. So at the moment, it looks like they're kind of wondering. And they're going to go with the 5M4 still. So no op out for Team Liquid, even though they had the opportunity to do it. It's going to be Forrest with the chance.
Yeah, on the terrorist side, Smoke is up. He hits the shot right between the two players. So nobody on Liquid taking any damage, and what a great take of Upper Dark. 2 people coming in from B, 1 from Lower Dark. If there had been a push there for NIP, that would have been crushed immediately.
And also falling back to the smoke, it's still up in mid, so they have the timing on it, knowing they could fall back safely and get away. Now they just have to readjust over towards the A side. The one thing that's worrying is because they didn't spot anyone in Upper B, they've left Hiko here all alone. He's got to be very, very careful, because they're trusting him to have, you know, the read, the contact that's going to allow him to keep 4 players over towards A and mid. And it's actually very interesting. It's more catwalk defense for Team Liquid. They're not playing anyone out towards long. They're giving up a lot of space there. So if NIP go for this long play and cross, Liquid's going to have to be able to do some damage, and that just means they're very, very confident in their retakes. I'm
wondering if Elige in the middle is holding a position where he could see anyone sneak. Yeah, he is. So Hiko knows no one's coming in Lower Dark. That's like the other angle of this, which is quite effective. Now, Kusta going to be peeking up there. Nitro to pick up the first kill. Kusta goes down, but Nitro follows up and exists while jumping into the arms of Elige. Not exactly a warm welcome there. Freiburg and Forest are going to be left in a 2-on-4, and the bomb is in the middle with just 35 seconds left. And I don't know if there's a right or a wrong way to play this. You're just going to have to rely on a big mistake on Liquid's part. Otherwise, this shouldn't be working out, and I don't know what they could do at this point.
Yeah, I don't think there's a mistake big enough that Liquid could do to lose this. Nitro, Freiburg looked like he's going to miss that initial shot. There's Hiko with the response. That's good. 20 seconds left. Forrest just has to decide. He can get the bomb, and if he gets it quick enough, he can even make it back and at least plant. And from here, actually, there's an opportunity for him, but Dren is going to be right on the ramp. He's going to be listening for this, and he's going to take the fight. Forrest isn't ready for it. 5-0, and that's actually really cool mid-round aggression from Team Liquid. They have 3 players at Catwalk, so they know if they just stay there and get boxed in and they get pinched from Long and Cat, that can be so dangerous. So once Elige hears the presence coming up towards Catwalk, coming up towards the Xbox and mid, he calls for them to get aggressive, and they find the really good timing on it.
I think NIP, because they saw the smoke in the middle early on, they were probably thinking most of the defense is going to be over by B and Upper, and it was just Hiko there, right? So a little bit of a trick, maybe. Kusta with the early shot, taking down Python. They actually put two people down suicide, so a bit scary. And you were pointing this out, that Kusta likely to be the one to pick up this AWP, and that turns out to be the case as well. NIP, they've got to show us something.
Yeah, and Force is also on 19 HP, so Kusta actually hits 2 shots there.
Yeah.
And now with, a minute and a half left, they're essentially 3.5 on 5, you could say. And they have barely any nades. They have 1 smoke and 2 flashbangs to work with. So where do you go from here? You got to win this battle against the Dren. It's not going to happen. There's Elige to follow things up. That's 2 nice kills. He could get a 3rd, but Forrest shuts it down. But he's got no HP, and in a 1-on-4, there's nothing for him to do but try and make magic happen through the smoke. Another nice round from Liquid, and already a pause out of the NIP side.
Well then, you've been, I think you were one of the early and so maybe even the first sort of proponent of Kusta as a high level player, right?
Yep.
And so what do you think about seeing him at this level here on LAN? I mean, they were talking a bit about it on the desk. He's a younger player. He doesn't have the experience and all that stuff. I mean, how much can we take away from this early? We're 7 rounds in now.
Obviously, he's had a huge impact from that pistol round, 2 kills in the first gun round, and now with the op, we'll see what kind of pressure he can continue exerting. That round was very, very nice from him. The confidence, I think, knowing that he's probably not going to be against another op to peak mid like that. But the thing with Kusta, he had Malmo. It was obviously rough. There were some awkward situations he was put in there. He had Austin, where he still kind of looked a little bit shaky. But it's all about getting him experience. It's all about he's got the skills. It's all about making sure you teach him how to play within the framework of a team, teach him how to use the game sense of how the game flows to find his spots to op, and hopefully he continues to grow. Actually, we were just talking about this in Austin, because I was surprised that he hadn't kind of improved and taken a step towards that next level by the time Austin rolled around. So if it's going to happen here, this is a really good timing for it.
Yeah, obviously, if you had to choose between Austin and here, probably want to succeed, because the prize pool is obviously a little bit bigger this time around. I'm interested. I'm curious. We did have a technical timeout. I think a tactical timeout, and then I think it was turned into sort of a technical one as one of the NIP players dropped. Threat is obviously going to be helping out NIP here, and I have quite a lot of respect for the sort of the level that Threat brings in terms of tactics. Dust 2, I think, is maybe not. Obviously you could do it, but it's not the best map for it. I think Threat would be more valuable as a sixth man if they were playing almost any other map.
Yeah, well, you're right. This is a little bit more where you can throw tactics a little bit more loose and allow the individual skill to shine. Also, I mean, one of the strengths that NIP has and most European teams will have against any North American team is how deep the map pool is. Their map pool is compared to the North American team, and this is one of the maps that Liquid likes to play. So it is a little bit. They mentioned that on the desk, I believe, as well. A little bit. They touched on it. Surprising that NIP let this through, and they could have gone to so many other options.
Yeah, there used to be like 3 maps, weren't there, that we'd call like the NA maps, where we were like Cash and Dust 2, and I guess to some extent Inferno as well. But so yeah, and those were like the maps you'd want to avoid if you were playing a top level NA team. I don't know. I mean, so what would you say? What's the correct move here? They've obviously been trying to play a bit defensive. NIP. They have tried to be very aggressive on Catwalk, where they did get the bomb down. I mean, that's a good start to any round.
Yeah, well, part of it too is if NIP is going to start to notice that because Liquid's had big presence on Catwalk many times. The pistol, first gun, we just saw the most recent where Adren and Elise just did there. So I mean, if there's going to be Catwalk pressure for Team Liquid, if that's where they want to mount their defense at this 8 bomb site, I mean, you have to be able to apply pressure on it in mid and then also work your way up long. If you're going to have a lot of space to work with there, get a couple players out long. They really haven't tested that too much. They had Forrest out there all alone a few rounds back, but put a few more bodies there, keep that defense on Catwalk, and then you have it pinched in. You can take that A bomb site, and then the defenders on Catwalk are forced to make a decision. And that's where you can kind of see maybe that pressure is going to allow them to make a mistake, push forward a little bit too far. Maybe they just lose some battles coming back into the site. But really, I mean, I think it does kind of touch on the fact that NIP has been pretty passive so far in this game.
Well, we should be figuring out what's up at any moment. We are not quite live yet, as far as I can tell. So just waiting for everything to get underway. Kusta's been trying to make this jump for quite a while, so best of luck to him.
Yeah.
What about something as simple as a B split? You know, assuming they can push Liquid back from the sort of immediate Catwalk area.
Yeah, go back to the basics a little bit.
Yeah, just split middle out through upper dark as well.
They did only try that against, on their force buy with just the Tech 9s. Also, I mean, that is something that Liquid actually struggled with at times in Dust 2. And I mean, they notably at the major when they did that match against Fnatic that they won. The reason they said they won that match is because they figured out the Dust 2. They started to really learn how to defend against it. And there's no reason not to apply pressure there. It's such an effective tactic. The big thing though is NIP's not even finding opening picks. I think if we like ever when we get back in the game, we can go back to the scoreboard and touch on it. But I mean, it's Get Right, Force, and Exist with 2 kills each. Freiburg has 1. I mean, they're not even finding any kills across the map. So the tactics that they run, obviously, I mean, you can have an impact there, but you have to be able to find those kills, and they're not having that success.
No, they're definitely not. And NIP traditionally used to be a team that was always in group stage very, very slow out the gate, you know. Even when they were like, you know, the number 1 team, I feel like they always had some weird games in group stages. And it seemed to be once you hit the playoffs, they'd come alive a lot more. Mm-hmm. I feel like at this day and age, you can't do that anymore. Like, being slow means you lose. Look at Astralis playing Optic, you know, it's just...
well, now playing Luminosity.
And now playing Luminosity, right? That's so mad.
No fun there.
That is so mad.
It is.
And imagine, I mean, but this can happen now. Like, even the tier 2 teams, or even the tier 3 teams, it seems, can actually come alive and do a lot of work.
I mean, obviously, it's very obvious the North American teams. We'll just do the understatement of the year, have not had much success, and it has become kind of a little bit of a running joke in the community that NA teams just can't find it. You say NA anything to.
I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, right. Sure, I am in the green room with you. You can't lie to me. But I mean, these are dangerous teams, especially in best of ones. There is, despite the results that we've seen over the years, there is a lot of skill on these North American teams. And if you look at Optic with this upset now, if they're going to start putting things together, they're going to increasingly be. It's actually like. It's so hard, right? Because you almost want to say it's actually impossible that North American teams can struggle for this long, but it continues to happen. Eventually, they're going to figure it out. And no matter what it might be, especially in BO1s, you can't let your guard down. Because one player, we've seen Elige do it, we've seen Nitro do it, we've seen Hiko do it, obviously. Any of these players can go off and carry you through a best of 1.
You know what's going to happen, Moses?
Yes.
This is bound to happen. Just at the point in time where you could tell that the curve for NA teams is going up and that, you know, they're in it to win it, then just when that happens, they're going to get eclipsed by like 1 or 2 amazing Chinese teams.
Yeah.
And it'll
We've done it once with Brazil. We're used to that as well.
Yeah.
We've got experience.
Yeah, but just when the Brazilian scene has been figured out and you're like, right, we could like maybe beat the Brazilians, the Chinese are going to show up and it'll be devastating.
We'll have to get like Sadicus and Henry to tell this story. Apparently they have a bet now with Monte Cristo that at some point in the next 2 years a Korean team's going to win a major.
So who's bet for what?
Well, Monte obviously bets for the Korean teams to win the major.
Damn, that is bold.
That is bold. But 2 years is a pretty, or I think it was 2 years. 2 years is a long time.
2 years is long. Well, actually, I mean, I would actually say that in Counter-Strike years, 2 years isn't a long time, but the rate at which people are learning this game now is incredible.
Yeah.
I think there's ever been a time where that's happened in the same way. So I think, I mean, obviously learning just to play Counter-Strike is sort of fairly easy, but to play at the top level, it takes years and years, doesn't it? I mean,
yeah, the nuances of playing at the professional level is actually pretty insane because you're no longer thinking of your own game; you're thinking of your teammates' games as well, and that's always really tough. It takes a long time, especially with specific people that you have to play with. I mean, every time there's a roster change, you kind of get reset a little bit. It's like you take 3 or 4 steps back. So yeah, there's a lot of difficulties to it, obviously, but I mean, there's so much emphasis put on it now. It's turning into like this new thing where now we're having the gaming offices. We've seen all those tweets about that. We're having all this money put into it where now it can be focused on more. We've been saying that for a year now, so it is going to be just a matter of time before we see some new teams, some new players come into it and be given all the resources possible to skip a couple steps.
Yeah. So now what I would like to stop seeing teams show up for really big tournaments like this or a major tournament or something and then appear to be sort of not really ready to play, I mean, they're obviously there, they were just in the warm-up, but mentally something has gone like I don't want to see Astralis lose to Optic in a group stage match just because they should be ready for almost anything, right? And it seems like there are some mental things like that don't get worked on enough, I feel like.
Well, and also it comes down to the fact that perhaps coming into this, and I don't know this, I didn't talk to the Astralis guys at all, but you look at know that HLTV just had that interview with Stanislaw, where his headline quote of the interview is Astralis was easy to read. So obviously we've talked about this in the past.
That's badass as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You gotta like that. But obviously, I mean, coming into it, Optic has more to learn about Astralis than Astralis does about Optic. They might have come into it and said, yeah, it might look at like a demo, might just see what they like to do, but you're not actually looking in depth at this team because you're so far ahead of them, and that's what's going to start happening. So I mean, that's been the case in every sport, though, right? When there's always like in every competitive activity, there's always that one time where the favorite overlooks someone just a little bit and get caught off guard by something.
Well, I think we've managed to restore the game. We might just need another reload because apparently someone missport. Can you restart a game because of that?
I believe so.
All right.
I don't know. I did not read the rulebook before coming in here.
I think I did once, but I've made room for other things in my mind in the meantime.
Clash Royale strategy.
Clash Royale, yeah, for sure. People to Google, stuff like that. Just a list in my mind, stuff like that. All the important things.
It's a dangerous topic to get into.
Yeah, 6-0, and we're moving into the 7th round. I think we are good to go. So, thank you to the admin, and we should be ready with it here. NIP with pistols, with armor, and with a bit of a tough, map on their hands right now, as they might very well be losing to Liquid here. 6-0 lead. I would say if Liquid had got 6 rounds overall in this half, I would have been all right with it. I would have thought that's decent. They're in a pretty good spot. So, yeah, I'm pretty impressed right now.
You got to imagine they're going to be able to get more. And here comes a little bit of that split just with the pistols. Adren is out towards long. Kusa is going to be in the swing position with that AWP, and a Liege up towards Goose at the A bomb site. But as soon as they put pressure on Catwalk and get that smoke down, all 3 members of NIP are just going to kind of stall out, wait for that. Doesn't look like they actually want to fall back. They do have armor, but this is kind of, they have the full losing bonus, obviously, so they're kind of half bought, so everyone's going to be able to find in the next round. Force is the only one who doesn't really invest into much. He wants to have that AWP next round, and all they can really, it looks like with this setup and with the weapons they have, all they can really hope for, they don't have any smokes, is getting this bomb down. Because they don't have any smokes to block off Kusta. Elige is going to have free reign if they don't clear that out. It's just flashbangs here.
Trying to look for the opening, and actually Kusta maybe almost overextending a little bit here. Long range fight, Adren going down. Only one man left on the bomb side, and Liege, he's going to get overrun. And now it's going to be down to Nitro and Hiko. 2-on-4. Nitro out of the open, sprays down to NIP, taking the victory for granted. Get Right going to be going down. Nitro showing up with a cape on his back like some sort of superhero and saving the round. It's Forest now with 20 seconds in a 1-on-2, and it doesn't seem possible any longer. Wow, I don't think they were counting on that quick rotation, and I think they may have just been a little bit too excited that they'd done so well. Well, let's not count Forrest out. He does have the chance to hit some great headshots here, but grenade raining in, gonna have to move out of that position. Everything rides on the back of Forrest here. Been a great round already. He's down there in the open, and without armor, just no way to win that fight.
Thank God Nitro's here. What a mistake. And this is actually one of the things that, we touched on Kusta during that extended pause. One of the things that he struggled with in Austin, there were a couple of games where he was really out of position. His position on the map was really hindering him from having a good game. It really hurt Team Liquid in a couple matches, and there you can see for whatever reason they have a decent setup. They have one long, they have him at the cars with an AWP, and they have Elysian the bomb site. So there's no reason for him to have to try and jump up on the rails to get into the site. That actually just overexposed him, and that allowed the entire defense to crumble behind it. So positioning from Team Liquid, not just Kusta Adren as well. I mean, that defense in the A bomb site, it was solid until they moved.
And that's obviously a bit scary, but yeah, Nitro showing up with a quad kill overall in that round. You must be feeling good. 7-0 right now, and NIP. Last round, could have happened, but this time they have the AWP on Forest. They have all the grenades they could want, and I really want to see something deep come out of them here. I think this for NIP's confidence sake as well, they're going to need to win this round.
Yeah, standard mid-control, though, back up towards Catwalk for him. This time there's not going to be any defense present at Catwalk. It's just Kusta watching. One member of Liquid Elysian CT spawn, 2 in the B bomb site, so very, very spread out, just a standard, basically a default. And a lot of emphasis is going to be on Kusta. This is a retake, so he only needs to get 1 or 2 kills as this hit comes in before he has to just fall back. That should be his goal.
Yeah, he's trying to see if he can make it work, but we'll be going down. Wondering if the camera is stuck somehow. Elish is going to be dropped as well. Freiburg going down next, but still a favorable trade here for NIP. Nitro going to be taking out Pith here, and it's a 3-on-3 with the bomb down, but the really big thing is Get Right obviously lurking down here in Underpowered. Lord Darken just going to be trading evenly there, and Forrest picking up Adren all on Hiko now, 1v2. I'm guessing our observers keyboard or mouse got disconnected, but Hiko going to be going down. A double kill for Forest, and NIP winning their first round.
I think we were just setting Hiko up that entire round.
Yeah.
Staying on him for this one moment, as if he was going to shine in the 1-on-2.
See, that would have made it all perfect,
That would have made it all better.
So come on, talk to me. We didn't see it, but Kusta was covering the cross and sort of catwalk from down on A long. I mean, does he have to stay and fight there, or can he fall back and play defensively on long instead? Like, what's his goal when he's got the AWP in that position?
You take one shot, you get your kill, and I mean, it's definitely going to be a retake. So you just fall away, grab a new angle, you help Adren hold long until your teammates come in. He actually, I mean, he did it right. He took his shot, and he was trying to fall back. He just couldn't get away in time. It was really nice aggression out of NIP to not let him get away. And now the scary part for Liquid is, although they've won 7 in a row, that last round against just the P250s that came into a 2-on-1, their money's pretty hurt at the moment. So now Kusta with another chance here tries to find the timing. He's just going to fall away.
Yeah, but still a good position. It's not entirely risk-free, but it's close to being that. And you see he takes no damage at all. So just clocking past the minute mark here, as we've got NIP still setting up, but this time it looks like an A split. So, I mean, what's the defense like here for Liquid?
It's designed to hold long. There's going to be Adren and Kusta with them as well. I'm wondering, though, Kusta could get negated. It's going to be all if he can bait them into Adren properly, but there's the first shot. He misses it. That's not good. Adren, though, he's completely blind. Kusta recovers on a Get Right. They still don't know Adren is here, and because Get Right got so far, he's able to grab one more. Kusta around the smoke. That's the bomb as well. That should be the round. 30 seconds left. Alicia's going to be able to get one as well. This is a good defense by Liquid.
Freiburg going to be going down Elish with the double kill and Kusta down on long. And I think you're right. That was a really good point, wasn't it? Get Right. When he's that far in towards Pit, no one is going to check the blue box down, and that's just not a thing. So almost sort of baiting his teammates a little bit into sudden death there. Kusta still at 12, Nitro at 10. 4 of those kills out of that miraculous round. We're going to move into the 10th round here with NIP. Almost nothing in their back here. This is opposite day, Moses. Everyone is winning essentially the wrong matches.
It is a little bit weird, and here's Elysian on the anti-ego. He did this on the second round as well. I think he spotted Get Right. Now he's got to be very careful. He's going to take that fight. He's going to win it. He's got one more behind him, though. So he's trying to fall back. They box him in. He's very, very low, but Adren's there for the save, and Elish continues his tear just down to exist. And he's going to get one more onto Adren, but not too much more he can realistically do.
No, 14 health and not much else. So maybe steal a rifle somewhere if they give up on it. But it looks like they're going to be covering all of that stuff. So what's the Hail Mary play for NIP? They've tried a lot of different things, and it seems like the only thing that comes close to working out or has worked out is that A push.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be able to punish that defense if it's going to be on catwalk like that. NIP hasn't been able to do it. But that split out towards long even. It looked like there was some possibility if they had just been able to clear out Adren. That's obviously a spot that, like we mentioned, with Get Right getting there, they didn't even think to check. But they're not having a lot of success today, and they haven't even really tested B bomb site quite yet. They haven't put any pressure on it. No mid B splits, no just heavy upper B plays like that. It's not a double op setup out of Team Liquid, so I mean, there are things they can exploit. They just haven't really investigated out towards mid at all.
And surely they are going to be talking all this time when Exist is here, just trying to figure out what is going on. Exist has managed to sneak down in the middle, but he will get caught eventually and put us at a 9-1 scoreline.
I think that does have to be the switch up. They have to test something in mid. Just either walk out, see what you can execute, see what you can find, go for some trades. But that half of the map has largely been ignored, and you can see it too. Elish is playing pretty dedicated to the A bomb site because there's been so much emphasis there. The big question from if you're Team Liquid is when do you ever switch away from that? Do you try and guess when NIP is going to switch up to go to the B bomb site?
Well, they still have just the two players standing around like this, and NIP still committed to the very sort of slow start. I mean, you can actually rush middle if you feel like it. Usually people end up doing it with Tech9. Some of you see Fnatic do every once in a while, but right now they're just still being a bit slow. But at least they're out the middle eventually, and Python moving in here. See if he can find the opening. Flashbang goes up, and actually, ironically, that sort of pushes Elish into middle, which might have been slightly worse for NIP, unless they could get the good kill starting off here. Flashbang goes through. Elish going to go for the early fight. He doesn't quite win it. Pyth will end up taking him down, and that's a good start.
Yeah, he flashed that, but it almost seemed like he was just peeking very lazily, not even expecting anyone to be there. Like, that flash was kind of just for show. So Pit gets that opening kill, and now this puts Liquid in a tough spot. Look at the utility they have. They're almost out of nades. And NIP with full mid control after they've taken that one player. They can go wherever, and Force is just waiting for any kind of information peek. And this is the one he wants, and he misses the shot. Nitro gets away with one.
Now, the one problem is NIP seem to want to go catwalk again, and last time Kusta didn't get the shots, but he is in position by Car, and you could be so effective here. I mean, it's sort of a streaky thing. Like, either you get no kills and you end up sort of falling away, or sometimes you get just 3 or 4 in a row. And NIP, they're sort of out of time to play with this, so if the bomb drops, and especially on catwalk, it could drop quite far away, you've got to be careful. Adren stays. Oh, he gets the second one as well. Otherwise, Kusta's going to get sandwiched in. That's Freiburg going down as the last man in. Kusta not quite hitting that shot. But again, it's going to be a 3-on-4 retake here in Liquid, thanks to Adren doing a very good job defending down at long. So we'll see if the retake is going to work. They did it almost effortlessly last time, but this time might be a bit more tricky. As I say that, though, Adren picks up a third kill. Hiko coming in with a shot of his own, and Forrest going to be going down. And Liquid, just this retake is no issue for them.
Yeah, well, they destroyed half the attack out towards long. Adren gets very fortunate, completely blind to get that second kill. And that was smart, I think, from Kusa there. Smart by Liquid. They kind of give it up once they hear that A hit coming in. Kusa actually bails out from that spot, doesn't even go for that first shot, just comes to help Adren. Didn't need it, but then with them staying alive out towards long, it prevents anyone from NIP taking any kind of good positioning to guard against that portion of the retake. Everyone's boxed up towards catwalk, towards the quad box, towards the bomb site, and it's pretty easy from there for Liquid. There's so many spots they don't have to check.
Did NIP make a mistake ending up on this map during the veto? Was that?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not necessarily because they're bad on it. I mean, this is definitely a poor showing on the map, but it's more so because this is one of the few maps. Team Liquid actually doesn't have a deep map pool. Like, once you got to imagine their next match, Dust 2 is going to be banned, and then it's like where do they go? Their other map that they like to play is Cash. That could easily get banned out, and after that, they're very, very weak. There's Kusa with a nice recovery. He's going to get taken out, but Elish is there for the recovery.
Not at all bad. Nitro picking it up, and you did mention this idea of the double op setup, right? Now you have Nitro over at B, so if NIP had thoughts about going there eventually, now they might have to sort of guess again, essentially. Get right. Could have maybe got a shot on Elish, but now that he's out in the open here, he's going to be going down to Adren, and We'll be looking at an 11-1 scoreline here, favoring North American Team Liquid and NIP. They've been looking, I think, better and better for ever since Threat joined, essentially.
Yeah, and capped off by that huge win in Malmo, where we had a couple events where we were kind of like waiting to see exactly what they could bring to the table. Katowice was their first event together in the major. Pitt couldn't show up, and then they win Malmo. At the moment, though, everyone on NIP is struggling. They still don't have a lot of kills racked up on this team, and now it's almost like, all right, guys, loosen up. Make some plays. They're going to get out mid quickly, but look at the adjustment from Liquid. They're going to push 2 into upper B, and they're also going to have a leash here as well, but Exist punishes that push, and there goes Adren. That's over towards the A-bomb site, so NIP, they seem to get less tactical, and now it's working.
Rolling in, Exist with a double kill. Leash going to take down one before he drops to Freiburg, and Kusta here in the middle, and playing with the C-set 75 close range. I don't know what the money is like on Liquid, but normally it'd be a bit madness to try and go for this 1 versus 4, and he's getting flanked as well from Get Right here, so Kusta is already dead. He just doesn't quite know it yet. Going to be sneaking up, and Get Right will take him out, so 11-2.
Yeah, still plenty of money on the Liquid side. Gotta be careful though, because that was just NIP, just some very, very individual one-on-ones taken because of the a little bit perhaps aggressive from Team Liquid pushing into upper B like that. But at least they get their second round on the board, and now they desperately need these last 2 rounds.
Yeah, 11-4 is the best possible scenario right now if you're on the NIP team, and see if they can successfully navigate to that point. Kusta sneaking up in the middle, and a secure flick there, and they can't even punish it. Didn't have anyone on the box in the middle. Instead, Pith going to be trying to sneak out into mid, looking for an opening. I think he did spot out Nitro up there, but he's still going to be going down. Nitro actually taking that fight, and now 5 versus 3 in favor of Liquid.
Oh, this is going to be heartbreaking if you're NIP. Not a lot of money built up, obviously, just 1 round win. And previously when they won their round, they got reset immediately afterwards. This time it's going to be less damaging, obviously, because they only won 1 more round and a half. But they're going to be doing that with just pistols if they can't win this 3-on-5. And now Elige, if he gets 1 pop flash from a teammate, they've got 1 on Nitro. It's the only one left. He could essentially just clear out mid all on his own. Jumping across, though, Forrest almost lands a shot.
That would have been scary. Now comes the push. Forrest is going to have to get him killed immediately here. Hiko is down behind that box, and he can't be seen from upper dark either. That's why that position is so solid. He gets a kill before he goes down. Nitro picking it up, turning around, looking for the fight on Forrest there, who gets dropped down to 38, and then the grenade follow-up. An absolute dunk from Elige. It's going to get them 12 rounds.
This has been an absolutely ridiculous half out of Team Liquid.
It really has been.
The retakes have been so good.
And, I mean, the bar was set pretty high. Kusta starting off the game with 3 headshots from the USP, just wrecking, you know, almost all of NIP.
Yeah, and now even Elige has stepped up since then. He's 16-7. He's just ahead of Kusta at 15 kills. Really good performance out of those 2 for the Team Liquid side, but they haven't, I mean, some of these rounds have just been dominant, but it was early on. It was a lot of those retakes in that 6-0 run they had to start things out that really kind of propelled them forward, that allowed them to build up money to sustain some deaths. They haven't really been in danger of getting reset ever, except for maybe one round.
NIP, it's going to be a bit of a wake-up call for them here. And playing in the second half here on the CT side, I think it's going to be so difficult for them to get back. I think even 11-4 would have been, I think a bit of a fantasy, really, but with a potential 13-2 scoreline here, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, they don't really have any mistakes to play with in the second half, do they? It's going to start, obviously, with a pistol round, but even if they win that, it's like just you guys can't mess anything up. You have to go on some kind of a massive run to even catch up on the scoreline before you can allow Team Liquid to get a single round. And even this time, I mean, they're not going to be able to give himself too much of a cushion. Galil, AK-47, Kusta, he's going to be tested, though. He's the only one here at this bomb site. So Liquid should be able to hold long. It's how many kills? I don't think Kusta spotted them. And he just was aware. I think he might have heard a footstep taking this battle. Missing a couple flicks, though. He's getting really, really pressured. That's a nice recovery. And there it is, the second shot. Just barely hangs on. It does eventually get taken out by Force, but he bought the time, and you could see this split out of NIP from Long. These last 2 players, it was very disjointed. The timing was so off.
Wow, it looked like Kusta was about to let go of that site, but no issue for him. I think he ends up top fragging at the end of the game here. Or did he just got overtaken by Elige, but 18 on Elige, 17 on Kusta, and a 13-2 scoreline favoring Team Liquid. What a fantastic way to start off for them here on day 1. right, well, we're back with the second half here on Dust 2 between Liquid and NIP. And if they're looking just a little bit dissatisfied, I guess is a kind way to say it, it's because they've been absolutely spanked by Team Liquid. Like, not the good kind of spanking, Moses, but the... I know you had a little smile on your face then. You were like, oh, all right.
There's a lot of good kinds of spanking, Anders. This was not one of them.
Is this where you've already thrown out the safe word? She's not listening.
Yeah, there's obviously no safe word.
Yeah, that's gone.
This is like a true old-fashioned, like, North American spanking.
Wow.
Could have gone somewhere else with that one, but we'll leave it. We'll leave it there.
I was on the edge of my seat wondering where that was going to
What word I was going to use.
Yeah. All right. Well, Kusta already a little bit low on health here as NIP setting up. But I mean, the CT side of Dust 2 has to be one of the best sort of sides for playing CT pistol, just because you get so much range with that USPS to fight the Glocks in. Forrest, though, is going to be close range, and he will already pick up one shot there. Escapes through the smoke. Some actual ninja play coming out of Forrest here, but now he's trapped in an awful corner, and he's going to go down to Dren to follow up on Freiburg, and Nitro taking out Exist. It's all on Pipe now. He gets a double kill and needs one more here. A single bullet to take down Kusta, and that much might be it. I think he spotted him as well as Kusta in a very bad position right now. Even a smoke going up into the double doors, and Kusta's going to almost take that as a challenge, saying, all right, I'll just try and sneak my way through. Pyth still up on the plateau behind the box. There's so much time left. He's out in the open as well. And Kusta, he's been spotted. Pyth is coming through. He's looking for the shot here. Kusta trying to see if he can do it. 7 bullets left. Now just down to 22 health. 2 bullets. Hasn't reloaded. He jumps. He's got just enough time. Pyth is not finding him. Oh my god. And Kusta's going to be able to do it with a burst fire. Oh no. What a ridiculously drawn out one-on-one. But Kusta gets the only kill of the round that he needed.
That is unreal. That's kind of the epitome of this entire match so far for NIP. Is it just looks like there's like no confidence, no aggression out of any of them. Like, why isn't Pitt being more aggressive with that fight? There's 30 seconds left on the clock, and it almost feels like he's trying to play for the time.
Yeah.
There's NIP. They came out on this one just a little bit scared. It feels like. At least on this pistol round or the second round now, huge advantage. So they've kind of turned it around a little bit. But can they finish this one out? Elige is still waiting with the SMG. There's 2 AKs on the board. Not a lot of utility, but Team Liquid, they have the arsenal to win some of these aim fights they're going to have to take.
Oh, where does that grenade go from Elige? All right, it lands on the headshot box. All right. I was wondering if he had a grenade for mid that was thrown from there, because that would have been interesting. Well, he's out in the middle. He's got the gun that they can at least sacrifice here. Exist very nearly goes down, but it's still a 2-on-4 right now. Nitro and Hiko trying to see if they could bring it back. Forrest in a good position to spot them very early on and already doing good damage there. Not going to try for the jump scout. It's a bit disappointing, but still takes down Hiko. There's the jump scout, and Nitro down to 51. He gets the first shot and Exist. Still a 1-on-3 on his hands here with 50 seconds left on the clock, and Forrest actually just doing a great job of staying alive and getting the follow-up triple kill there. And we've got Liquid now still in the lead with 14-3. Tell me, Moses.
No reason to buy here. If you're Team Liquid?
What was
your question?
Are they going to lose 16-14?
Why are you doing this? Why are you saying this?
I have to ask
I'm not
these
even
questions.
entertaining this line of thought. I will have a meltdown.
Would you say there's a 0% chance that they will that they will lose 16-14?
No, there's never a 0% chance. Right. It's very possible still, but it would be just a monumental comeback. It would take a complete meltdown on the side of Liquid. For them to lose this match. But I like that they didn't buy here. I like that they didn't force buy here. You have 14-3. No reason to damage your economy in any kind of a way. No reason to put it in a really weird buying cycle this early on when you have such a lead. There's a good flash. Exist is at least forced back by a second flash as well, and even a third. So Pitt is the only one on the ramp they have to deal with. And they're just trying to get the bomb planted, but NIP, they're being so hyper-aggressive on this. They might not let it happen, although Elige, it's too late for that. The bomb does go down, so Liquid's going to get their goal is accomplished. They get that $800 bonus money.
Well,
I can't believe you asked me that question.
I can't help it. I'm wondering who would be the first person on Liquid to kill his teammates if that did happen. We need security in here, to just calm everything down.
Escort them back to the hotel quietly.
It's just a game. Don't worry.
Well, now's the buy. 5 AKs on the board. Pitt's got the Pyth has got the AWP.
Yeah. Which is, I mean, alright. I don't mind that specifically on the CT side here. But if we saw Forrest opening on T side, obviously.
Yep.
He's quite good with the AWP, I would say.
But it was Pyth that Malmo that was like the secondary op when they rolled with double op setups.
Yeah. Well, looks like he's going to have a bit of an attack coming out here as Freiburg goes down. That is a nice peek from Nitro and gives them control along. And Exist, I think, just a little bit too aggressive there. Pyth picking up one shot, going for a second as well, and killing that entire push from Liquid, who probably did not need to continue after trading 2 for none, but they kind of did anyway.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that. And even Nitro, like Jiggle peeking with no HP. Gets hit in the head anyways from Force. But they don't have the tools to battle that AWP at that range. Would have been nice to see them slow things down after being up 5-3. Maybe throw the smokes before they start peeking. Either way, now they're stuck in this position. 2-on-3, although it is Adren and Hiko, and these two have worked together very, very well in the past on these clutch rounds. And Adren, this time, not going to get anything. He's challenging Get Right, so that'll happen once in a while. So it's all on Hiko now. And he's got no advantages in this.
No, he really doesn't. They kind of know where he is, especially as he puts up that smoke. He's not got much time left. Bomb he's about to pick up, so I guess that's a little bit better. But yeah, I think NIP would have to make some pretty serious mistakes to lose a 1v3 like this. Now he's also making a bit of noise, and Pyth going to pick up the 3rd kill, so solid play coming out of him, really. Seems like he's the only one from NIP so far that's playing reliably in this game, maybe him and Forrest.
Yeah, Pitt definitely the best first half of the team, but that round there, he bails him out of a really, really tough spot. Has to hit some 6 shots, and he's aided by the fact that Liquid's pressuring that kind of scenario. They don't have the HEs to damage him. They don't have flashbangs to keep him blind and behind that box. Because, I mean, if they have any amount of nades to throw at him there, he's got to be pinned down behind that box, which is spammable, which is really hard to escape from, but they had nothing to pressure him with, so he's able to get three kills in that round, 2 to stop the initial push.
Yeah, now if you are keeping an eye on it, Moses, it's now 11 rounds till. I'm just saying.
It's not 11 rounds, is it?
Well, I mean, until NIP make the full comeback, right?
Oh, okay. Thought you mistake the spread of that match, but yeah, it is. It is a little bit closer, feeling a little bit more nervous. Liquid probably is as well at the moment, and Get Right's going to play with the edge of the smoke, and him and Exist are going to slaughter everyone. Now it's just onto that B attack, and Force is in here completely blind, but they can't get out of their own smoke, so things are going to get cleaned out. So 6-14.
Come on, I would almost say this. I would almost say at this point that it actually is a characteristic of there is like some sort of distinct gap between a team that can somehow like find 2 rounds. They have to win 2 out of the next 10 rounds, and then they got this game, right? And that is a different mentality from saying we just have to win as many rounds as possible. Like if you win 2 out of 10, you could even afford to throw some rounds away as like test rounds to see what the setup is like or how they respond to a certain thing, and then build into you only need 2 out of the 10, so you just do something. I'm wondering if Liquid have that sort of that mentality, if they could say we're not interested, we just need 2 rounds, let's do that.
Well, it is that weird kind of next step you have to take as a team is learning how to close out games. Yeah. It is a completely different animal from getting to the point where you can win them and closing them out. And NIP, obviously, all the experience in the world, knows how to close out games, knows how to come back in games. So, I mean, if Team Liquid's going to give them any feeling that they're still in this one, then NIP can take advantage of that, and they can really beat up on Liquid. This is going to be tough for them. This gun round right here is crucially important to see if Team Liquid, because once you get toward that 15, you play with a little bit more confidence, right?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You know that every potential opening shot is going to be maybe the game in your favor, so we'll see. Down to about 50 seconds left here as they try and put forward. Pith still down at long here, and Exist spotting out the whole push coming out right now. Flashbang goes really high, and he does do a lot of damage there, but he ends up getting down. Nitro on 12 health, and the bomb is going to be planted, but look at what Liquid have done. Just like NIP did, they have left a guy in lower dark, and that's such an important position right now. Going to make this retake so hard for NIP.
I feel like normally this player would be Hiko in that spot, but it's actually Adren, so they've switched up positioning a little bit. There's Kusa with a nice shot with the AK. He goes for a second one as well. Now Adren's lurk is going to be so effective. Get Right is in CT spawn, but he's got nothing to do. He couldn't find Adren. So there's that 15 out of Team Liquid. A really, really nice execution on the 8 bomb site. Although it did feel like Pitt with the AWP kind of gave up his angle a little bit too soon. Thought he was going to get flashed, and kind of Exist felt a little bit abandoned there at the railing.
Yeah, because we were pointing out that actually giving up that position is what you should do and run back long if you don't hit the shot. But obviously when Exist is on the bomb site, the sort of the calculation changes a bit, And it did seem like there was some sort of miscoordination there.
Yeah, especially because the flashbang exists throws freezes Team Liquid at the corner at quad.
Yeah.
So I mean that's a perfect angle. That's a very safe angle for that Opera to take the battle. And there's Pit chiming in from Catwalk, opening kill onto a Dren. So Liquid are going to have to readjust.
Well, Hiko and a lot of teammates down at long. Freiburg, he got knocked out pretty well, not the previous round, but the one before that. By Nitro just entering on him down there, so we've got to be a bit careful. Losing that long control. In the middle, Forrest missing a shot that it looked like he shouldn't have been able to miss there. Looked like that was dead on. Taking some damage, which is a bit scary, but NIP still in control of this round so far. Get right, could almost get caught with a grenade in hand there. Elysia in the corner gets flashed from that, and I have no idea how he's still alive.
Yeah, I don't either. Nice flashbang from Get Right though. Elysia completely blinded. This A hit is going to come in, and it's a little susceptible right now. Pit with the AWP. There's the first kill. No flashbangs on the Liquid side, so he's got free reign to take that shot. And you can see he just falls back a little bit. Now he has a brand new angle. That's going to give him one more kill. Hiko's now the next one in the site, but he has to get the bomb planted. And Elysia's going to try and cover him. Drops down, but Exist recovers. Reacts nicely, and Hiko can't get anything done. So all 5 members of NIP survive. They reset the bonus on the Liquid side after winning just 1 round. They're back to losing. So, and yeah, they don't really even have enough money to buy up in this round. 2 members can have pretty strong buys of the AKs, but outside of that, it'd be very, very sketchy. So Liquid, with 8 rounds to play with, just going to save in this one.
Yeah, no, and again, they must not be feeling too much pressure here. NIP need to win 8 rounds in a row to get into overtime, and actually do have some light pistols being picked up here on Liquid, but again, just evening out the money, which I don't mind too much. Give yourself some odd chance of maybe doing it. Kusta gonna get down at long. He was the only one there, and I sort of thought the rest would actually push into B.
I think that was the plan, but the Molotov, no one likes to run through fire except for Summit. So, I know, I'm
too
sorry.
soon.
Yeah, that is a little too soon.
Yeah, right. Going for the spray as they cross on over, and Forrest is there to help out a bit. Might be a bit of an issue here as Forrest is now alone on the site, and he's going to get flanked from... Oh, no, he's not. Elysia actually goes down, and Pyth going to take the shot through. I thought Elysia was going to come running out of the window behind Forrest, but good teamwork.
I imagine... this is a tough call for Liquid. I would actually say that they're gonna save one more and let Kusta get up towards that AWP. Has been interesting though. They haven't even in the first half, the CT side, even in the first gun round, they kept Kusta on the rifle. He's actually had some pretty good rifle rounds in this match. So they've been more than willing to keep him on an AK or an M4 instead of the AWP.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, almost all the work he did on the first half was just with a rifle. So maybe just keep it up at this rate. And Liquid not quite able to buy again. They didn't get the bomb plant down, so they're just going to play it safe. They know they have the rounds to sort of throw away here. They can still be quite safe. NIP basically only need to make one mistake and they're going to lose this map.
It looks like Liquid just wants to do a standard execute on the A site with 2 players coming out long. The question is, though, because this player at railing is normally exists, the op is usually towards car. That's going to be a switch up. Freiburg is dinked. There goes Kusta, finishes him off. There's a second member of NIP here. That's exists, and the hit is on towards the A bomb site. Pit gets dinked. He's very, very close to falling. He's got to hit that shot, and he does. Now he has to try and stay alive as long as possible. Exist is here to help out, but he's going to get pressured by Kusta, who's found out. But here's another plant for Team Liquid.
Yeah, so they get the money, and I mean, I think that was well handled enough by Exist. He knew that he had to stay alive down there, because if he dies, then everything goes south. Dren gunning away with the Tech 9. That's a long-range battle for him to take, and it does work out, but he gets down by Get Right, and it will be NIP winning it up to the 9th round here for them, so 9-15.
One of the ways we haven't talked about yet, which is a way for Liquid to win this match with the sheer amount of rounds they've had to play with, still with 6, they can grind out the economy pretty well. So with 3 kills there, they force a lot of rebuys. If they can keep this money low on the CT side, if they can keep doing damages even if they're losing rounds, eventually it's going to get to a point where maybe NIP can't afford a second op. Maybe they can't afford, some Molotovs, some smokes. True. And that way it allows some of their tactics to be so much more effective, allows them maybe to find an opening pick. But this time, now you see a timeout. This isn't a bad call from Liquid. This is where you normally talk about everything you've seen. You're just like, we just need one more round. Let's talk about the areas of the map that we can exploit out of NIP.
Yeah, 25 seconds on that timeout. I kind of like this in the middle of the screen like this. That means we can all sort of keep an eye on when it's going to resume. What What weakness do you think there is right now in NIP's setup? Like, where could Liquid strike that would maybe put NIP at a disadvantage?
Liquid's having a pretty easy time of getting up catwalk and having control over towards those stairs. Maybe apply some pressure onto the A bomb site, throw some smokes, maybe make NIP feel a little bit nervous, force a rotation perhaps, maybe try and pick off that rotation in mid, and you can fall back from there. I mean, you can have any number of things. We haven't really seen either of these teams try any kind of mid to B split, so you can fall into that. Or you could just do your standard execute out of the A bomb site, because that's what won them their round just a few ago.
Forest here in the middle. I think you had the shot go out of Kusta, so just going to try and see if he could take the peek right afterwards. 25th round coming up here, and Liquid have been shocking and surprising us here. Seems like it's just the recipe for today, isn't it? Everyone's just getting the upset wins.
Yeah, and a little bit crazy too, because Liquid's jet lagged. We normally don't see this, you know? Came in for Austin.
They did, along with everybody else. There's a couple of you guys that are struggling,
that have been annihilated. But yeah, they're handling it very, very well. And now, I mean, this is the thing. This is what we're talking about. They have control of catwalk now. They can do any number of execute. Exists. He's going to have to make a decision. This is where that pressure you put onto the A bomb site from catwalk, maybe a fake execute, really forces Exist to choose if he wants to stay around in mid, if he believes there's going to be a fake, or if he's going to come back to the A bomb site. Because it does look, you can see the crisscross smokes in mid. That kind of highlights, that says there's going to be mid pressure, but instead they're all going up catwalk. So instead of faking the hit and going mid, they're faking mid and going catwalk. So Exist is stuck in CT spawn. He's going to get that kill. Nitro doesn't jump far enough into the smoke. Actually, that smoke missed. There's a mistake, and Pit with one more. That's a small error from Team Liquid that's going to have big consequences.
Yeah, you could definitely tell that Nitro thought he was covered when he got down there and just didn't even bother looking, right? Because it's supposed to cover him the whole way. Nice shot from Pith, taking down Kuster and Hiko. And Adren going to be left in 2-on-4. And even though they have the bomb side and the bomb there, this is not a favorable position if you're on the T side. You don't want to be stuck on here. You want to have short or long control, or at least a couple of people there. Adren just being run down by Get Right. And that's going to be a 10th round here for NIP. You're starting to sweat, Moses. Can you feel it?
Why must you do this to me? I am a little bit, yeah. Yeah, and the other bummer about it is Liquid, they only get one kill in that. So we just mentioned one of the ways they can win is grind down the economy. Well, they're not accomplishing that whatsoever either in that loss. So now it's a tough call, and they've also, you got to remember as well, they've used their timeout. So if they continue to struggle in these last 5 rounds, they have nothing to kind of slow down this game and talk about anything. Kusa's just going to rush it with his knife out. That tactic's not going to work. They don't get out quick enough at Duran. He's got to get that second kill, and he does. They know Freiburg's in the pit. There's a Liege. Good opening, but now they can slow things down if they choose to. Last time this happened, they pushed forward right into the Alpha pit.
It seems like they have learned from that mistake, and I mean, as long as they maintain this 4 versus 3 and just find out a little bit about what NIP's setup currently is like. If you spot someone in the middle or spot someone up on catwalk, it's going to give you a lot of information about what's happening on the rest of the map as well.
This position from Nitro is so important. What is the timing of this? Force is going to get completely caught off guard. If Nitro just peeks a little bit farther, he's going to get a free kill, and there it is. 4-on-2 now. The rest of Liquid is over towards the B bomb site. But what a sick read we have out of NIP. Pit is still in mid. Get Right actually just now evacuates the B bomb site. So Liquid has him right where they want him. That smoke to cross long is perfect. That means they don't have the information. He's going to run right through it. And now it's trouble. Now they know it's the B bomb site, and they're both here.
Yeah, flashbang goes through, and it's timed fairly well, but Get Right not quite feeling it anyway. It's going to be a great peek in. Get Right getting the headshot, and he goes well. Elige now with 40 seconds left here in a 1-on-2, trying to see if he can actually close out this game. He gets the first shot. It's a brilliant one. Taking down Python now. 30 seconds here. He's got a little bit of time to play what Get Right on the other side. Now up on the window. Elige going for the repeat, but he gets down by Get Right. Picks up a double kill. And it will be NIP at 11 rounds, and Liquid, they could buy AKs on 4 and maybe some utility on Kusta here. Should they do it? I mean, we're getting close.
Oh, Lord. Okay, they're going to go for it. So, they're going to have decent utility.
Tick-tock, Clarice. It's getting close now.
That's unreal. I mean, losing a 4-on-2 in this kind of a situation, that is so heartbreaking. That's going to make Liquid so much more stressed than they have to be. Good damage done to Freiburg early on, and Elige out mid very, very quickly. There's one kill. He could get a second as well. This is perfect. Can he find it? He does. The control is there. Get Right responds on a Nitro, and he's going to get the equalizer as well. But the B bomb site is partially open. Force still manning this down. It's a nice flash. He's going to peek with his spray down 2 of them. It's perfect in Team Liquid. They get all the advantages these past couple rounds and just collapse. And now is where Liquid, instead of believing you can win the game, they now believe that they can lose it.
Well, look, I mean, I've got to give Elish credit. That was an incredibly manly push coming into middle, just running in there, and he got 2 kills for it. That's supposed to set you up again for a very nice follow-up into the rest of the round, but now they are officially out of money. They've gone back to pistols here and a bit of armor. We are at 15-12 and moving into the 28th round, and NIP just... I think they could be about to deliver a devastating comeback here to Liquid. It's not quite done yet, and again, just one mistake is all it takes here for NIP to sort of essentially lose the game, right? But it's getting scary, and this is where mistakes start to happen if you're Liquid, right? This is where you start to make some errors that you shouldn't have.
Yeah, we've already seen some mistakes. So yeah, this is where that pressure gets put on, and then you start having some miscommunications, some doubts, and now, I mean, Liquid's just getting mopped up in this eco round. They're trying to get into the bomb site. Bombs dropped as well towards CT spawn, so this round's essentially, it's all over, basically. It's a nice shot from Nitro. Gonna get another one. He can, actually, and there's a Dren with the 3rd kill, so down to a 2-on-2. Nitro has got to win this battle, though.
Yeah, he's got 2 health left. I mean, Forrest has even picked up an HE grenade that would kill either one of them if it's just anywhere near, so that's still a little bit grotesque that they could even get into a 2-on-2 from this position. But some really good work there. And actually, even if they lose this round, which they obviously should, that might just give Liquid a little bit of sort of hope again. Just proving to themselves even we can still kill these people.
Odd nade. See you later. It's perfect. So 15.
Look at the way he's put to rest as well. Looks disappointed. Just the way that wasn't even a fair fight.
Yeah, just couldn't do anything about it. And still, the money for NIP is so strong. Despite these last 2 rounds, they've been beaten up a little bit in the last 2 to 3 rounds. But still, such a... Oh, okay, so here's the switch up from Team Liquid. Double up. Adren and Kusta both have the AWP. Just had to show it to us.
Great stuff.
And this is, now they've switched into a double op setup. Adren has no armor, but now things have to slow down for Liquid. They have to give these ops. This is a big investment into this round. You have to give your ops time to go for a pick. And the good thing about it is that NIP really hasn't had to face this too much in the second half, so this might actually catch him off guard. They only have to find out where Pitt's playing, and he's been at the A bomb site basically this whole time.
We see just one mistake for NIP, and Liquid have got, I mean, even the past couple of rounds, even though they haven't won them, they've been good with the openings, right? So, I mean, that's kind of the basic thing you want, at least have a good opening into a T round. Bit of damage on Hiko is lurking down at long, and they've cleared upper. They're sort of in control of middle, and Pyth is playing on this corner, ready to jump down onto the slope. Forrest up here, though, I mean, a bit of a tricky position if he doesn't get any backup. If he gets isolated here, then that could be a bit worrisome. But it seems like they are going to try and split A through long as well.
Well, the first thing they have to do is they have to push back Pit on Catwalk, because that'll force the defenders at long to change up a little bit. That flashbang does absolutely nothing. A little bit off. Kusta falls for free. Now Hiko and Adren have to make something work. And both defenders are here. Even the 3rd member, even Pit can rotate over and help out. But this is a sick crossfire at long. And Hiko, it looks like he's just going to walk right into it. Coming through the smoke, he gets the first kill. That's impressive, but Get Right and Pit, they man down the A site. And all of a sudden, it's down to just the last round in this half for NIP to make this comeback complete. You wipe that smirk off your face, Anders.
Describe to me with words that are English how you know, what are you feeling right now? Let's just try and just lay back on the couch and tell me what are you thinking?
Oh, this is torture. They're just gonna go for a flat out B rush when all else fails. Why not? I like it. Make things simple. Smoke out to defuse any Molotov that comes in. It's going to be perfect. Get Right's not blind, though. Now he is. Now they could have this B bomb site. Forrest is stuck inside, so Get Right has to remain aggressive, but everyone's so blind. There's Get Right with 2. Forrest is fallen in the site, but this is an opportunity now for Liquid. Running out of utility, but in a 3-on-4.
We haven't actually seen NIP go for any big retakes over at B here, and it's not always that easy. Elish sees the shadow coming in. Get Right going to be going down. It's now a 3-on-3. Liquid, they might be able to prevent the pain train that's been NIP here for the last couple of rounds. It's a 3-on-3 with the bomb. It is in that corner still. Adren just actually, I think, scared to move out. And that NIP going to put 2 in upper dark, which I don't mind. I think that's actually quite a smart play here. Nitro going to go for the fight. He has to win it, or at least stay alive. If he goes down, then the rest of this attack could just fall flat on his face. Nitro takes the fight there, drops Freiburg, he turns around. I don't think he realizes a Nitro going to be going down, so still a 2-on-2. And now, finally, the bomb should be going down here. Adren smoking off. They're really paranoid here on the Liquid side, and you can't blame them. They have to know that overtime is going to be exactly what NIP want. It might very well be costing them the game here. Leash, a little bit of a fight there. Does tag up Big System, drop him a bit low. Pyth coming in from the outside with an AWP, maybe not the best weapon to retake with. Elige in a dangerously open corner, and there's the shot coming through, and we're going to be in overtime. NIP doing the retake. Wow.
That is an incredible comeback. And how do you recover from this if you're Team Liquid? I don't know how you do it. It's a shame. It's a shame that Nitro, when he's playing in the upper B tunnels, he doesn't peek out very wide. He never spots there's a second man there.
Yeah.
If at any point he sees that second man, the 2 players in the B bomb site actually push out those B and take over mid.
Yeah.
And that's why you saw Pitt was playing so defensively. He was just saying, all right, the 2 guys in the tunnels have to do all the work. Even when Nitro eventually does fall, I was actually a little curious to see if Liquid in that 2-on-2, if they were going to push out and do it then, because they know one guy's in halls at that point once Freiburg gets that kill.
Wow. So, I mean, it wasn't 16-14 loss, but we're in overtime, which I guess is like a bit of a coin flip at this point in time. But if you're Liquid, you've got to be thinking, we should have closed out this game already. The fact that we haven't, it makes you wonder, can we even do it? You know, is it too far gone here? It's a bit scary. I don't know what kind of childhood memories we could evoke here. Moses, did you ever lose a puppy as a child? How bad does it have to get? Are you having flashbacks? You know,
never lost a puppy. I mean, this is just you know, I think I even mentioned to you at halftime. I was like, where's this Liquid coming from? Like, why do they tease us so much? Like, why have they performed this well in the first half?
It's like you broke your mom's favorite china, and she wasn't even angry, but you could tell she was sad.
Disappointed.
And it's even worse.
It is that disappointment, isn't it?
It's just it really hurts, you know. You try not to think about it, but even years later, you're still thinking.
Yeah, like years later, you have that memory of that day, and you get the residual guilt and the residual disappointment.
All right, we're getting close. Just trying to, you know, draw some parallels here that people might be able to identify with. You know. I'm assuming most people have mothers at this point.
Yeah, we've gone through dead puppies. We've gone through disappointed, not angry.
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously shocking. Initially, it's you know, this match starts off with everyone being quite excited that Liquid is doing so well. Maybe a bit disappointed that NIP seemed to come into this match and being sort of halfway asleep. Now, I don't even know what to say. How do you play overtime? Is it different from playing in regulation?
If I'm Liquid, I mean, that was a pretty slow-paced T-side out of them. They never seemed to get too aggressive except for the last round where it was just kind of like, all right, we don't know what to do, so let's just rush B. And then also there was one other round, that round that Elige came out mid very, very early and got those 2 kills. But outside of that, it was like a very slow-paced, default, tactical, conservative style. If I'm Liquid in this first round of overtime, I pick up the pace like really, really heavily. I just go for something maybe a little bit crazy. Maybe go for a very fast like mid to B split.
Yeah, I'm still confused about why we haven't seen that more out of the T side here. Because as far as I know, like most tactics that sort of fall out of favor with all teams, sometimes that happens. You know, everyone will be doing one thing for a while, and then someone figures out how to counter it, and then it dies, and it doesn't really come back except for like the odd round. As far as I know, no one has figured out how to really like effectively stop the B split. Obviously, you can randomly guess that it's going to be a B split, and you can end up with 3 people in B, and that's a good counter for it. But I don't think there's like any really, really solid like, you know, checklist that you go through and say, oh, it's a B split, we're going to behave in this way, and then we probably win the round.
Yeah, there's really not. It does sometimes come down to if they just guess it's coming, maybe they boost someone up in NCT spawn just to make sure it happens. But yeah, it is very curious to see that neither team has really gone for it too much. And because that it has always been like a tried and tested tactic on the T side for Dust 2. You know, it's just I don't know why. Here's what's tough for Team Liquid to tell them. You know, what can you guys do? Because the things they were doing in regulation actually, you know, to a certain degree worked. How many times did they have a 5-on-3 in these rounds that was just immediately equalized? and they end up losing it. First, it's that the double kill from Elige. There was also that the double kill out towards Long that one round. They had a 5-on-3 that ends up a 4-on-2 that they lose to a retake. So, I mean, they've had so many opportunities and so many advantages in these rounds as that half came to a close, and they just can't capitalize on any of them.
Yeah, and that is absolutely true. I mean, even the round that they sort of made a big mistake in, where they ended up pushing against Pyth over at the A bomb side, right?
Yep.
All of those rounds, you got to wonder now. Damn, if any one detail had been changed there, this could have been done with already. We're going to be in overtime here between Liquid and NIP. First game for both these teams here at the ESL Pro League, and we'll see if they could find a way to close out this game. Liquid obviously had a tremendous lead going into the second half, and NIP somehow managed to come back, and that's going to be in the back of Liquid's mind here, but hopefully they can just wipe all of that out and refocus on this round.
So Liquid has long control, and this has forced NIP to take control of Catwalk, because you have to pick one. You have to have players on Catwalk if you can't control long, and that's why you can also see one player close up towards mid, so they can kind of crunch on any attack that comes in this way. And now the scary part for Team Liquid is if they try and go for a mid to B split, they'll get slaughtered, but that opening kill onto Freiburg as well. Nitro down to 37, Adren's in lower B, and still keeping things slow. A minute left on the clock, and they have this defense all spread out. They've got to worry about one player pushing into upper B, and Adren's got eyes on that. He's spotted it out, he's forced it back.
That's some very valuable information if you're on the terrorist side there, obviously. A bit of a spray coming through, but Kusta not really taking much damage, and Get Right taking way more in return from that AWP, and Hiko dropping assist. It seems like here's the round that they needed in regulation. Go into overtime, and they just swiftly pick it up here. Nitro going to be dropping down Python. It is a 2-on-5 with Get Right being on 27 health. The bomb about to go down as well, and yeah, very well played round here coming out of Liquid. I think that initial spray from Freiburg looked good, but there were so many targets that he ended up sort of spraying at all of them and didn't kill either one. And
from there, they just had the defensive players so isolated. Even Forrest missing some shots there, but even Hiko wins a one-on-one out towards Long later on when Exist, I think it was, pushed back to try and regain control of that. So now, I mean, this round for NIP is actually very, very... This is essentially 2 rounds for 1, because the money is gone on the CT side. They've depleted everything they have. That AWP is back in Pitt's hand. That was a monster. We didn't really touch on that, after regulation. Because that Pitt was on 31 kills. Like, he really, really stepped up in that second half.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it? Defense set up here from NIP, and Liquid challenge it, and that's actually a bit interesting that they even try and do that. Freiburg still down on Long, trying to flash his way and play around the smoke, but Nitro calling him out on that with an AK-47, and it's going to be now 5 versus 3, and NIP, they don't have the money to lose this round. Elige going to pick up one more and making it a double. A great effort here being put in, and Nitro to finish out the round, 17-15, and now NIP out of money, and Liquid, I mean, surely, Moses, they cannot disappoint twice in...
Why do you do this to me?
It's meant to be this time.
Surely they can. Find a way.
So that setup, that defense that NIP have, they actually were the team to popularize it, where you throw not just a couple of grenades, you throw the grenades and the Molotov, right? And it actually, for a long time, almost all teams even stopped going long because of it, because it's just so hard to get through. And Liquid actually managed to walk into it. Well,
speaking of walking into things,
yeah, Pyth reading our minds a little bit there.
Yeah, I mean, Exist has to be really frustrated about that round, because he was actually crouched spraying at 2 players in the narrow choke point who are fighting in a Molotov. He doesn't get any kills, so that's, as a defender, that's so tough. But NIP does something really cool there as well. It's actually pretty, a little bit of a bummer it doesn't work out. They actually rotate 2 members back very early on, and they're just bombing flashes at that corner to swing wide and try and get aggressive, and Liquid just somehow outlasts them in each and every fight. And now you can see NIP just with these pistols, as we've mentioned, they've just kind of grouped up. That's the only option they have. Can't really go for any kind of one-on-one battle with just pistols against AKs and AWPs, so instead they're going to stay grouped up and hope they can find a 2-for-1 and maybe salvage a weapon. And Nitro's going to give him a chance here. There's also Kusta with him, so Nitro has got to come up big here. And he does. He protects Kusta perfectly, because Kusta was completely blind there. So now a 5-on-3 again for Liquid.
Yeah, Get Right in the corner, C-set 75 in hand. He takes 1 and 2, runs out into the open, trying to stay alive for a little bit here. It would have been brilliant if there had been someone else there with him now. Up on the box, Exist, trying to see if he could follow one up and getting close in now. Freiburg with the 5-7 in hand. It's going to go for the shot, but he transfers too soon. And Adren will take them both down to 18-15. And we need the first team for 19 here in the overtime format. I mean...
Stop.
Elige 32.
Yeah, he's had a huge game. Kusta's quieted down a little bit. Nitro's picked things up. I mean, that's that duo for this team for Liquid, right? That we've been talking about for like a year. And it is like a very frustrating duo because we have talked about the potential that they have, the power that Nitro and Elige bring to the table.
Yeah.
Just not frequently enough. And then you see the strength it has. I mean, obviously not closing this game out, but when those two are playing well or are topping the scoreboard for Team Liquid, this is a very, very difficult team to stop.
I'm curious how NIP are going to get back from this, because obviously their T side was miserable when we were in regulation. So see if they've warmed up
so
enough.
So is Liquid.
So is Liquid. You're right. And I mean, it seems destined this time, Moses. Destined to be. You're still not.
I'm still not committing to it.
Oh man.
Here's the cool thing about it is that, like we said before overtime started, was that Liquid, there was like things that they don't necessarily need to change because they got all the openings. It was just a matter of closing those rounds out. Well, in overtime they get those openings and then they actually close the rounds out. So whatever they said during right before overtime began works out perfectly for them. And it's crazy to think that they're able to reset like that and then just rattle off 3 straight. I don't know what it was towards the end of that half because it's not like they were getting beat by economy. They had some very, very strong buys as that half kind of winded down. And now in overtime, they're able to get those 3 in a row.
It's a serious question. Do we know where Freiburg has been vacationing? Because he looks really tan, doesn't he?
I was going to mention that when the camera was on him and you're like, NIP looks a little frustrated. Freiburg was very bright red.
Yeah, look at it. It's just peace. He's been somewhere nice. I want to go there.
I don't know. That looks like a burn.
Yeah, but that's how you know it's going to be a really good tan, isn't it? I don't actually know much about this, but
a week later, when all the skin is peeled off, it's going to look great.
It is awful when you go to bed at night, isn't it? And you feel that heat from the sun still on you. Like, God, please, can we just turn it off and back on again tomorrow?
Look at the buy out of Kusa. He does have the AWP, and like we saw against Snip, when they lose those first 2 rounds in overtime, their money's gone. So Kusa actually declines for a kit, declines for head armor, just goes for a smoke and 1 flashbang to help him if he wants to have an advanced position. He has tools to get away, to help himself survive. And that's so moving forward into the next round, he can buy another AWP again if he wants to.
Well, it is kind of all or nothing here for NIP. They need to win 3 in a row to push it into double overtime. Otherwise, Liquid are going to finish what they started, which was quite an impressive start as well. Kusta in the middle, going for the shot, and seemed like he maybe had the opening there. So they kind of, throw one of the cards out and it doesn't really work so well. Kusta back with a secondary position, though. And the flashbang and the running in from Pythe, just a little bit too quick. Just 2 shots and no connection so far.
Yeah, and there's the smoke that Kusta bought to get himself away. Uses it on Catwalk as he falls back. Now he's got a flashbang as well. If there's an execute, he's got 1 flash to use to give him a chance to re-peek into the safe bomb site, and NIP looks like they want to go right at him here. 4 members on Catwalk.
In regulation, they did have a lot of success hitting A from Catwalk, so we're just going to try and see if they can do it again. Smoke goes down, lands in CT spawn this time. It doesn't fail. And Kusta, though, he's going to get smoked off as well. NIP looking to make their way through. Kusta, is he going to try and challenge it? It could be dangerous. Elige there to help him out as well if anything comes to it. But he's going to go down to Python now. Kusta out in the open. He misses a shot. Tries for a second one as well. Down in the pit. Adrian not able to help out there. And Freiburg with a shot on Kusta means NIP should be getting this round. And even though they start with 10,000 here, Liquid got to wonder if they want to fight this or just save what they have.
Yeah, you say what you have here. You just fall away. A 3-on-5 retake is not going to happen no matter how good Liquid was at the retakes in the first half of this game. NIP just gets into that site for way too easy, and they have so many good positions. So even GetRight's going to go on the hunt now. You can see a little bit of a bummer that Adren, if he gets that 1 kill, if he saves Kusta, they probably go for this retake because they have Kusta at long with an AWP. He can peek into the site and give them some cover as they try for the retake. But just a standard A execute from NIP works perfectly.
Yeah, and I mean, that strat that you sort of outlined, having the AWP at long and then just trying retaking a bomb site, that used to be, I think, one of the most viable strats as a CT on this map, because in the earlier version of Dust, you couldn't plant in front of the box towards Catwalk, which meant that T sort of had to plant in only 1 spot. There's only 1 spot you could plant in if the AWP was long, right? So it's just sort of a historic almost perspective on this, but 16-18.
Because of the save as well, Liquid will have money in the 3rd round if they need it, if it gets there. Very fast, long pressure. GetRight's going to continue forward. They find him right through the smoke. I don't know if he didn't realize the gap was there, but that was a little bit over aggressive out of GetRight. You really don't see that kind of play.
No, it looked like he was just going to try and jump into pit, but just a little bit too quick there. Now they try for the counter push. Still 3 members of NIP here. A trade coming through. Exist on the corner. Adrena on the other side going for the fight. Bomb is down as well. And it is going to end up in a 2v2 after all of that. And Liquid 2 rounds away here from upsetting NIP and finishing what they started on this map. Hiko in the middle. M4 in hand and Freiburg on the other side. Hiko's making a lot of noise here. Freiburg, is he going to try and sneak on through? Shots being fired out. The bomb is rotating back, and Freiburg is just holding this absolute connection on the map. He can basically know exactly what's happening, and if he realizes that they're both on the other side, well, Pyth is going to have a clean run of it, and it seems like that's exactly what's happening here. Wow.
Yeah, and Liquid's just conceding this. They're gonna go for the retake. Obviously, they're gonna go for the 2-on-2. But that one smoke out towards long pulled them away, and now they're a little bit scared to fall back. The question is,
look at the grenades on Nip.
Oh, that's brutal. Smoke, and yeah, I was wondering when Freiburg was gonna kind of concede that and go towards upper B tunnels to help out Pit, and it's just now. They've got to know this is coming.
Because he has smoke and a Molotov. One Molotov just went up. That was down towards the doorway. When they see the other 2 smokes going up here, the other 2 grenades, that's just going to be brutal for Liquid. There's one of them in through. They got to wonder now, what could we possibly do? Nitro running right in. Freiburg on the other side. Hiko going to go down as well. NIP playing the 2v2 just perfectly. The timing there on every single step. As soon as Freiburg was in the middle was just beautiful. 18-17. And they did save 3 rifles, so they have a bit more money in this 6th round of the overtime.
Yeah, they're going to have 4 rifles, actually. It's going to be a Dren on the CZ. They even have an AWP on Kusta. But still, it all comes down to this one round. Now, Liquid, again, dropping 3 in a row. I mean, they definitely have double overtime. But, I mean, this is getting heartbreaking now. Freiburg with a free shot onto a Dren. That's just the CZ, so not a huge deal, but that's some aggressiveness out of NIP that we hadn't seen.
Yeah, and seems like Liquid wants to sandwich upper and lower dark here, see if they could do that out in the middle as well, so they might be finding Get Right, but if he spots out how many people are actually here at long as well, they might just be able to push up. He only saw 2. If he had seen a 3rd one, I think maybe the rest of NIP would have just tried to push up there. Elige going a bit aggressive.
It's 2 of them.
Wow.
Sister Spray's out 2. They were lined up. So that's heartbreaking for Team Liquid. Again, not able to close things out. I mean, this would have to be a very hero play on this cross from Hiko and Nitro.
They're in the right position. Flashbang goes out, though. Hiko spraying madly and somehow staying alive. Freiburg going to take him down, and Nitro now, 1 on 2, or 3, sorry, and trying to see if he could maybe save this for Liquid. It'd be one hell of a clutch here if he could make it work. They're on catwalk as well, and I think he may have even heard one guy running up there, which doesn't really matter. He can't really do much anyway. Just trying to find the opening, and they're not giving him one either. He doesn't have any grenades, and yeah, this is just a terrible position to be in. He's going to go down. We'll be looking at double overtime.
NIP, just right now, it's almost like they can't lose. Like you talked about, it's Destin. You were wondering if Liquid could disappoint again. It happened.
It happened.
And this is kind of, I mean, we mentioned this as well. This is the difference between, the best teams and the teams that are trying to break into that top echelon of teams is, can you close these games out? Now that Liquid's had 2 opportunities to close out this game. 2 massive opportunities. 3-0 in overtime, 13-2 after first half. It's a nice shot from Nitro, but he's overexposed. He doesn't get behind cover in time. He wanted that kill so badly. Pulls out the nade and goes for it. So a mistake there, and again, small mistake provides a huge opening for NIP.
Get Right. I mean, seems lucky to be alive, but with that kind of a response, a little bit scary here for Liquid. And suddenly the teams have figured out quite well how to play the T side. Just took the first 30 rounds of the game.
What is the response from Team Liquid? Because you can see NIP, this is kind of the general trend right now in Counter-Strike, is if you get that first kill, just kind of freeze. Wait for the information gathering, because that's where the CT teams can really recover. It's not only, maybe pushing and finding it an unsuspecting kill, but also just finding the intel and being able to rotate. You have to be able to kind of make up for being a man down and rotate into the right positions. Kusta needs a big round here. He's been quiet recently. This would be huge. If NIP comes right at him and he can shut them down, that would be a massive lift for Team Liquid.
Well, we've got 40 seconds on the clock right now. So it's kind of now or never for NIP. They don't want to run out of time, obviously. Elige down here, flashed and smoked, but a mid-air headshot taking down Freiburg. Pyth is going to go down as well. Kusta looking for a second kill, but NIP going to fall back in. That might actually be a really good call. They do have a smoke for middle. They could run into Hiko here. He's going to go through the early fight. Gets Forest, goes for a second one, but he can't get it. And wouldn't you know it, it's another 2-on-2 here. This time 15 seconds. They can barely make it unless they get killed crossing. And oh no, Adren, assuming no one in their right mind would be raiding middle with this little time left. The bomb is going to go down. Kusta peeking into the middle. Get Right going to take him out. And it will be 19-18.
Obviously, it's Get Right. Shuts him down. Such a smart play as well. With that low HP, picking up the AWP and just waiting for it. Liquid a little bit overconfident on that rotate.
I don't know what to say, Moses.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
You're starting to feel the pressure? They've worked so hard for it as well, Liquid, haven't they? They've really put in a lot of work on this map. Now Elige going to be quick down. Catwalk sprays one, and it's a quick trade, which if you're on the CT side, you want to do better than just trading. Otherwise, you are going to end up in an unfavorable position here. And Hiko down to 33, I think getting shot through the door even.
Well, the tough part, too, is now NIP knows there's only one on the B side. And they should just keep, more than likely, they'll keep Force trained on mid and just see if one ever crosses back or if there ever the opportunity for a smoke. Okay, so now they might not have the intel, though. You can see Get Right watching it. They're keeping this one player isolated so they can at least know more than likely he's going to be the only one there. And that might help them in the late round if they want to go for it. These Molotovs force a Dren out, and he falls. It's now on Kusta. He's got 3 members on Catwalk. There's the flash. He can't time it. He's got no smoke to block it off as well. But NIP doesn't pressure the issue.
They got a minute left still, and they're in a 4 versus 3 here. They're feeling very confident right now. Just waiting for Liquid to come up with something, as you were saying. Information is usually what you want to play for here. Spray comes through. Nitro, he gets one, but couldn't follow up, and instead goes down now. Eco want to push through, but Exist is there. And Kusta, he's going to get the first one. Now this would be one hell of a clutch if he could pull it through. He wasn't a 1v3, he's made it a 1v2, and I think going Catwalk right now is way favorable, or even long actually is favorable to going up middle. That would be a bit of almost a suicide mission. So everything rides on this. NIP, they've got the bomb inside the site here, and Kusta's just going to have to essentially the play of the game maybe for him right now. Looking for the first opening shot with the AWP, going to be taking down Pyth now, moving up. Get Right knows where he is, and he can just play for time. Kusta does have a kit. He doesn't have time to play around like this. Already, a lot of time is off the clock. Kusta testing it once, and Get Right still at the site, very close. Close enough that Kusta only has one chance, and it goes around the corner. He can't get the flick off. Get Right going to be taking him out with a headshot, and NIP now at 20 rounds. And it's just one of those things where you don't know. You don't know where the last player is. He could be at elevator, he could be all the way by the box in the corner there, he could be at Catwalk even, so hard to know.
Yeah, it really is in that kind of a... Now it's kind of the play out towards long. If you go towards Catwalk, you might be able to see that second player, but at least going long, he caught the first one off guard, was able to bring it down. Now look at this buyout of Liquid. This time they didn't have a round where people saved their guns, so they're so incredibly weak in terms of their guns. Kusta playing in the smoke as well. This is going to be scary. Can he find it? He runs right through. Freiberg's there. And Pith is just going to set up on top of the dead body, but everyone is getting wiped out for Team Liquid. And we've seen such good halves out of them in overtime and regulation, but I'm not sure. It was surprising to see them go 3-0 after resetting after that second half they had. I don't think they can do it in overtime.
No, this is turning really ugly here for Team Liquid, and they must feel it as well. You know, so well in regulation first half, then into overtime, then into second overtime, and now even these 3 rounds here kind of feel like they are getting rolled a little bit here. Hiko, alone in a 1-on-4, obviously has to try and do something, but there really is no right answer for how to play a situation like this. And he's going to go for the fight. Ends up going down to Exist, so 21 and actually, yeah, 22 rounds here for, 21 rounds for NIP. I don't know what to say.
Well, this is... We'll have to see if Liquid can just run. I mean, that's the thing. They have to run it back. They have to be able to continue to get those opening kills. Same situation with Kusta going for a light buy with that AWP. But, I mean, Pitt with his own op on the CT side has been a beast pretty much throughout the entire match. And the tough part now is, you know, we talked about the retakes being so quick. Oh, Kusta, that's a nice shot. Almost doubled him up. But we talked about Liquid and regulation having some really, really nice retakes. Oh, I don't think no one from Liquid expected him to be there.
No, definitely not. He's going to go for a second one as well, but Get Right actually there to help out. And Kusta did give them a really good start. But is it going to be quite enough? There's only one guy playing B, and that might completely throw Liquid off, but they are going to actually go for it, and that's very fortunate for them right now. Kusta going to hide in the middle. Exist has to stay alive and get one kill at least. He goes for the first one there. Kusta with the follow-up, still a 2-1-3. They try and flash their way through, and Kusta, he can't see a thing. He goes down. Nitro now gonna try and prevent this full comeback for NIP. He's in a corner. They do have a Molotov. If they know he's there, Freiburg is gonna close out this game with a single grenade. Nitro will be completely out of position if that happens, so he's gonna have to get the first 2 kills without them even realizing. Otherwise, this is gonna be just a miserable way for them to end the round here. Nitro in the corner, AK in hand, goes for the first spray. There's one headshot for Freiburg to follow it up. No HE or anything needed. NIP gonna win in double overtime against Liquid on Dust 2.
Yeah, they had their chances, and that was kind of what I was trying to get to in that last round. Is in the first half we saw them, some of those retakes were really good, and as this kind of streak continued, they started not being able to win out those situationals. NIP started winning every 2-on-2, every 3-on-3, even 2-on-4s. I mean, it's just brutal for Liquid. I mean, how many times do we see it? A good performance from a team that's the underdog, and then they get to the end of the line, they can't close it, and just so many times they've given themselves an opportunity and failed that it almost feels like they don't really have what it takes to actually win that match.
Yeah, devastating game, and I mean, should be a wake-up call for NIP as well. That start for them was just very, very bad indeed, but they make up for it and end up going home with a victory so far, at least, in double OT. So that's going to be this game. Now, next coming up is Optic and G2, so stick around for that.
yeah, but
Well, what do you say about that one?
I'm not sure, Alex.
Outgamed, outclassed, and outdone. NIP picking up the win there.
Oh, you actually had a little piece there for us. I liked it. That was good.
This is going to be a very tough one to break down. I have no idea how to kind of comprehend what has just happened here. 13-2 victory, looking like victory for Liquid. You can see I'm actually still struggling to comprehend this. A 13-2 victory, you win pistol. 14-2.
and you lose the anti-force by yet again. Teams seem to struggle.
I'm just going to throw this to
but
you.
we should start from the beginning, right? Liquid had an amazing CT half, and it's important to point out that they played amazingly well. They had amazing reads on the CT side. You could see that they were, focusing on different parts of the bomb site. They were playing cat with 3 people, then going towards A long, and every time NIP would go exactly where Liquid had their setup, and they were struggling to counter that. They maybe didn't realize in time that Liquid was playing like that. They would always gamble on one side of the bomb site, and after that pistol round, I mean, we all thought that it was pretty much over at that point.
Me and Henry were sitting here with our headsets on.
I had my headset on here, ready to go. I was going to talk. I had all these points, and then I kind of mentally checked out of taking notes in the game if I was going to end any second.
At one point, you were sitting there just like looking
I was
zen,
like,
Henry.
it's going to end any second. And I started hearing Jim shouting, and I was like, oh, hold on, it's getting a little bit interesting. But yeah, it opened up. It looked like Liquid, but they kind of threw caution to the wind. Kusta was playing incredibly well, very dynamic. The AWP pushing offshore. They were getting aggressive towards the tunnels. They're being like assertive and actually making their moves on the map and like dominating which way the game was going. NIP didn't seem to have a response to that. And then 13-2, you think, right, okay, this is, like, regardless of what has happened there, like, NIP played a very weird economy game, some very questionable force buys, but let's just disregard that for a second. It's 13-2, right? This is the important part. This is where the game gets interesting. You've won the pistol. It's 14-2. How does that get to the point where it's actually getting to overtime at that point? Like, you have to work out, what did they do fundamentally wrong? It seemed like...
There were some rounds, weren't there? Specific rounds.
There were some horror show rounds, I would say. Some absolute shockers.
I mean, it was 14-2, and then it went to 15-6. So again, the 15-6, like in the game against LG. And, at that point, I think you liked it while we were looking at it. So Liquid were echoing 2 times if needed, so they have all their resources. But at that point, you lose a 4 or 5 eco rounds, and then a gun round comes in. They have the right idea. They go for a lot of smokes towards the A bomb site, but they miss one smoke. This is actually that round. So they miss the smoke, which causes Nitro to die. And the idea was perfect here, what to do to isolate the upper, get control of the A bomb site. But, that one mistake and the kill from Pit, just the round falls apart. They have to eco yet again.
That's such a basic smoke as well. I was wondering how you mess that up at this sort of situation. This is what's losing you games. If that's so key to the strategy, that's taking away from the vision of the players in towards CD spawn. And the idea behind that is it kind of takes the aggro away from the AWPer as well. He's so focused on what's going down there. He's not sure he's about to get flashed. They're trying to get information towards his teammates. That's so vital. That smoke has to hit. And almost every single team does that smoke. I'm wondering how you screw that up. I'm not sure if that's just them panicking. Obviously, this is quite a new team. Haven't been up to that kind of pressure before. But the mental resilience of NIP to come back into this game and stay alive and stay focused is very impressive.
And that's a point I do want to make sure we make. Like, it can sometimes be tough to get the balance right, but we need to address that. Yes, Liquid had a fantastic first half, but NIP, yes, they may have thrown away a couple of city rounds, but it takes a very special brand of team.
Of course, they also have a couple of great reads on their side. They went for that setup towards long when one player was hugging the wall, other one was in pit, and Pyth was watching cat, and Liquid went long with, went for an A split again. Pit gets the kill, player on long, they get that part of the map cleaned out as well, and then they can all focus towards the remaining players of Liquid. And there was also that one round towards the end where Liquid was in a 4v2 situation. They had like the perfect fake of sorts. They had 3 players towards the B bomb site, and Nitro was alone towards A long. He throws the smoke, and then it's a miss smoke a bit, but instead of just buying time, shooting, just baiting the NIP players, he decides to run through it. And the coordination was off there for Liquid, because if he does that and at the same time they go B, then it's like doable, right? But he dies, and there's like 5 seconds before Liquid actually goes B. So NIP players at that point know it's the B bomb, they are like in okay positions to defend it.
That's when you need an in-game leader who's just being assertive. You can't wait around those situations. You have a huge advantage. It's a 4-on-2. And if you're pushing for a smoke there, fair enough, it's probably a bad play from him, but still, as soon as he dies, he's called a players in CT spawn. There's only going to be 1 in B, tops, right? And you've got 3 players in the tunnels. Someone needs to be assertive, pushing in there with him and actually getting in there. That should have been the round 1 at that stage. They were apprehensive in the tunnels. And that's those silly mistakes, those little nuances in the game. That's what's going to lose you rounds, and ultimately lost them this game.
And I mean, I'd love to talk about this for hours
sure.
with you guys, but we have got so much more CS to bring. We're going to be seeing Optic versus G2 in a best of 3. Best of 1 up next, and that's going to be intriguing just to see who can take that top spot. It's crazy to think that this is the winner's bracket. One of these teams is going to the semi-final. Mad stuff. We're going to be taking a break, but before I go, a reminder just how to check out all of these scores and stats. We can't start talking about KDs, who performed, who didn't. We can actually tell you how to access them nice and quick using the Score Esports app. You can get it on your smartphone, enables you to keep up to date with everything that's going on and to understand just how that comeback may have happened. There'll be articles there as well. You check that out, and we're going to take a break. Two upsets have already occurred, and now the teams that created that rustle here in Leicester, we are now going to be battling for a spot in the semi-finals. It's kind of crazy that G2 and Optic now are one best of one away from a semi-final spot. G2 coming up against Luminosity. No one anticipated that to go their way, and even more so the boys from Optic, who have impressed us already. Lauren's joining us alongside Yanko to talk about this one. Now, we are still catching our breath from what Liquid and NIP just delivered, but let's turn our attention to Optic and the boys from G2. I don't really know what to say.
Yeah, I think we're all in the same predicament. Just as we were saying, it's how much can you say it was a best of one? Speaking of Optic, they beat Astralis fair and square, but then can you replicate that? Can you carry that on? I don't know. But then again, G2 against Luminosity, both of these teams essentially were in the same position, if I'm not mistaken. Both kind of got into that final spot. Both kind of just about scraped into even the finals. And then to put themselves into a position like this is actually pretty impressive, but it's a matter of consistency. Was it just a one-off?
I think everyone expected this matchup, just not in the winner's bracket, right? Yeah. I mean, talking about Optic, they played really solid. As Lauren pointed out, they beat Astralis fair and square. And when you think about it, there's no reason why they would now become this sloppy team and make a bunch of mistakes. We will have to see which map they're going to play on. It's probably not going to be Inferno again, but the difference between these two games is that Optic was always in the lead against Astralis, and they, I mean, really early on they got the lead on Inferno, and G2 had to claw their way back against Luminosity. They were down 8-0. They managed to get 4 rounds in the first half, and then they managed to grind it out in the second half. So I think that I think both teams are feeling really good, but unfortunately I fear that for the both of these teams, the only way they're going to make it out of the group ultimately is if they win this game.
Yeah,
I like
and
that point.
to come and carry on from that point, the impressive factor for me with G2 at least is they kind of did that on the fly on Train. Their T side, they worked out what was going wrong mid-game, adjusted it, and they started to pull the rotates. Their B hits started to become actually pretty impressive, and the CT side on Train has actually been something to be kind of looked at for quite some time. So again, it's nice seeing it come through and actually find its place, surprising, but there were always those really small win conditions, like Smiths actually does well on Train sometimes, and once he worked out, how to get down full, occasionally he started to play pretty well. So in theory, yeah, that kind of worked out, but it's still just a weird matchup to see at this point.
I was just going to say, I'd like to bring the maps up now.
Yeah, what's going to be weird a bit about it is that G2 doesn't play that many custom maps. Yeah, and as we can see, Optic does it. They play Overpass, they play a bit of Train, they play Cobble as well. So for G2, that was going to be a bit of an issue here, and we can see that in the end we will end up on Cobble, and that Optic starts on T side. So I think this is a good matchup for Optic here. It's a map that G2 does play, but it's like the 4th map. They play it if they really, really have to, so to speak. So it's going to be pretty close, I think.
Yeah, it's not something that springs to mind for me, but again, if you apply what worked for them on Train to this, then sure, it could be fine. But again, I think this, if we assume that Optic, ground down that first game fair and square and they can replicate that performance, then they have a really good shot on this to be able to perform again.
It is a map on which G2 beat NIP to actually qualify for this LAN in the last leg of the tournament. So it is going to be interesting to see how, Optic didn't play much against EU opposition aside from that C3V0 LAN, which they didn't really perform that well at. So I think that G2 is the favorite in this match. Again, when you look at it on paper, but I would expect a close game. Optic has been playing really solid.
Yeah, knowing today it might as well be Optic's game, considering how every other game's gone. So yeah.
Lauren has said it perfectly. Today has been a mad one for
the
SCS
Leicester
fans.
Magic.
It is the Leicester Magic. Oh my God! Why did I not think of that before?
Yanko, post
and you were like from around here.
The stadium is not too far as well. But yeah, that is the Leicester Magic. That's a beautiful way to end it. But quickly, if you're a football fan or just in general want to get in contact with us, you can hit us up with the hashtag ESL Pro League and let us throw that at ESLCS. What do you feel about the Liquid situation? What do you feel about Optic potentially winning one best of one and being in the semi-finals and more? Hit us up with that on Twitter. And for now, we are going to jump into this one. It's going to be crazy. G2 versus Optic. One of these teams is going to London.
G2A.com, the best video game store ever! Fast as lightning, solid as a rock, cheap as duck! What's more, you can sell on it because it's also a marketplace. Remember G2A.com, the best video game store ever!
Throw out your Splice stickers, boys, because we've got a new Miracle Run in the works. It's Optic Gaming versus G2 coming up here. Welcome back once again to the ESL Pro League Finals, where the predictions are off and the results don't matter.
That was an aggressive analogy and comparison, but I will take it. I'll take it. The good news is I don't have to get an Optic Gaming tattoo. I never made that bet because that would be the worst thing in the world. I can live with Splice because no one knows them, but I really don't need Doritos and 360s in my life.
You can't get Optic stickers yet because they haven't made it to a major yet.
No, that's true. It's true. I know how that works, Blue. I understand what Valve does with the stickers.
Just saying. It's been a bit of a rough couple of months for them.
Yeah,
and now
that's true.
They come here and they beat Astralis. in a best
I think
of one.
Astralis beat themselves, to be fair, if I'm honest about that game, in so many ways. But yeah, I mean, the absolutely bizarre aspect of this Group A is that Astralis and Luminosity both got upset. Now, if Astralis loses to Optic because they came in cold, and credit to Optic, I thought they played fairly well. Also, they were quite disciplined in some of their peaks in that Inferno situation. But they come into this game and you think Astralis is looking ahead, and even when they get upset, they go, no worries, it's just G2, we can take G2. Well, now they're playing off against Luminosity, and the problem with that is, if they lose that game, it'll be 2 out of 3 of the Pro League finals that they're going to crash out in groups. And for Astralis and Luminosity, they both went out in groups in Malmo, their last big international. Yeah, I know DreamHack Austin just happened, but that wasn't international, that was North American based. Their last big international land. So both those teams are like do or die situations in a lot of ways. I mean, there's going to be a lot of criticism about both, and I think Astralis is definitely on the back foot. This game coming into it, I think equally is hard to call. It is going to be Cobblestone, which G2 on train looked excellent earlier, and Optic didn't convince me as much, but you never know. I mean, the way things have been going have been absolutely unpredictable.
Well, we are going into the match now, and the combat's already starting. Rush picking up the first frag of the match there. Body's going to be able to peek back out and find one of his own there. And RPK holding things just outside of the fountain. He's going to look for more, but unfortunately, exposes himself. And Stanislaw and Mix, as they get two good amounts of control of the site, we've been also picking up 2 frags. It's left to Smiths in the 1v3 here, but not a whole lot of ground to work with. Just gave himself away. Outside of the drop room now, going to move himself out, just looking for anything he can grab, but not a whole lot. He's only got 18 shots left here. 3 HP, he'll get shut down by Mixwell, and it'll be Optic that starts things off here with a pistol round victory.
Yeah, this is one of the things I'm really looking forward to in this game is seeing if Mixwell can start to arrive. I know you mentioned it on the desk this morning as well, though. When he was playing in CVO, he wasn't great. But if you go back to ESL Barcelona when he was still with G-Bots, I actually thought he was quite impressive in a lot of ways. So I want to see some consistency from him. And Nafly this morning looked awesome in their first game. He has to continue. This is a game, again, where everyone needs to show up. We know that... All right, Scream was off. Everyone else was on, including Smiths earlier on train. He actually won the duel against Falling a considerable amount of times on the CT side. Winning that pistol, really, really big for Optic, though, because you mentioned it as well in the desk. Back to, look at you and your good points, Blue. But being able to not necessarily outright beat anyone, but winning the economic battle is going to make the job much easier for them.
And doing that on the T side is going to be a nice, good start. G2, though, they've done something interesting. They've gone for the sort of second-round raid boss buy by giving RPK the MP9 with armor behind it. So he's going to be able to roll with that. Big risk being taken in that regard. So now they have to hope it pays off by Broken, and it's not at all. Mixwell gets the mid-air jumping headshot onto RPK, shutting him down. Mixwell looking for some more picks up. He's going to find it after Body does find a trade kill against Naf. Beyond that, leaves just 2 alive here for G2, and they're completely out of the mix as far as their positioning is concerned. Shocked is way inside a drop room, hoping to surprise somebody dropping down from Optic's side, but he's not going to find it, and Smiths is still way out on the A site.
Yeah, so well held and well sold. SMG's up, 3 kills for Mixwell, big money made, but question is, next round they can afford to do it again. If they end up getting more successful kills on these SMGs, how much do they hold them? Because we know Cobblestone, much like Dust 2, Henry and I have the joke, the Jaden round, but that bonus round where you keep the SMGs up, this is a much longer, bigger map with more angles, so the rifles are definitely more viable in so many situations. I'd almost like to see Naf just potentially get dropped over an SMG so he can build up his economy and buy some armor and let someone like Mixwell right now just grab a second rifle so they already have it into the next round. And Naf's actually just going to stay on the pistols, so I'm a bit... I think I would have done that a little bit differently to build up the economy, but either way, if they win the round, who am I to criticize?
Well, going into things now, we'll see the players from G2 still going for the usual stack. Not going to be trying to take a big risk on anything just as of yet here by going for like the wrist stack or something. As of course, just saving up for the first gun round on round number 4. Optic, though, still taking things slowly as you'd expect. Don't want to run into any sort of cheeky positioning coming out from those CTs that would cost them guns. Shoxy, though, good timing, though, on this push forward. Almost catches Mix off guard. Bit of an awkward moment there as well. Outside of the door, behind drop, as he's thrown into 1 HP, and he wants to get the heck out of there, because now he's going to play things a bit more cautiously, so as not to give that gun to the hands of somebody from G2's side of the zone. And the rest of these guys now just placing themselves all around the spots of the map, but of course, going to fall hard on the B rotate. Now that we do actually see the take from Optic coming in. There's Body finishing off Rush, taking him down. Dapso trades that out, now finding a second kill. Optic are getting pretty quick control of things. RPK finding one more pickup, but with Smiths being the last man left alive, he was going for a flank. I'm guessing they would be able to see this coming, but if not, with Naf and Mixwell are very low, so if he can get the edge on one of them, he may yet have a chance to throw this round in his team's favor.
And Mixwell actually can't afford to peek right now, and if he does, he has to go with a teammate. That's the AK. They need to hold that into the next round. Very good shot from Nafly to keep out all of them alive. But keeping that AK is very, very crucial, again, because that way they don't need to overinvest and bring out more guns. They will go straight to the rifle. This is the right call. They've all gone for the head armor as well, negligible in this situation, although they have gone for the M4s immediately and silenced at that. Smiths, though, this is one of the issues. He's going for the glass cannon super early, but there's no AWP out on this terrorist side. So full reinvestment. Mixwell 7600 did very well to build up, but again, they could have thrown over a rifle sooner and potentially dropped that on AWP in an easier fashion here.
Smith's also moving forward there too. Back over, going to hold the long A angle for the time being. Watching for there to be any presence inside of the mid connector, but not going to find it. In the meantime, we do have also the close-up positions being held by G2 inside a drop room, and Shock's going to go for the counter boost. That was a perfect flash, but thankfully the T's throwing a molly, so it's going to stop that boost from happening. Prevent a whole lot of kills from going in the favor. There's Rush, though, with a great peek going outside of drop. He takes down Shocks, but then Scream rolls right back in.
That's a
it
huge
shuts down
skill.
Mixwell to find the trade.
Huge kill for Scream as well, because if the RPK goes down to 11 plus the opening pick and they concede that much ground toward the drop room, it just opens up the map entirely for Optic to play with that early in the round as well. So really, really good fight for Scream to re-peek that. Gets away with it. And now they can start to slow things down and spread out a little bit more in this defense. It still favors Optic heavily, but they haven't baited out too much utility yet. Unfortunately, there's just a single Molotov left on their side as well for G2, so they've still got a lot of work to do to try and get a read on this Optic side.
And Optic right now slowly just shifting themselves out towards the platform push. Still have Stanislaw alive to go for the drop play, but G2, they've had to do a 2-2 split because they don't know if Optic had fallen back as of yet or not. 2
Molotovs as well, Rush and Nafly, and they could use one easily to clear out Body, who's going to play this chicken coop position, but they need to be aware that that's a very commonly played spot, especially when you're down a man, you're trying to catch them off. So these wall of smoke is fine. They don't cover off the backside of the statue, but there it is. Body goes for the peek. They now know he's here, but no Molotov used just yet. They're still going to take this fight. He can time this peek. This is going to work out perfectly for Body, and that fly goes down. That's a big misplay. No utility used upon it, and now Rush is going to fall. Body stays alive and gets 3 kills for his trouble.
And with that, G2 now get themselves onto the board here. 1 and 3. Still a little bit of a road to climb, but at the very least, this is going to throw Optic's money down big time. Forcing them to go for the full rebuy now heading into this round, but with all that money they stacked up in the anti-ecos, no trouble going for it, at least for the time being. They're going to get right back into the mix as far as the buy-ups are concerned, only having to downgrade Naf really to a Tech 9.
And even to go back to that, they had to turn their attention back toward the door because they didn't have that smoke toward the statue, so there was no one to isolate them and let them focus just on Body, so it was just worst case scenario in terms of utility for Optic and the way they chose to utilize them. Tech 9 for Nafly. Remember, he went down really early in the second round as well and reinvested onto his CZ. He never really got his economy built back up. And again, this is where I would like to see Mixwell be able to drop out and then them both build back in, because it would have been a little bit more consistent for them this far along. But still with guns up, we have to talk about this 3-1 setting. If they can actually win against G2 here, they could go 5-1, 6-1 quite easily with the economy reset on the CT side.
Really on Optic, trying to actually check for RPK up in that boosted position a little bit early on. Stan not going to spot him just as of yet, but flashing through, could catch him, and he does get him completely flashed. Unfortunately, there's no follow-up from Stanislaw. Not going to want to take the risk on a peek just as of yet, so holds back. The molly comes out to force a player in the corner outside of position. Finally, RPK just fires off, and then destacks himself from up top there. Not going to be able to find anything really. Gets a little bit of damage on the Stanislaw, but nothing significant. What they do find, though, this is going to be a take over towards the A-bomb side, and that's going to prompt some early rotations over here.
And, I mean, this is actually a really good read considering for G2. Rush, though. Oh, this is big. Slipping up. No idea. Flash goes in. Good kill. But he's weakened up considerably, and now he's last alive. 1 versus 3. Shoxy has to know he's here. Where's the call? Why is Shox still looking toward the top of middle? They know Rush pushed through. Smith should be able to find him here, though. Does hit the shot. That was actually good for G2 to get that read. Optic kind of overcommitted because they actually baited out all of but 1 smoke before 1 minute and 20 seconds, and they actually could have slowed that down a lot further. But G2 had already rotated over by the time they committed.
So it ends up being a messy attempt at a take there from Optic, and doesn't really end up faring so well for those guys. So this is going to throw them into the save. Upgraded armor coming in for Mixwell, but for the most part, it's just going to be P250s and Tech 9s with a couple scattered flashbangs and a smoke sitting on DAP. It's pretty straightforward, looking like it's going to be a B hit. A couple players watching towards the middle, then grouping up later on when they actually go for the take attempt. Bit of miscommunication there at the beginning of the round as well. Both a molly and a smoke. And the CTs are tossed back up over here, where it's currently blocking them off from accessing platform. So a bit's going to be wasted there, but the grand scheme of things should not affect all that much. So long as the SMG position from Scream holds strong here, it should still be pretty easily dismantled when they try to go for this all-in hit.
He's super segregated from his team, though. Body's just gone back there, putting a lot more attention onto the drop room because of the smoke that was at the top of it. So Scream's actually being quite daring in this situation. It does pay off, though. 3 kills as they walk through, all on the MP9, and that's big money for him. And another round that's going to go the way of G2. They'll knot this on 3 very quickly. But if he'd gone down, he was the only one on that platform position. In fact, both players toward drop weren't in a position to refrag on that, so they could have actually given up a plant quite quickly, which would have been huge for Optic. They'll get the buy here anyway, but it's going to be AKs. And they could have had an AWP out with the plant. That said, they haven't looked like they've wanted to run the AWP aggressively on this T side yet, which is something we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on.
For now, it looks like Optic just going for the default setup. 2 of them on the outside with Daps watching for an aggressive push outside long A. 3 more sort of sitting themselves back outside of B to watch for drop pressure, along with any pushes that may come back over towards the platform. Just waiting out the usual smokes and mollies right now as the CTs tosses out to prevent a rush in the event. Optic wanted to try and go for 1 now to mix things up. Here on another gun round, since they have those back into their possession now. But it's going to be Body that takes the more aggressive positioning now, closer up to the area on the platform itself. No support nearby, but they do have Scream sitting behind the tree here, which is going to sort of act as the trade if need be when Body peeks out. So good setup here, and it's actually going to be a very rough attempt if Optic don't manage to get control of drop before they end up going in here. But thankfully, they've got some good focus on that as well.
They need Stan to sell this on A, though. If they're going to try and run this just onto drop with no pressure out toward platform as well, they need to hold these rotations off. And a single smoke out in middle gives Stan a bit of time to do that, but Optic's just waiting to play with this. They're kind of flirting with the suggestion.
They've used a lot of the utility early for the CTs here, though. Look, they don't really have all that much, but RPK, he's going to be able to take down the player back towards the A-bomb site. That's Stanislaw getting eliminated. And now they just have to hope that they can find these entries heading into the B-bomb site.
This is so passive from G2, though, because they find that kill on A, but they're still considering it. They have no idea they're already down inside drop. They've gone very passive on it, but now Scream down on top of the site. This has to be Optic. They take Body as well at Chicken Coop. Shox is still there. He'll manage 1 back, but that needs to be traded. And as soon as it is, bomb plant down, Optic's in a great position to take the round.
We're still going to see RPK starting to rotate back over, though. He moves himself, trying to move himself anyway up through drop, hoping to find somebody through that door, but it's not going to be the case. And in the meantime, Smith's looking to light at the flank. RPK's found the first pickup on a rush, but they don't expect the player to be back up on the platform there. So Nav shuts down Smith, and now it all falls to RPK. He's just going to call off the save, however. He's still got the rifle, a kit, head armor, and a decent amount of utility. So falling away from that one, he's going to give it up and hand this round over to Optic. And in all honesty, I mean, G2, the big problem for there is that they just use all their B-set utilities so early in the round. They can't hold back that take from Optic despite how slow it was.
And I don't like that positioning from G2 at all. If you're going to be that passive toward both platform and drop, you need to do something on the A side to get more information. Everyone was passive, and by the time the hit came in, they had no time to react. If they had, I mean, even put Smiths closer to the top of the ramp so he can swing in a faster position toward connector, get a second player onto that B site so they can get someone further out toward statue, push RPK up toward long. He's quite good at actually pushing. This is one of his better maps, in my opinion, for RPK. So they need to do something to gain information if they're going to be that passive on a key choke point as well at drop. I mean, they just walked in there. They sat in there for almost 30 seconds without even being detected.
And now the guys from G2 are going to go for the double op setup as well, coming off the losing round there. That's going to basically destroy all their money. Body's going to be picking up the second one. We still have Scream, Shox, and RPK that are rolling with M4s. And now also Naf, interestingly enough, not Mixwell, picking up the op for the side of Optic.
This isn't actually that odd for Naf. Way back in the Denial days before they got picked up by Team Liquid, he was the second operative to Shazam, and he was actually quite proficient with the weapons. So this is kind of a blast from the past from Nafly in a lot of ways. We have a black screen to cast off of blue. This is interesting.
Yeah.
The observers have apparently blacked out due to the fact that Nafly is AWPing.
So now, as we take a look at things here from the side of Optic, they are trying to sneak themselves out towards long A, but we also have a bit of aggression maybe posturing up here in the form of Shox. Trying to shift themselves over there towards the long doors, but for the time being with Optic and how passive they seem to be playing things in general here, we would not expect them to be counted out. And there's going to be RPK actually catching the first kill. Shuts down Daps when he tries to go for the peek outside of the mid connector. That's going to take him down. Now the rotations start to come into the A-bomb site. We're going to see that first shot connecting from Smith. Shox picking up another one, but there is decent trades coming out. Down to a 2-on-3, and they still have a player in the B-bomb site. The problem, though, is they've lost the bomb stream, getting hit by a pop flash, but there's just no response coming out from Naf. And with Scream finally taking Naf down, that'll be the end of the round. G2 strike right back and keep things tied at 4 rounds to each team.
Not sure I agree with picking up the third op for the sake of it, but they're going to run a triple op setup on the CT side, which... Double op, sure, works great on Cobblestone. Triple op, I'm not a big fan of. I'm interested to see how they utilize these. Definitely one out toward long A. Try and hold that down, and maybe even a second one that... So it's Body Smiths and Shocks. I was going to say maybe a second one that goes down toward lower mid. It's actually going to be 2 out toward A, so there you go. They're going to do exactly that. Shocks will hold that towards Statue. Smiths holds the long position, but as soon as they get run down, if they even elect to go A, that's such a hard retreat to try and get them back all the way inside the site. If they can detect that there's 2 there, they'll just push them as fast as possible. Meanwhile, Body has the third one way over toward B, which I'm not opposed to that at the Chicken Coop.
So again, Optic just with the default setup. And now, after not finding anything over there towards the A site, either outside of the connector, or the aggressive push towards long A, they're just going to groove up with their teammates and try to go for the all-in push towards B. Same thing that we saw in the last round when they had to downgrade themselves to pistols. So nothing too far disconcerted from what we've already seen from these guys. Going for that early drop control first. Very important area with those pistols. You can get that. You can get a lot of easier access to the site, but it's just not going well at all. G2 just ripping it apart, unfortunately.
And super important as well that these rifles are so successful. Grid kills from both of them, because if they go down and the retake has to come in, right now, even with just, obviously this round's secure, but if they'd gone with just RPK, if they'd found 1 kill in the entry and he's the only FAMAS, the retake with AWPs is extremely hard. So that was a crucial round for the 2 rifle players inside of the B site.
Also dangerous that you still roll with these. Thankfully, Optic are not going to be in a gun round as of yet, so it's still to a certain degree makes sense. But in the event you're on a gun round and there's going to be a couple trades, if Optic end up winning that there, then they're going to get their ops set up basically for free guarantee now. Because with 3 ops, even if 2 of them die completely disconnected from the main battle, there's still a chance you're going to find at least 1 of them at the end of the round.
Yeah, the setup they're running is pretty much the only way you can do it. But here, this is where they're going to get an A rush. And even with these pistols, if they don't find shots, I mean, Shock's missing here. Smiths has not found an angle yet because he's had to retreat away from long quickly. Thankfully, Shocks finds 2. But if this was rifles right now, there'd be a huge... Okay, RPK, dead. Shocks just decides he wants to shoot everyone in panic at this point. But leave that third op down, please, by all means. Thank you. Now get the rifle back up.
I think he came out A main and scared him a little bit because he was still peeking back down towards mid connector. So when he crossed in front of him, he didn't realize it. Bit of a mistake.
Accidental shootings, don't worry. In Korea, we saw, I think, close to 25 team kills throughout the weekend, so...
Is that an accurate
I want someone to do... I think it was around 15 by my count, but...
That's still, a lot.
Yep, it was pretty crazy. There was about 2.5 a game on average. Good shot from Body over top of the smoke, catching out Nafly. Huge first pick for them to get, and Smiths follows it up. So both AWPs again in this round, very aggressive, and Smiths was actually on the platform out toward B. This takes the rifles out of the hands early from Optic, and this is a big, big win from G2 because, once again, even though it's a 3-round spread of bonus with no plant, they're going to have to save into the next one, maybe force up Tech 9s. But that's the best case scenario right now for Optic.
So still trying to line up and get themselves access into the A-bomb site, mainly through long, but Body's already seen this coming. Gets a timing shot after being flashed. Nicely played. Shuts down Mixwell. Now Daps trying to push himself outside of the mid-connector. That doesn't go very well. Rush at least finds 1 kill in the alleyway. They're lined up, but he's not able to pick up either of them. As RPK is going to take down Rush, and the Ops so far dominating the CT side for G2 ever since they've gotten them in hand.
And Optic are going to go toward the Tech 9s, but they need to find... I'd almost go fast B at this point. Try and get down drop. Drop was the best chance they had it around, especially that one where they did win, where they got down drop really late, and G2 were a little bit too passive. The problem is on A, they're getting very aggressive, and they're actually going to go corner boost this time for RPK. So here you go. Yeah, they're going to run toward B a lot quicker, try and beat them inside of the site and get a bomb down, but good Molotov out from Body, and he gets 2 on the way through on top of the damage from the nade. Shocks will follow that. They may not even get that far. Nafly is sure to go down. He may find 1 kill in this best case as they push onto him. There it is, 1 and done.
Very quickly, Body's going to get a nice 4K out of that one. Eco from Optic. And now, going into this next round, we'll see the buy-up coming in. Off as of yet on Mixwell. It is going to be an option, but no, still going to be sticking with the AK. Despite this, though, looks like he's still leading the way for his team at this point. 11-9. So coming hot still off of their last game, where they took that victory over Astralis. Unfortunately, the rest of his team hasn't really shown up as strong as of yet, as they go right back to that default that we've already seen quite a few times from them.
Body's going to auto sniper as well. Smiths, though, they're switching this up, goes aggressive on the platform. Body hasn't been willing to take that peek, so they haven't seen that over toward B, because this is where a lot of their default's been setting up. But now that they are getting more aggressive and G2's getting rolling, there hasn't even been time for a default. They haven't slowed this down at all. They haven't tried to establish a map control at all on the Optic side. They're going to get smokes out on toward the site now, finally. But Smiths has really good position on the statue already. Scream's boosted up. He'll be able to see above most of them. That's a big kill, though, for Rush.
And now Rush moving in. Nav finding a second one. Good amount of control of the site moving in. That auto sniper though in the hand of Body. We'll see what kind of damage that can do. None apparently. Because Nav's going to shut that down. Gets a close-up encounter with Shocks, which he's going to win. And now as he presses forward, looking for more, but can't find the lock on a Rush. So he's going to find the trade. Moving out. It's all on RPK. He's got a good angle. Walks right into the back of Rush to take him out of the picture. But now he's going to find the other two. He's got no clue. Just gave away his position. So it's all about Optic just trying to line up this final 1v2 here. Daps is getting encroached upon pretty quickly, but thankfully Stanislav finds him out in the open and takes him down without too much trouble.
Good recovery, really fast execution. It works out, and the entry kills from both Rush and Nafly were solid, but again, I'd like to see them slow things down a little bit more off the start. That's also a full reset against them at this point in time, so they're keeping 2 alive is going to hurt them as opposed to even that third player that did go down toward the platform that when Rush got caught, flanked out. So 1600 is the best case for Mixwell. I mean, this is another must-win situation. 5 rounds T-side, Cobblestone, all right. It's reasonable, but it's not great, especially against a team like G2. And here we go again. This is, again, the exact aggression we're talking about. They're starting to really change things up, and Optic's doing nothing to punish them for that. I'd like to see a more passive default where they try and just wait things out, bait out all the utility, and catch that aggression from G2.
And Naf is just forced out of the platform area completely, even the area leading up to it. He's got to wait for the reinforcements to come back in from middle. And G2, given no reason to evacuate closer to the A-bomb site as yet, everybody's just going to be sticking around in their own positions to wait for the impending hit. Optic, it's been pretty straightforward on the C side so far. Not really been seeing a lot of A hits, and when we have, they've been handled or scouted out early enough to where G2 can either rotate or shut it down on their own. This time, though, we are going to see Shock start to rotate over, but it is to add some extra pressure towards drops, since Optic seem to be going for it quite a bit. And he could line up an early flank to stop the hit from being so successful.
Aggressive play from Body on his own, but he just crosses back over. Thankfully, it doesn't repeak. Statue, it's going to be for him. Scream in this same position has to watch the drop because they've gone passive. Drops the bomb, drop Japs as well, but finally goes down to the hands of Stanislav. It's Nafly, though, that needs to hold the better shots and stand with 2. Suddenly, Naf turns the round. Once more, it's RPK left alive versus 2. Bomb still down and drop. Scream will have made that call, but good counter boost from Optic. Oh. It's a tag, though. It's just through the edge of the concrete, and Stan's able to follow it up. Very, very good round from Stan.
Stanislav again coming into this one. Like we talked about before, it had mainly been Rush and Mixwell in the big online matches leading up to CVOLAN and to a certain degree after that as well for this team. But now some of the other guys are starting to play pretty well. Naf in that last game and now Stan making some big plays here in this game against G2. They're bouncing it back and heading into the final round of the half. They have a possibility of being just 1 round behind them as they jump over onto their CT side.
Fast rush. Even with the guns up toward this A side, RPK was out toward long, but they're going to try and rotate. No smoke out, just barely gets there in time because Shoxy was coming through that doorway. Instead, he goes toward the vent. He's saved by RPK, and that's going to give him position. It's just a slaughter. So again, Optic just playing really hasty Counter-Strike, and it's not at all working out. They don't get a read at all. Walk in, telegraph their play, and RPK, when he was out toward danger, would have heard them coming to make the call. Gave Smiths all kinds of time to get in position. A huge kill from RPK as well to let Shocks work through that vent, because if he can't get through, they smoke him off and they're able to wrap around onto RPK, then the site's gone. But important kill, 9-6 half for G2.
So with that, that'll be the end of the half here. Still remaining very close for Optic, but jumping onto the CT side, it's actually going to take a big, real stride to bounce these guys back into this game. As G2 were looking very solid. That off pressure was phenomenal. And Optic, unless they can build up their economy very early on, they're not going to be able to provide anything like that. So we'll have to wait and see as we get into that second half pretty shortly.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a whole different game now that we switch over, but Optic's really going to have to make sure they're concentrated and controlled, not so aggressive and hasty.
back once again, ladies and gentlemen, here at the ESL Pro League Finals. The first day here from the Leicester Studios in the UK. It's G2 versus Optic. Both of these teams having quite large upsets in their first matches. G2 beating out Luminosity, and Optic, the biggest one, beating out Astralis. And now as we enter the second half of this map, G2 leads the way 9-6 to be the first out of their group.
Yeah, I just to go back to the Astralis win, part of that in Optic side was a lot of one duels, and right now they've got some decent killing potential. Again, it's Nafly that leads the way, and Mixwell's in there as well, but Daps only has 2 and 12, and that becomes an issue when you swap over to the CT side. It's one thing if you're not getting the entry kills, or, if you're not in situations where you're clutching it out, that's fine. As long as someone's stepping up on the T side, you can create space and create openings. Now that you're on CT, everyone has to contribute. So we'll have to keep an eye on Daps. Mixwell in this pistol round is going to be the only one to go out toward long, find information. Daps sits for an early rotation, but a slowed play as well from G2, because Smiths is waiting to see if Mix is going to pop out, and he actually might rotate. He might push all the way out here. If Smiths catches him off, this would cause a huge rotation from G2 back toward the A site.
There we go. Smith's going to be able to pick up the frag on a Mixwell. Starting things off well for G2, but not causing any big shift as of yet from the side of Optic, as they are still expecting a B hit. And they might be right to do so, judging from the current positions of G2's players. Starting to line up mainly towards drop right now, as it would appear. Possibly going to try to overwhelm the defenses inside of here and then just swarm out onto the site from the transition room. As now they get ready to go for the push inside of here, but still waiting on the time a little bit just to draw further rotations closer to the A-box. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Rush holds to the first kill, but he uses the whole clip for it. Nap peeking up, finds the second one, trying to throw the nade. A little bit far out there, not really going to do all that much damage. He's now down to 10 HP, but peeking out, finishes off another player before being traded out by Smiths. Down to 2, but it's an even 2-on-2, and this is about time for Daps to rotate over from the other side, but now he needs to come out big because we haven't seen a whole lot of them. Meantime, G2 are pushed back inside, but there's going to be Body picking up another kill on a Stanislaw, leaving Daps alone now. He's had some lackluster performance up to this point. It's his time to shine, but it's not going to be here. Smiths
jumping.
Takes down Daps mid-jump, and that is going to be G2, keeping their lead strong at the beginning of the second half.
And I think Smiths was actually considering the possibility of getting either reboosted or wrapping back through the flower pot. Once they got the kill at Chicken Coop, that was huge because that allowed them to slow things down. If they couldn't flush him out of that position, they had to get out of the B site or at least find Daps first. So it was perfect timing for them to pick up that first kill in the 2v2 situation. And again, Mixwell got caught really early. Couldn't do much in the rotation. If he even had stayed alive a little bit longer, if Smiths hadn't found him to start things off, then easily would have been a favorable rotation. Force back already. They go to the SMGs as well. The 1 AK for Smiths, who's just going to hold these angles while they try and get in close positions with these SMGs to clear everything out.
The thing with Daps, too, is we already saw a problem like this earlier on when we had Slummy really sort of leading down at the bottom of the scoreboard as well for C9. It became a big problem as it was essentially Stewie that had to solo hold the B bomb site for the entire half there. There was only one time where he was able to really battle really well, and it was literally one round. Beyond that, every single 1v1 that Slummy took, he ended up losing. And that's definitely going to become a much bigger problem on the CT side here for Optic Gaming, as we can already see, starting to pick up some kills, but there's Daps finding at least one grab there, taking down Body, but after that, Scream shocks, Daps finds a second, but then Scream and RPK do close things out pretty quickly for the second round of this half.
And yeah, now they get the AK moving forward, they're going to go back. SMG, Smiths. Trying to get how to play the long game here, so Smiths can get out of the AWP sooner. Instead of giving him an SMG to allow him to build up economy, they've given the AK. Either way, it's just pistols to go against. Optic going to have to be complacent with the force buy and P250s, but no armor bought up around that because they want to try and save something for that third round. Stack out toward long. Body and Smiths need to clear this, and Rush is going to try and distract them and pull them in, but Body finds them brilliantly over top of the wooden plank out toward Bales. That'll give them a lot of courage to push out here, and they only get one refrag. Very simple rounds. Body didn't do, or excuse me, Rush didn't do enough to pull them away to let that crossfire position work. He really had to pull them into that position to try and get them to chase and distract.
And so with that, we'll jump into the first gun round here, with Optic now investing. Again, no op this early on, unfortunately. Not going to be able to go for that just as yet, not wanting to take the risk on it. Just usual M4 investments with the utility sitting behind it. Now, good amount of utility, though, could stop a direct hit from G2. And that's looking like it's what we're going to have. Very early setup to get these guys out on the platform pretty quickly. 4 of them already progressing towards it.
It's going to be Stan that's close to this platform as well. But he's going to get caught immediately. No trade potential. Naf wasn't in position. Better follow-up. Smiths with 2 on entry. Optic caught scurrying late, not getting a lot of information and setting up a direct default for trades. Big problem, and a smoke on that drop room as well is going to hold Rush out. This will buy so much more time. Body's also going to grab that M4 that goes down, so it's a free upgrade from the SMG. RPK is in a really good position as well at this tree with the MAC-10.
Optic as well, they're just stuck inside a drop room. No way to get outside of it, not even really attempting to find another way. RPK nicely done with that timing. Chases Mixwell inside as he hears him running away. And now Daps will try to save, but RPK, I don't think he saw him go inside that little hallway there. It looks like he spotted him now. And he's going to be chased all around. They do not want to let him save this rifle. They're going for the crushing victory here. Picks up one, but Smiths will... All right, Smiths. Smiths will trade that back out and shut things down pretty quickly.
I mean, one of the issues when you get caught in that situation where both players go down so easily on entry and it's not tradable is that they were able to save 2 smokes for the post plant, and we saw how effective that was. Immediately one in drop and the other one on doors. There was nothing they could do to get back into the site. I mean, that's a full 15 seconds that you're effectively locked out, and we already know the economy's bad. The kit's non existent. It's round over almost at that point unless you man up and just pull off a miracle play, which obviously you can't rely on.
So Optic, still at the beginning of this half here, just struggling to build up their economy, let alone keep it stable. And as for G2, they're only a few rounds away from closing out this match, and that would send Optic into a best of 3 against either LG or Astralis. You do good against them in a best of 1, but your odds of beating them out in a best of 3 are going to be very, very tough. Thankfully, they'll have a little while to prepare for it if it ends up coming down to that. This round, though, very, very straightforward. G2 just crushing things pretty quickly. Almost a team ace as well. Scream will grab that final one.
Daps does pick up 2. Picks up an SMG as well, so he'll start to potentially get a bit of money for his troubles. But, I mean, call it what it's worth. Unless G2 goes full liquid right now, this one's done. What does that mean? Blue, was it too soon?
That's well memed.
Money's out of control as well for G2, considering we just started this half. We're 5 rounds in, and they've hardly got any frags back. Nafly sat on 10 kills at half. Mixwell's been on 11 since half. There's really been nothing.
So now here for G2, looking very, very good, as they look strong to actually progress themselves just out of the group stages entirely and onwards to London.
Good pick that time by Daps out toward long, but he needs to be wary not to overextend here. Stanislaw is watching down toward middle, so Daps knows danger's cleared. He can fall back to at least that position. But they need to make sure not to overextend. This is where discipline's going to save them, because if they even get caught out in one careless peek, if Mixwell makes one silly move on that platform out toward B, they give away that lead, and G2's going to capitalize. You can guarantee it. Daps needs to get out of here now. Giving away that position, very smart. Good job from Daps, because he's already done the damage. There's no need to commit.
So backing up away from that, that's actually going to be one of the first times I think this half where Optic do get the early advantage here. Or at least it doesn't happen at a point where G2 can immediately just go out for a site take and try to trade it. But another thing too is that Optic have been very passive about the way they're controlling drops. So it's essentially wide open. Shox is going to be able to go right inside. No pressure at all going against him. Nobody even going to check to make sure there was a player that dropped inside of it. So he's ready to go for the site take. Just about lining his other teammates up. And that's not going to be too big of an issue without there really being any pressure to push outside of A. However, Mixwell gets aggressive. Thankfully, Scream will be there to quickly trade that back and shut him down after he finds that first kill against Body.
Shox, crossfire set, but found by Scream first. Pops out, gets Rush. Really good setup on the entry. And that lead that they had, it's been gone because they just got picked apart at the B site again. No utility used correctly, nothing to trade.
That's where that drop control becomes a problem too, because of the fact that Shox was just allowed to drop right in there. The player over by Rock probably wouldn't have been punished so quickly had they had someone getting that intel out early enough. But Scream and Shox is going to pick up those final 2 kills, and that's almost GG right there now. G2 is 1 more round away from closing this out. Optic are going to force, but look at how pitiful this is now. Most players not even going to be able to get rifles in their hands. Rush has to go down to a shotgun. Another player picking one up as well. And then we have another guy sitting on an SMG.
Oddly enough, the one person that we pointed out that had to do better on the CT side was Daps. He started this half on 2 kills. He's up to 9.
I think he found a couple trades on like. The problem is he's found like 4 or 5 kills.
There was 2 saves.
Yeah,
it's true. I mean, but even in the most part, he got the opening pick last round. It was like it's something to build on. The problem is that no one's really fragging. Finally, Mixwell's gets one, but he has to fall out of this now. They have to go passive on the A site, and Rush is going to be underneath this. Where's the shot on the body? Good spray down. Good jump up as well. Good call on the tags.
It's actually quite comical. Body tries to play that off. I didn't get tagged, and then well the.
there. Straightforward from G2. 1 round only for Optic on their CT side. And it was just everywhere they played, it didn't seem to play off each other well. You got the aggression, mind you, Daps did get that first pick out toward long, but no one really watching the top of mid, so when he falls back to danger, pretty much just winging it at that point, doesn't have the read exactly where they are, if they're coming out long behind him, if he's got room to work down in that mid position. At B on platform, you have one player playing aggressively in the corner, Stanislaw goes down, Nafly's not in a position to rotate and try and trade that off. In fact, he's still not even sure if he's supposed to be supporting in drop room, which is also passive, or if he's going to be flashing out toward long to help Stan. I mean, it was very cluttered in terms of how they were working together as a team.
Also as well, the ops on the CT side that came out there from G2 were just entirely dominant. Not only this too, but Body himself has been having a pretty great game himself, but that's going to be the end of this one, guys. Push out nicely. We'll be back in just a little bit with more of the Pro League.
G2 in the semi-finals, and we do see Optic fall to the lowers. After surprising us, both teams surprised us in their first game, and now G2 have come out to play. More specifically, Body has come out to play, and that's where we will start, Lauren. An individual that, let's be honest, we have scrutinized in the past.
We have, because he had to fill big shoes. He didn't obviously fit the same role anymore, but I've got to say, on that CT side, his aggression on platform was fantastic. He individually played very well, but then it coupled into kind of fitting the flaws that you might have seen exploited by other teams against G2. Smiths was pretty quiet. There was other players a little bit missing, but then Body being aggressive, hitting that up, constantly getting them the first kill. Then you had Scream playing down by the tree, kind of mopping up the rest, and then RPK just being solid at A. Their CT side put them in such a good spot. I just don't think we got to see much from Optic pretty much at that point.
Not much from Optic, Yanko? We do get to see much from the North Americans?
You would want more from your T side after winning Pistol, right? 6 rounds is kind of okay, but...
Did you see that they typed in the wrong chat? It was like, we needed more on T. Oops, wrong chat.
No, there's
genuinely.
they said something like T side too slow.
Oh, is that what he said?
Which
Okay.
at times was true, but it's what won them one of the 3 gun rounds, right? It was the slow B split with drop and platform, and when it all crumbled for G2. But in the end, they did have a game plan. I think it's not down to that. I think it's more down to the execution of their game plan. You could see they were putting a lot of pressure towards B, then they tried to switch things up with a fast push towards A. It's just that G2 was more or less always running the same 3-2 setup on their CT side, which is kind of unorthodox. Mostly people at times put 4 players towards the B bombs because they expect a early rush, but in turn they did have a cool push towards B platform, which body was being flashed in, and they would get in a bunch of rounds. They would get opening kills, whether it was body in that case or Smiths with the op. Did have a couple of good rounds. Body as well on A towards the mid when they had that double AWP setup, and after that they win second pistol, and at that point it's pretty hard for Optic to come back into it.
So the question you have to ask when you see, what has often been kind of outlined as maybe perhaps the weak link of G2, Body, now delivering, and I know best of one, it's kind of hard to roll with this. I'm going to have to just take that though and ask the question, G2 form, now in the semi-finals, will these guys get any further? I mean, they're going to have tough opponents, there's no doubt about it, but from what we've currently seen, it's definitely a possibility, would you say, Janko?
I think it's definitely a possibility, especially if they face a Fnatic in the semifinals, which is still shaky a bit. They can definitely take them on, but I think they were a bit, I mean, it's hard to say fortunate because they did beat Luminosity in a best of 1. It's just that I think they're still developing as a team. Body is still adapting to this level of play. I would expect more from them in the coming months, but for this particular tournament we'll have to wait and see. Definitely some potential there.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how deep that map pool goes as well. If we do get to see them throughout the late stage of the tournament, get to see them in best of 3s, we've seen that they're proficient on some aspects, which probably is transferred over by having essentially the same 4 players with an additional, which is completely fair. And, train CT side was always good for them previously, still stayed relevant to this lineup. I want to see if it comes into Cash, because their Cash B take on their T side was outstanding. It got people, up in arms about it. If that still comes to place and Body's still actually doing really well, we've got a really good team there. So I want to see if their map pool actually holds up against the bigger teams, though.
And we will have an opportunity to see that in London. They've secured that ticket now, and G2 can put their feet up, relax. They've got a couple of days now before we do see the French faces again on your screens.
Enjoy the lovely British weather, of course.
Hey, man, it was lovely until we arrived, apparently.
Yeah, we brought it down.
Yeah, well, the rain did start coming down indeed. But we are going to go ahead and take a break. When we come back, though, Fnatic versus NIP in a best of 1. It's an exciting premise, and I'm sure you guys are looking forward to it. We hope to see just how far this Swedish affair can get, and we're going to bring it to you after this.
control, so we can still have the Luminosity.
Two teams now about to clash for a spot in the semi-final. One team having a very different route than the other, though, and that's what we'll probably start with. Ninjas in Pajamas are in this spot. A lot of people, including the players of Liquid, will be thinking that that spot belonged to them after what was a bit of NIP and Banjic, a little bit of Liquid something else.
Liquid sadness.
Yeah, I don't know what
Liquid
where to
sorrow.
put it. Let's go with that. Hashtag Liquid Sorrow. But yeah, it's a crazy one. NIP having such a whirlwind adventure, 2 overtimes, and then the other side, a 16-10 victory versus Cloud9. Anders is joining us as well. How you doing, dude?
I'm all right. How are you doing,
feeling,
Alex?
How are you feeling about NIP in this position, that match as well?
I don't know. I mean, I found it to be entertaining because I could see the look on Moses' face, which you guys couldn't, but it was worth it. I feel like we did. I think I did call it out when it was like 13-2 that Nip would probably come back and
Rubbish. No, you didn't.
I did. But I
okay.
didn't expect it to be in double overtime. But I was mostly saying it to sort of mess with Moses.
You just wanted to see Moses suffer.
Yeah, and I did for like into double overtime. It was great. So a lot of suffering in just one game.
Yeah. And 2 historic names about to battle in a best of 1, Yanko. NIP versus Fnatic. That surely NIP are on like a high that we haven't seen many teams on after that victory.
Definitely, but I think that when it comes to these two teams, although probably right now NIP is objectively the better team, but it doesn't matter as much in this particular matchup. I always remember Katowice 2015, the major grand finals, where Fnatic at that point was the better team, and NIP was really one-dimensional even in that point. But still, it was an extremely close game, and because these players they themselves admit it's really weird when we play each other because we know each other so well. It's always hard to. You always think that the other team knows what you want to do. That they can read you really well. So I would expect a close game, even though NIP is the favorite in my opinion.
And Anders, have you voiced your opinion on Fnatic's current form with Venton in the mix? I mean, did you do so with Plessen? I mean, where are they at in your current opinion?
I don't know. It feels weird, isn't it? It does give you like a feeling that this is just like temporary Fnatic, and we're also just waiting until Lovemeister is back.
Just kind of twiddling our thumbs, like I guess, see how they do, kind of.
I mean, it's exciting to see new Swedish talent come in and play, and obviously anybody who gets a chance to play at the Fnatic level will be scrutinized quite a bit. Everyone is going to look a little bit bad, which is I mean, you kind of have to expect that. But I don't know. I mean, I feel like. I want to enjoy it, but I always feel like I want Olaf back. Yeah.
I mean, this is also I think we overlooked that and pointed out that this is Fnatic's actually first land since the major. They missed out Malmo because of Olaf's injury, and NIP did play against a bunch of teams in that period, in Malmo of course as well, but this is the first time they meet a team like Fnatic that has such a loose play style, right? So it's going to be interesting to see what approach NIP and Threat as the coach of the team have towards the play style that Fnatic runs.
And I would assume a big part of that is going to be the veto, where this does eventually go to. One of the criticisms we often do give, one of the things we praise NIP on is that deep map pool. The same applied to Fnatic.
Well, you say that, but
okay.
We could praise NIP for having deep map pool, but we could also criticize them for having an absolutely awful veto in almost every situation possible.
Okay, we're going to have to expand on this.
Historically, NIP might just be the worst sort of top team at vetoing ever. And we always wonder why that is, but I mean,
but then Threat the Savior came in.
Yeah, I feel like I hope he can just bring in the hammer and just silence anyone who even pretends to want to.
I feel that their veto has much improved since then,
It has.
especially at Malmo. I think it was the game against Godsend when they went for a bit of a gamble and it paid off for them. I mean, in the end, it was an extremely close series. Maybe it didn't matter that much in the end, but it's good to see that they're able, to think it through a bit more this time around.
Well, let's have a look. Let's have a look at how the veto did play out. And it does look like we're going to be playing out on train, but just to walk you through what we did see, Fnatic removed Cash, Inferno for NIP, followed by Mirage and Overpass taken out respectively, and chasing that with Cobble and Dust 2. NIP choosing to remove Dust 2, a map that they have been strong on, there's no doubt about it at some point.
Well, it seems like here the thought process behind NIP's vetoes was to remove most of the basic maps, right? I mean, the open maps that are not that hard to play on T side, where you can improvise a lot, go for basically simple plays, which is Inferno, Mirage, and Dust 2. So their thought process is probably that train, you need to have more coordination, more cohesion, you need to have some strats if you can't make openings in the beginning, or if you have a bad start, lose the pistol round. So I like this from NIP.
So you know how we've touched on Fnatic's drop of form since the loss of Olof. Would it be fair to say that some of their strategies revolved around Olof getting a pick, or is that not fair? Is it just the loss of Olof Meister, one of the best players in the world, or did Fnatic have a reliance on him? Was he a bit of a crutch?
I mean, at any given point, if you lose someone, any core player, you're going to have to replace that player with someone who has to be told a lot more things. Your communication with that player will be different. Even just on a basic level, you're going to have, like, obviously there are some strategies that you can say, but some of them have weird names that maybe that person doesn't know. Like, there are all sorts of little things that have to change. So even if you change the worst player in the team, it would be tricky. And then obviously you change sort of one of the best players in the world, and suddenly you also lack, the sort of the weird clutching, like Olof coming in and getting like a big entry frag or a couple of them, and all of that stuff goes away too. So that, I think, just any time you switch someone out, a lot goes down the toilet.
And we do have to get ready for this one. I would just quickly just give me a team name for this prediction, Anders.
NIP.
NIP. Okay, double NIP. I think the doubt of the Fnatic without Olof is going to be a little too strong, and we're going to jump into this one. I still don't know what the score is going to be, but there's something I can tell you about the score, and it's also called an application that you can grab on your smartphone. And the thing about this is that not only does it enable you to follow the live matches, but also past as well as future. You can get your eyes on all of that over on your smartphone, both iOS App Store and Google Play. So you go do that, and we've got Fnatic versus NIP. The winner of this Swedish domestic affair is going to the semi-finals in London. Let's see how it plays out.
G2A.com, the best video game store ever! Fast as lightning, solid as a rock, cheap as duck! What's more, you can sell on it because it's also a marketplace. Remember G2A.com, the best video game store ever!
Fnatic up against Ninjas in Pajamas. Semler, this is a sick matchup.
No doubt about it, Pansy, especially given the form that NIP have been showing recently, the comeback that we saw earlier today, that Liquid, again, will be having nightmares about. They thought the pain would end with Luminosity, but no, NIP, they're heartless, they're monsters.
That's it. I had a quick chat with Get right after, and I was, talk me through that, you got to be hyped up. I was like, no, I'm just focused on the next game,
Both.
In their minds, they were probably pretty upset about that. I don't care. I'm focused on the next matchup, next opponent, and these guys are so locked in on this. It's unbelievable. You see them, they're pretty jovial, but you ask them one question, they're instantly like on the next matchup, and they are so focused on this. But as said, Wenton coming in. What are your thoughts on Fnatic right now? Because the desk has given this over to NIP. Classically, these two going together have always been pretty close matches, but normally goes Fnatic's way, normally. But now people are saying, well, this has got to be NIP's time, right?
Well, yeah, exactly, and especially because it goes to show that they actually did put a lot of thought into how they wanted this one map to go by eliminating the maps that they did. Dust 2, Cash, Mirage, well, did they get Cash? I believe it was Mirage at least. But the point being, Inferno, right?
Yeah,
the point
Fnatic
being, they did not want any maps that Fnatic could really rely heavily on aim to just kind of carry them through and go with like the brute force basic approach. NIP are counting on being able to just, start off strong here and rock Fnatic and really get Fnatic uncertain about how they want to handle their T side. So I don't believe that they will be starting on the T side here for Fnatic. Instead, they'll be starting on the CT side. But NIP, going into that second half, it's going to be solid for them. Now, his Wenton, has he been integrated enough into the team to be able to perform well here on Train CT?
Not easy shoes to fill. I think no one is going to question that. But what a chance to prove how well he can fit into this lineup. Can he even become a piece of what Olof can bring is what we're going to see. But look at this nature already from NIP coming out.
He's playing a nasty spot as well over by Ali. That is not an easy spot. Flusha's actually over here to back him up as well. I don't think that's a surprise. I think that they're counting on Flusha to be there to try and plug any gaps. But Wenton, it's not an easy spot that he's got, so we'll see how he performs here. He's going to be facing off against Exist in this round.
And everyone talks about the pacing that now NIP like to bring, this very calm, cool, collected, very poised nature they've started to adopt, and we're seeing a very cautious start here. A little bit of an information gathering mission there for Exist, just trades out, loses out a little bit on HP, but again, just sees where Wenton is, sees where these players are getting set up, and it looks like a hit towards A may be coming eventually, but NIP are taking their time on this.
Yeah, man, not a single nade picked up for NIP either, a decoy. I mean, that's all they have to work with. Instead, it's just run and gun, straight up, take the fight, YOLO. They've got the Kevlar, so they're looking for a brawl, and Fnatic, they're going to focus on Ali, and they do it perfectly. They take out Exist, so there's no flank here. Now they know exactly where NIP are playing from. That bomb is going to get planted, and it's all on the retake, or just Dennis completely denying NIP.
And Dennis is always such a deadly threat, especially on those pistols. Already finding 2 kills down by the old bomb train, but Forrest does collect the bomb nicely, and he can make a play from this. Gerright's already onto B, but Crims and Dennis en route. Gerright has to be massive in this round to be able to just make it safe enough for Forrest to be able to get the plant down. There you go. Gerright gets the information, takes the fight towards Flusher as well, loses out sadly, and now it's just Forrest left, and this looks like Fnatic's round from start to finish, unless Forrest can find some magic, which I think is a bit of a reach, and Crims puts him down, and I think you probably heard that as well as we did.
What the hell was that? I think that's the loudest I've ever heard Fnatic get. That's got to be Wenton.
That has to be.
Yeah, I think Crims actually looked over like, what the hell's going on?
When were we that team?
What was that? Okay, then, Fnatic, man. They just won the pistol. They've got the strong start on CT side, so we're talking about NIP trying to apply a maximum amount of pressure on them. Well, Fnatic, they show that they're up to the task and that they actually are here to get the job done. 1-0 for them so far.
You can't just be taking, straight up fights. These guys can still hit those shots. That's what we're waiting to see, is how do NIP kind of abuse the fact that Wenton's in this? Can they find a way to really put him under pressure in such a hard spot to play in? Well, this is certainly one way. I think he may have at least caught a glimpse of 2 players there, so we can expect the split coming out. Flusher perfectly turns the flashes, but can't get a real shot towards Get right there, and there comes the pressure coming out of main, and they're actually getting some decent kills off this. Freiburg leading the charge with the Tech 9, but Dennis keeping this one in check. 2 kills back-to-back, locks it down, and keeps them with the advantage.
JW, he's passed on the flash, and they're going to run right into each other.
What?
All right, trade places, and JW will find the kill in the end. He's got the UMP as well now, so they managed to stabilize quite nicely here. Fnatic, that looked so scary at Ali to begin with. But they do manage to calm things down, and that's in large part due to Dennis being up in Sniper like that, being able to look over any of the nades that are coming through, being able to pick people off, while NIP were focused on Ali trying to sandwich the people in there. Dennis, in the meantime, was getting work done. But Freiburg, he's not done yet. He's taken out Crims, so we're into a 1v2, and they're nowhere near that B site.
Yeah, he's got time for this. He's got a smoke and a flash. Sure, the retake's going to be pretty hard for him to actually keep in check, but he's going to get a bomb plant. Okay, this has suddenly got a little bit more interesting. He's got time to readjust pretty well. He doesn't know this, of course, so it'd be a big risk if he's just plows out of sight, but he can get a decent spot, and Dennis and JW have a long way to go. JW does have a kit, though.
Yeah, they do have a little bit of time to work with here, and they have a smoke on JW as well, so we have to see where he decides to use that, if he's going to smoke off upper or lower. One or the other, basically. That's what they have to do as they clear out the rest of the site. And Freiburg, he's already taken up position. This is the standard spot. You get into that upper spot, and you actually try and look down onto the bomb. And right now, he's hoping to actually catch somebody out of position, but Dennis is there in the nick of time to save Fnatic. JW, he's counting his lucky stars at this point. He was done for unless Dennis got up on that train fast enough. Way too close to call.
Alright, so it looks like we've got Freiburg turning up to play here so far. That was a pretty nice round played out. Just about saved, as you said. That was damn close. Damn close. But nevertheless, they keep it to check, and now NIP's money. They've got a couple of plants. They're fine. They can go for a couple of P250s, a deagle. Just try and get something done. You've got a little bit of armor on Get Right, so it's not over just yet. They can still do great deals of damage here. And Get Right trying to take a little bit of a cheeky peek there towards, well, I think it was JW on the end of it, but not going to get much out so far.
Yeah, I looked for the one shot, the one dig. He's not going to find it, though. They still have the utility, however, Freiburg with that smoke. And so what it looks like is NIP want to slowly work their way over towards inner sight, get that smoke down on lower, and just see if they can't YOLO out and get a bomb plant. Because Get Right, he's been toasted. So this is all about NIP just gathering up and looking for the bonus money. They're going to be able to buy, and a pretty decent buy as well in the next round regardless. But if they get that bonus 800 on everybody, it's going to be super solid. They're going to get whatever they want. So now's the time here for NIP to get the job done. And JW, he's flashed. He spots them running down. Can they get the bomb onto the site? That's all NIP need to do at this point. Stick the bomb plant, and Pyth will just barely get it down. Crims not able to get in position to deny it. So NIP, they've got to be happy with this round so far.
Yeah, that's mission accomplished for them. You don't assume you're going to get a round win out of these ones, but they certainly do exactly what's required. They get the bomb down. They deny JW. Great use of the flash. Coming in perfectly timed, allowing them to cross out. And as you said, getting that bomb down was the main mission of that round.
Yeah, that's super sick. now they have all the options going into the next round. They're going to have all of the nades necessary for whatever the hell they want to throw at Fnatic. So now Nip are primed and ready to go, and it's been close enough. The pistol, maybe not so much, but the follow-up was definitely, something to put Fnatic a little bit on edge. Now that they go into it with the full buy, no AWP picked up, interestingly enough, here for NIP. It's just AKs, a single Molotov picked up on Freiburg, and then full standard default kind of nades coming out from everybody else. Let's see how they want to play it out, because right now it is looking like at least pretty standard default. I mean, they do drop the bomb up in Hall, so they have the option to wrap towards Inner if they want. Yeah, they will be clearing out Brown Hall, so they are being thorough.
But there is, I'd say, 4 stack. There's 4 players at least present towards A for now. Crims is yet to be able to call anyone over, but he is such a solid solo side player. You can kind of play like this for now, but Get Right and Exist are going to start pressing that issue. JW's been forced to pull off this site, but that bomb's not there. They're still playing pretty default. It's allowed for us the chance to find Wenton, and they're starting to work these guys down. This is a brilliant bit of play from NIP if they can make this stick. Get Right's getting great deals of map presence, but he turns his back at the wrong time. It gives Crims the drop. The trade comes out towards A as well. Now Flusher can fall back. They know where the hit's coming now, and Fnatic weathered the storm long enough to bring it down to a 3v3.
They're going to have to make up their minds. Where is it? Are they thinking that it's Inner right now? I mean, Crims is going to be pushing up close. They wrap back into CT. Freiburg's already waiting for him. Molotov there to buy even more time. And the bomb only just now getting planted. So there is still time for Fnatic to make the play if they want to go for it. JW's got an M4 to play with. He's trading out that AWP. If they can catch somebody out of position here from NIP in the next 10 seconds or so, they do have a solid chance at it, but still they need to catch somebody making the mistake on NIP, and that's the whole thing. NIP, with the experience that they have, they should not be throwing this away.
Freiburg takes the peak. It could have been risky, but then there was always going to be Forest above if required, and now JW's just going to back out of this. There's nothing else he can do. Probably wishing he kept that AWP, but again, if you wanted that retake, the M4 was the right option at that point. But great stuff from Freiburg. Positioning came in towards the end to stop that retake beginning at any point. And the first gun round, the big round, I guess if you want to call it that way, will go to NIP, so they get themselves on the board just as required. And actually, Forest finds the AWP too, so that's a nice little free pickup for them.
Yeah, that was actually, he just kind of stumbled on that as well. So a free find, that's sick. 4750 saved. Forest can hold on to that if he wants. Pyth is also capable on this map with the AWP, so there's options for NIP. Whereas Fnatic, it is going to be the force buy from them. That means a swag 7 on JW. He's just as good with the shotgun though, so it's not a huge hit to him. He used to be famous for going into Pop Dog and basically dominating that part of the map. So, you give the guy a shotgun, he's going to do exactly that. Go straight into Pop Dog, and he's hoping to catch somebody out of position here on NIP's side. It's whether Pyth makes the mistake or not.
Yeah, he better be ready. Hell, JW does that with an AWP, let alone a Mag 7. So we're going to see if that's going to be something in the back of his mind, because NIP aren't taking this slow. They're going to go straight in with the pace. They've had enough of Fnatic's playstyle, and they're punishing them for it. Forest picking up 2, finding Flusher first, then JW pushed up to pop. Leaves Dennis so alone on the site. And now Crims, guess where he is? All the way over at B. NIP with a very competent take here.
Get right. I'm surprised at how aggressive he's going. And he's even going to catch Crims looking the wrong way. What was that? Would think the Get Right would be dead 100% of the time there, but Crims caught off guard. That's a rare thing. And now, Fnatic, they are the ones who get to ponder what they need to be doing here to change up, because they're going to be on pistols. Is it going to be an aggro play, or are they going to try and go for the force? It's almost a double eco scenario, but no, it's pretty much a hard eco out of them. Okay, then.
Wow. Just going to accept the fact, I guess. You kind of sucks for them, considering how much Dennis was keeping them in those early rounds as well. You've got to think maybe if he's not able to have that big presence in these gun rounds, this could be quite difficult, and Wenton has been overrun a good couple of times now. Not sure if that's just what NIP wants to do, or if it's just working perfectly into their play at the moment. And now look at this. Look at this hold from NIP.
Oh, yeah.
They're just sitting there like, all right, what are you going to do? They basically have 30 seconds to sit all the way back in spawn, watching every push. Now they can use those molly to clear out corners if they want to. If they don't want to take that fight, they can clear it out with a molly. They've got all the time to work with.
Yeah, Fnatic are playing this like a default as well, so wise play from both teams. Have to give it to NIP, though, to put 3 guys over there. I think that they've identified now, where the weak spot is going to be here for Fnatic in the defense, and we saw that, just it's looking a little crazy over there when the push comes through on that alley side. A bit off on the nades, a little bit off on the timings, and Nip, they're not going to let you make those kinds of mistakes. They will punish you for it. But now it looks like NIP going to go for that default A smoke strategy, cutting up the bomb site, cutting it in half, and then the rest of them just kind of splitting from Pop Dog and A main.
And the pressure they put just a little bit with Exist and Pit over towards B, pulled 3 players over there. So even this default now is going to be a little bit tougher, even if they try and kill each other working their way out of pop. Flusher actually does find Freiburg, so that's a little bit of damage for, what, a PT50 investment? It's not too bad. Get Right's pretty low. And when Dennis is still alive, there's always a little bit of danger on the table here, especially on pistols.
Yeah, but the USP Exist will be able to catch out the one. Dennis will hit the headshot onto Get Right, though. Get Right was low. He'd already been headshot before, so not a whole lot of HP to work with. It should be cleaned up pretty cleanly here now for NIP, as Crims is going to be the last man alive here with 68 HP. USP, though, not the best gun, and Forrest will end him in the end, but still, for a hard eco to get 2 kills, it's actually pretty good work for Fnatic. And yeah, Flusha, I mean, he invested 300 in the round. He'll take that kill any day of the week. That's perfect as far as he's concerned. Whatever you can do here to chip away at NiP's growing economy, because you guys can see on the right side there, NiP's money is kind of getting out of control here. They're dancing on the edge. So Fnatic, this round that's coming up, they need to win it, but not only that, they need to win it decisively. They need to make NiP spend a lot of money in the next round.
And I'm waiting to see if Crims is ever going to go for maybe a little bit more aggression on the B side, try and get some earlier control. He's playing a little further up, but still, as he is that solo player, I guess it's that really hard predicament. If I push up, do I get punished, give up the site? And with Gerai being pretty aggressive in some of his plays, does back away from that one, doesn't commit to it. Can be pretty deadly. I think Forrest may have even just caught a glimpse of one up on top. That is Dennis, who does get caught out massively. Forrest gifted a perfect opener, and his AWPing on this map has been extraordinarily proficient. And look at these guys. They have feet out in these sites on both sides of this map. You've got Gerai on B, you've got Forrest on A, and Freiburg creeping up Ivy. They have so much map control here already.
Yeah, they're going for the full lurk game. Freiburg decides to offer himself up, and Gerai will get caught by Crims on the B site. So just like that, Fnatic have the man advantage now. And a 2-man advantage is Flusha crouching over here on the other side of the map. Will catch Forrest looking the wrong way as well, on top of the kill on Pyth. Now it's just Exist out in the open. He will get one more parting shot in, but he will get shut down by Wenton in the end. Not as decisive as Fnatic would have liked. They would have liked to have 4 players alive at the end of that round. But still, they do manage to take the round away from NIP and halt that momentum that NIP were starting to generate there.
Yeah, that would be the danger. Considering how spread out NIP were, there was very few trades available unless maybe Freiburg had gotten closer. You know, a lot of things have to fall into place. That was a lot of individual, I guess, pressure for NIP to land those shots. So good for Fnatic to just lock that down, say no to that, and get things back to where they should be, get things back going in their favor. The first real gun round, I guess, so they actually picked up at this point. But now what do NIP do? They've been kind of playing that default play fairly often. They haven't been adapting too much. We haven't seen that all-in B play. And now they might just go for that.
Yeah, it seems like it. It seems like they're realizing that Fnatic are holding very far back, because Get Right was allowed to lurk out several times now. He's done that twice now, where he's been able to lurk out onto the site and without running into anybody up close. So it seems like now it's NIP looking to take advantage of that, and Exist will open things up. Crims is gone. Now JW is only going to get in here, and he misses the shot as well. And that pretty much ends it for Fnatic. Just like that, with that one missed shot. They're thinking about how they can actually start holding on to these guns rather than trying to go into a 4v5 retake on a site that's already well under control for NIP.
And they backed away from that, but they're coming back into it. I'm not sure what they're doing here. Wenton just went for this. He did at least get a foot in the doorway, but a 3v4 retake is pretty difficult, and they want to get these guns away, but Wenton's landing shots. This has suddenly become a little bit dangerous, but again, the time is running pretty low here. They have a kid on 2. Now it's down to Exist and Freiburg, and suddenly they're getting themselves focused back in this because Wenton is going above and beyond here. Now Freiburg left in a 1v3. Bomb is planted. He comes in with a spray. He gets down 2 and keeps this round in the hands of NIP, and he just did brilliant work for the side. Fnatic tried to just add that little bit of pressure at the end and just got sent packing.
Wow. I'm so amazed at how close that was, actually. In the end, it should have been so clear-cut for NIP. I mean, granted, they didn't take the fight. They didn't take. I think they were kind of like, all right, well, Fnatic, nobody's showing themselves. Fnatic, it is a tendency of theirs to allow for the clock to run down a little bit on that bomb before they start pushing in. But for NIP to allow it to come down to a 1v3 like that, okay then. A little bit scary, I mean, the hoot coming out from Forrest there at the end was just a little bit quieter than it usually is. So I think he might have felt the nerves.
Ooh, this is different. Flusha has been supporting Wenton hand in hand. This is a bit of a turn up, and bear in mind that's the only rifle they have, and that is a sick bit of use for it. 3 kills back to back, shuts off the Ivy play, and now NIP are left with 2.
NIP going back to what's worked in the past. They're like, okay, well, if they're going to wait for us to push up with 3 players, we can overwhelm them. Flusha one step ahead this round, decides to take the fight to him, and it works out marvelously. Dennis looking for the wrap on Pyth, he's not going to find it, so we are into a 2v3. And while Fnatic, they don't actually have any utility to work with here.
But they do have the bomb.
Yeah, they do have the bomb, but they have a single incendiary. Eventually, NIP are going to have to get over here somehow, though. But there's no Kevlar on Crims and JW, so if they get caught in a spray fight, it's going to get nasty. Crims has got a headshot position, though, so this is a good spot for him to be in. But he will get tagged by Forrest and dropped. And Forrest now knows that there's a second man beneath him.
And that's one way to approach it, I guess, just crouching through the fire and flames. And now Pitt's left in a 1v2. Now, Wenton's got armor, but JW doesn't, so this could be pretty deadly. Any nade's going to do a fair bit of damage. Still has a molly and still has a flash. 40 seconds to work with. JW's splitting out of there. He's already backing away. And Wenton locks it down. Great stuff from Flusha to start off with. And Wenton to close it down. And I've never heard Fnatic being this vocal.
Like JW sometimes, but yeah, this is charged between both of these teams. It's not often you actually see them going this ham. It's a lot on the line between the two Swedish teams. I mean, Fnatic want to hold on to their spot as #1.
Yeah.
I think Nip might be pretty close to taking it away from him, so there's a lot on the line here between both of these teams. Pride, reputation, the whole lot. But again, well, NIP were like, well, that last round, and I like this actually from Threat. Last round was a fluke. It's not every round that Flush is going to get a triple spray down, right? So let's go ahead and actually go in and slam the defense. And there we go. Wenton overwhelmed completely.
Flooded by the NIP players. Now they've got a great entrance towards the site, but look at it. Flusha now wants to get back in the action. He is not laying back in this one. He is so active in taking these fights. Takes down Get Right. There's the support from JW. Dennis catches out Pit, and now they're down to 2. As soon as Fnatic get a little more active, they're starting to take a lot more of these bodies with them. And Forest, well, left on 19 HP and pinned. Not much more you can do. Fnatic starting to really power back into this, but this is, this is brute force. This is not pretty CS at times. This is, man mode style. Just, okay, I'm Flusha. I'm going to take the fight against 3.
Well, Flusha's sitting on 14-1-5 right now, so yeah, it is Flusha. Kind of called him out earlier a little bit, just saying, well, Flusha, he needs to really step up and show that he is that top fragger, that he is the monster on Fnatic now that Olafmeister isn't here. And right now, in this map at least, he's doing it. He's managed to inflict big damage so far, and he's leading the way on the servers. So now that Nip, have actually made it through that round of eco, because let's be straight, that was a round of eco. So losing it, not the end of the world for them. Now all the focus is going to be here on this round, where they have 4 rifles, the Tech 9, handful of nades. It seems like they want us to take another crack at this B site, because A site's been a little rough for them these past couple rounds.
Yeah, JW had he's got 4.2k left over, so actively choosing for the Mag 7. Not exactly unheard of, so again, see what he can bring through with that one. Playing over by B, maybe having enough of Get Right, being able to sneak through, trying to cut off that route. We'll see if that works out. Again, NIP have a lot in their playbook these days. It's not just, the standard defaults that we saw time and time again.
Well, it's looking like the default
right now. It does look like a standard default.
This is a different way to set it up, but they are going back to the A smoke strat.
Well, I guess working through Ivy didn't work out. Let's try it another way. You've got to get past Dennis and Flusha, though, this time. And, well, Flusha's got himself in a good position. Down by Train 1. Dennis as well, waiting so patiently for his chance to shine. And there's the first. Can't get the second. Exist locks that down, and now Fnatic can start the rotate.
Yeah, really solid work there by Exist. Flusha, again, operating it from the same position. He's going to be able to spot out the man getting across, so he knows there's somebody else on the other side of that train. And Wenton, there will be no backstab. Well, there's not going to be any flank. Instead, it's Get Right just coming out from the site. Shoot him in the back. And Freiburg will take out Flusha, and just like that, Fnatic, they've lost control of the situation, and it's time to back off, perhaps, although the last time I say that, they did go for it. Krims will find 1 kill. And the bomb is still relatively fresh. I know, it's like do you go for it? JW, he's in a bit of a rough spot, because Freiburg's already got the angle, and Freiburg with the double kill to lock it down. Triple kill at the end of the round.
JW just had to find a place to use that gun, I guess. When you're in Mag 7, you're not going to make your way out of pop with any luck at that point in the round. So, had to do what he could, but let's just check in who's doing well. Not too surprising. Flusha, very much at the top of this Freiburg as well, doing pretty nicely for himself. And, well, Pitt's been pretty quiet, if I'm honest. Considering how well he played earlier, it'd be good to see him start finding his own in this one, but we'll have to wait and see. This is still early, and JW on 3 kills so far.
Well, it was an interesting thing, actually, because Fnatic last round, they actually had the anti-B play, the anti-B setup. Both of the players on B were holding very close to the halls, right? Instead of being far back like they've shown Nip so far in this first half. They actually set up, so had Nip gone to the B side, it could have got nasty for them.
Could have.
So Fnatic, I mean, they're changing up as well, trying to keep Nip on their toes. This is the battle of wits right now between Flusha, who's calling again.
Is he actually calling?
Yeah, apparently he is calling. He's back in it. And Threat, obviously, for NIP.
The one thing I would say is I like NIP's approach to these anti-ecos. It's something that you see on other maps. The wait for the 30 seconds. Is there a push? What are they bringing? How are they approaching this? And then the slow build. Again, Freiburg and Forest haven't committed anywhere. They are working their way towards B, but this is still such a slow approach. But it has allowed time for Fnatic to get that feeling of, it doesn't feel like A right now. We're not seeing those default smokes. We're not seeing anything. And they do have a lot of players present on this site. So this could be a little bit rough here for NIP.
Especially because Dennis can go flying up the ladder and Pop Dog very quickly to go for that flank. Pyth just goes leaping out, however, finds the headshot on JW, can get the second one as well. He should be able to pick up the third if Flusha actually peeks his way, and he will get herded back into Pyth's waiting arms. So a triple kill for Pyth, opening up that B site, despite Fnatic going for the stack with the pistols. Well, from this raid, since CZ, it's not really going to work wonders.
Even for Dennis, the Pistol Master, not today. But
If he had the dig.
you could have seen some. I could have believed in that. Alright, fit with a good round then just to clean that one up. But I've got to say, I do like their B play. We saw Get Right before kind of flying out on it, on the perfect setup with that flash. It's actually working really, really well on their T side, and I haven't seen something work that well for quite some time. Or that, I guess, consistency for a T, with that sort of consistency on a T side, being able to make it out on that B side, off the back of the flash, no one able to challenge it out. First Get Right, now Pit, both can make it work. But 6-6 now. Some teams getting more and more proficient on this T side. I'm not going to read too much into it. Both teams showing that they do have a little bit of bite to their bark here. So again, I do have the ore back on JW. So hopefully for him, he can find a bit of something in this one, because he's been relatively cut off. But look at these smokes towards A, and then no commitment from NIP off the back.
No, they're really trying to sow some confusion in the ranks here. This said, once again, Forrest trying to lurk his way out, and this time Dennis will shut him down. So no joy for Forrest. Crim's in position to get the spray onto that B site, onto the B site lower ramp, but it's just not going to be enough. And this time Get Right bests him. So NIP scores 6-6, and they're in position to set it up a 7th round here. It's a 4-on-4 retake scenario, and now a 4-on-3.
Get Right has put himself in such a good position consistently throughout these rounds as well as catching Fnatic in such an awkward spot. Now, Wenton's retake last time got pretty close to getting that one kind of under their wings, but we'll see if they can get anywhere near that. Smoke goes in towards upper. Freiburg still on the side. Last time he saved this round. He might have to do it again now. 2v3. Exist still with the molly, can put it into play, but Freiburg dancing well, tries to buy a bit of time. But the last two players from NIP are pretty locked up here. This could get deadly. Pit, though, going man mode, and now the clock is almost running out. Wenton doesn't have a kid. He needs to back away. Time is done, and it may be close, but it's NIP to once again win out the round.
And he saves that AWP at the very end. It's a nice little touch there for Wenton, but yeah, it's just not good enough this time again. NIP, and it sure came down to a 1v1 again. But this felt a little bit more in control for NIP. This definitely went a little bit better for them in this round. But I'm curious to see if they're going to keep trying to throw Fnatic for a loop and head over towards that B site, because that is the site where they really are getting a lot of work done. Fnatic, though.
See, the one thing I do want to say actually is we've been questioning a lot of Crim's performance, and he did just fine against Cloud9. That was just. He didn't really have to do too much in that, I feel. As harsh as that sounds, he wasn't really pressured. But now we're seeing quite an equal team to their ability here. He's not shining as brightly. Normally, you see a solo site, you see him on a site, it's like, okay, well, he's at least going to trade effectively. He's at least going to do what you expect of Crims. At the moment, he's actually been a little bit outdone, if I'm honest. And I don't know if this is something that NIP have thought of, coming into this, okay, this is the plan, or if it's just working out very poorly for Crims at this point.
Well, it's interesting to see that Crims has not once gone aggressive in the upper halls. And now it's Wenton. Well, this is because JW has the AWP over by Ali, but Wenton's got Crim's back here. But even when they were fully bought up, Fnatic, they just don't seem to want to go aggressive anywhere. Apart from that one push from Flusha on Ali.
The work.
They're really waiting, and they're giving Nip a lot of room to work with. And I think that's the biggest thing right now that's standing out, is just the fact that Fnatic are playing very passive. They're counting on their aim to get the job done when Nip come onto the sites. But NIP are showing that they have the tactics and they have the coordination as a team to take advantage of all of this space.
And speaking of coordination, and wait to see if that pop flash comes out again. It would be Forrest to go for the leap off the back of it. And I think we might just see at this point, no, they're going for something a little bit different here. And while it still works out, Exist catches out Crims. There goes Wenton, and hello B-site. It's all yours, NIP. This execute is working so well.
Yeah, oh no, Dennis. That is not what he wants to see. 3 people turned, ready and waiting for him. No flank possible. And while JW is on the other side, Pyth did not hear him get shot, but he's going to be able to go for the, I guess you can call that a dunk. It was close enough.
Oh, Flusha. What can you do now, buddy? Just make it a little costly. Get himself some money there, but this is starting to become a little bit of a impressive T-side from NIP more than anything. It's, I feel like if I'm watching Na'Vi on their T-side, I expect this scoreline, right? It's like, well, it's Na'Vi on T and it's on Train. They seem to have a real way with it. Or maybe Luminosity. Again, another team really good on their T-side, but between these two, the vast majority of the time, on Train specifically, Fnatic have been dominant. And this sort of half is extremely good for NIP, considering they didn't even pick up the pistol in this.
Yeah, that's what's really incredible, right? No pistol, so no easy rounds. And they're going back to the tried and true. They're going to have 3 players over here by Ali, ready and waiting. JW is up close with the Swag 7 this time, and Wenton is there to try and draw the attention, so he's going to try and bait for JW. This is the whole point. Because from Nip's side, this looks the same. And it's the same exact setup used by Nip. So there we go. Surprise, surprise. Get Right has no reason to look to his left. He gets picked off, but there is the trade frag. So it's only a 4v4.
And that's the info they need. Dennis has been able to find Pit, so that stops the bit of play that was meant to come out towards the A site, pincer them in. None of that anymore. So what does the rest of NIP do? They have 3 players left, 0 map control. Crims, for once, is pushed up on B. You have a lot of map control and knowledge in that Fnatic lineup.
Yeah, just brutal for JW. He's hoping for a single player to be there because you're thinking, well, that's kind of a one and done sort of scenario, right? But it's a one and done if there's like one. Or, I mean, if there's 3 players there. If there's like 1, maybe 2, maybe he gets out of that, and maybe Fnatic, just dominating it. But unfortunately for him, NIP, they've just been putting 3 players over there several times now throughout this first half. This is shown to be the kind of like default opening strategy. Now, however, Fnatic have the man advantage. Still, firepower isn't fantastic here for Fnatic, so NIP still have an advantage in that sense. They've got the guns, and they've got plenty of nades to work with here, and they're moving together as this killer unit. But Flesha, man, he just continues to deliver for Fnatic.
And he had to be the one to do it, considering Dennis only had the Mag 7. He was always going to be pressured down by a play through main, and, well, Forest just digs 2 kills out of nowhere, but Crim's now in the perfect position with the perfect gun, shuts down the final 2. And that was an extraordinarily close game so far. NIP and Fnatic, this is a brawl between these 2.
This is a brawl between Flesha and NIP, basically. He's sitting on 20 kills at the end of the first half. That is insane. Considering his team, I mean, it's still, 7-8, the score at the end of the first half, Fnatic trailing, but Flesha, man, he has certainly shown up.
Yeah, this is going to be a great game. Prediction quickly into the second half. What do you reckon we're going to see here?
All right, NIP are going to lock it down.
All right, we've got the NIP lockdown from Semler, but guys, we'll be back in just a second to find out who locks this game down. 8-7 first half here. Good performance on the T side from NIP, but now it's all about can they close this game down. Now, Fnatic, I don't know what to say. This was a one-man show at this point.
What is going on here? Looks like a little bit of miscommunication as to the round timing here, so we might be going for a quick restore. Yep. And we should be getting into the second half now on this pistol. We're fresh. Nothing was shown. Nobody showed any strats or anything like that. So this is a fresh start going into the second half where Fnatic are now going to be switching over to that T side with 7 rounds to their name. NIP on the defense now with 8. And well, NIP perfectly capable of getting the lockdown here. Like we're obviously discussing off mic after, but they do have options. And I say that meaning that they have the double op capacity here with Forest and Pyth on NIP's side. Both of them are competent. Both of them can lock down their respective sites. And then the rest of NIP kind of play around them. So this is going to be a tough nut for Fnatic to crack. And I was also thinking that I think Flesha at this point now, you can see him, he's quite calm and reserved right now because he's having to come up now with the strategies that his team are going to use to win this pistol and carry on and win the map. Unfortunately, he's the only guy who's really hitting a lot of shots on Fnatic's side right now. So what I'm worried about is that his individual performance might take a little bit of a hit here.
that's something we have to look at, considering how big he was in the first half. 20-10. That is game-changing sort of impact. So massive scoreline for him. If he wants to keep this up, this is going to be a very tough task. But we are at 7-8. We are underway. T-side will be Fnatic. We have the Flash and the Smoke on Flusher. Everyone else going in on just the armor. And now let's look at NIP. They're going... Wow, they're going very up close to Pop here. 3 players basically trained-ish towards this.
They're hearing the steps as well. They're hearing those windows get shot out. And while hearing the window getting shot out isn't a clear tell, I mean, obviously they have the option now to throw smokes from the B halls towards that A site. And that's what Fnatic are doing when they shoot out the windows. Falasha, he's the man obviously holding there with the smoke. But this might be enough to tell NIP, this might be an A hit. So we need to be ready. They're keeping 4 players locked solid. And wow, yeah, Pyth, he's got to peek up close. Now what do Fnatic do? Because they have to realize perhaps the game is up.
And this is the thing, the plan's been noted, and Pitt's gone and punished both of them. Went and Flusher go down, but where's the rest of the attack coming from? It's Crims and Dennis working their way through Ivy. Exist was watching it earlier, backed away, readjusted to a better position, and shuts out Dennis. This has left just Crims and JW alive.
Yeah, but it's not done yet. JW, he's done a little bit of damage here. Pyth is very low on HP as well, so if they can catch him out, this would be big. Exist gets caught looking the wrong way, and somehow he lives, and that costs Crims his life. JW trying to bring it back into a 1v2, a 1v1, but Freiberg with the full HP will end it for Fnatic. And that's just a testament to how crazy some of the individual players are on Fnatic, that their plan can get figured out, everything can go wrong, they can get sniped by Pyth and lose 2 players early, but they'll still turn it into a 1v1 just to make things interesting.
It's obscene to watch how talented these guys are, but then again, a lot of teams are starting to notice how much work basically is being put into anti-stratting on the NIP side. They know a lot of these kind of default plays that are coming out, or the nuanced plays that are being read into now. Threat is bringing a lot of that to the plate, especially in the pistols. So again, that sort of start was very unique, putting all those players towards Ivy, towards Pop. But anyway, let's get into this round, as we do have the CZs, the pistols, the scouts coming out for Fnatic. And on the other side of things, NIP pushing up super close. Now, I love this from NIP personally, is when Forrest gets super, super close towards the T side, pushes all the way up, gets the information, and instantly GetRight's already cheated himself over towards